Can you hear yourself?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, so if you want, got the whole Jack Honey there if you want to try it. So
I'll get to it eventually.
Yeah. No, fuck yeah. The Suicide Squad, I brought Celine and Christian to see that. We fucking loved it.
I was wondering, like, why are they tearing it apart like this? Like,
Yeah.
they were trying to get at it. And I'm like, I like this movie. Like, I watched it 3 times already.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like anything. I've noticed it depends on who you're watching. That's why I noticed that now YouTubers are starting to become more just guys like us, which eventually when we get to YouTube going, it's going to be just guys like us. And yeah, watch a lot of people say, you know what, it felt kind of wonky at places, but overall, actually, I was just listening to these guys that do that live chat and they're saying about Idris Elba. He goes, one dude's like saying like how they wouldn't want Idris Elba as Bond, but Idris Elba is a very good actor and like make him like 006 or 008 or something. But the one guy was like, you know, he's like Suicide Squad. He goes, man, he's like, Idris Elba carried that fucking movie.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm going to be honest with you. I've not yet seen a movie with Idris Elba in it that I didn't like, and I could honestly say that.
Well, on a side note, like I was talking to Selena about recently. She was watching the whole the Netflix special on Scientology and Liam Remini and stuff. So I was like, you know what? I was like, you know, she's been on Joe Rogan. She was really so. Selena's watching the whole like Leah Remini and Joe Rogan. But at one point, I was talking about you know, Tom Cruise, and Selena's like, yeah, no, Tom Cruise, he's kind of big into Scientology. I was like, look, I said, Selena, me and Al have had this conversation plenty of times. Like, I don't give a fuck what Tom Cruise does outside of that screen, but like I've never seen a bad film that he's been in. I can't think of any bad Tom Cruise film. Whatever like upside down, baby drinking, blood, Xeno shit's he's got going on. I don't give a fuck. Like I'm gonna watch 19 more Mission Impossible. She's like, I've never watched him. I was like, we gotta catch up on that. So like,
the thing is, this is the issue that I have. Like a lot of people want you to hate Tom Cruise now because of Scientology.
Yeah.
But the way they feel about Scientology is the way I feel about religion in general.
Yeah.
So it's like this anger that they're now coming across. I've been there years ago, so I could look past it. Like I can't think of a bad Tom Cruise movie, and I'm not gonna start shitting on Tom Cruise all of a sudden because of his beliefs. That's crazy. He's entitled to whatever he believes in.
Well, let's see, I got fucking Pepsi Zero Sugar with cherry and for Jack Honey, and like, goddamn, what's it been, like 3 months now? 3 or 4 months? Because my birthday was last month, been before that, but shit.
It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's like freaking miss. How many times I'm like, God, I wish Al was here right now, especially like vegan hot dogs and stuff. Selena's like, oh my God, I love vegan hot dogs. I'm like, if Al was here, like.
Yeah, I like Selena, but that's the thing, we are never gonna see eye to eye on. Like, there is never gonna be a moment. Like, literally, my doctor would have to say to me, Al, in order for you to survive, you need to eat vegan, and I would still question it. I'd be like, I don't know how alive I want to be. I'd be like, nah, I can't just get rid of meat.
I like it depends on how much weed she smokes, how much drink she has in her. She'll say, honey, we'll stop by McDonald's. Okay, next time she's like, can I get like, you know, a friggin' whatever, fucking a salad and stuff too. I'll take a yogurt. Can I get a chicken sandwich? Wait, what'd you say, honey? Oh no, nothing. It's like, and you hear a whisper, I can get a chicken sandwich. Yeah, I'm vegan my ass. after she fucking smokes 2 blunts, she's like, Chris, I want some fucking chicken nuggets. So you know, Chris, I want a goddamn cheesesteak. I'm like, hold up a second. I thought, yeah.
Hey, listen, I am pro meat with the munchies. Like, if you have the munchies and you need meat, something like any kind of meat, go for it. I'm on board. Eat that burger. Scarf them nuggets.
Texas Junior's fat ass. He's same thing. Junior hasn't been here since you've been here. He's just like, oh, I'm doing stuff. And blah. It's like, apparently at his job. So what happened is, he's have to explain this better to you than I can. But like, his job was saying that there's a COVID questionnaire. And they asked him, like, the questionnaire, he failed the questionnaire. I was like, how do you fail a COVID questionnaire? And he didn't fully explain it, but, like, something with, they said, go home, take a home test, and we have to mail you a home test, which is going to take 3 days. So today's Saturday. So he goes, they're not going to get it until Monday. They have to mail it back. He goes, I got, like, the next 5 days off work. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. We're recording, you chimp. Just sitting here drinking. Oh.
Who's that Junior that you're trying to talk
about?
Yeah,
I mean, it's because like he says been busy. I'm like, well, you got the next 5 days off work. Ain't that busy right now? But no, that's the thing. It's like it's been fucking 2 weeks since I've uploaded anything. Basically, what happened to me was, you know, oh god, it's like you and me could talk for fucking hours about the vaccine mandates and stuff. It's like, you notice that we've seen this shit during the pandemic. With the news cycles, first it's like, you know, 6 months of Black Lives Matter and 6 months of Antifa, 2 days of Afghanistan. You know, now it's just like every 5 seconds, my phone, vaccine mandates. every fucking news article. So I wound up getting my first one, and yeah, I got the first one, and my next one's actually next week. But like, I just had like, 1 day of a sore arm, mild headache, and that was it. But I took fucking 4 days off work, and work's like, hey, we'll pay you. Okay, cool. You want to pay me? Shit.
A lot of the guys at work took advantage of that. Our job was like,
yes,
if you get the shot and you feel bad, you can take 2 days off, and it won't be held against you.
Yeah.
Almost 90% of the people who got the shot was like, ow, my arm hurts, and I'm taking 2. I was like, and I was mad at myself because I was like, what the fuck was I thinking when I didn't do that? I should have taken advantage of that. I'm a dumbass.
You came back the next day?
Yeah, I came back because I literally felt nothing. Like I had a little bit of a sore arm, but that was it. And I came to work, and then when I came to work the next day, that's when everybody started telling me like, "Oh man, why didn't you take the day off? They don't hold it against you." I'm like, "Wait, what?" I was like, "Yeah, if you take the shot, you call in and say you feel bad or whatever, they give you a free day off. You get up to 2 days." I'm like, "Wait a minute," but then it was already too late because I'm already clocked in and on the clock and 2 hours into the shift.
Yeah, because I was lucky enough because, well, with the last pick, I have Tuesdays and Fridays off. So Monday I get the shot, and Tuesday I'm just like, go to urgent care. Monday night, felt nothing. Tuesday, I admit my arm was kind of fucking sore. But Tuesday night, driving back to bring her to work, my whole left arm, no bullshit, I couldn't even fucking drive with both arms. And what, not complaining, but it was so sore, I literally couldn't lift my left arm. Like, one point, she grabs my arm, she's like, let me try pulling your arm up. She pulls up like this. I'm like, holy fuck, it felt like I did like 10,000 one-arm push-ups, and my whole arm just for 1 day was just like inoperable. I'm like, even if I wanted to drive, I'm like, I'm not driving with one arm, bust and shit. So, but I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go to urgent care, and like, yeah, we'll give you 2 days off. So they give me Wednesday and Thursday off. I already have Fridays off, so I'm like, I guess I'm gonna take Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off.
Make it a vacation. Fuck it.
Yep. So, yeah. So freaking. So do you have both your shots or just one?
I had both of my shots a long time ago. Like,
yeah,
I got when the very first time the company said we'll get you the shots, I was like, sign me up. I wasn't gonna play no weird games with COVID. Like, I don't have the era for mistakes like a lot of other people have, where they're like, nah, I'm not gonna take the shot because I don't believe in it. It's fine, do your thing.
Yeah,
I can't play that game. I got too much on the line.
Yeah, so my second one, I just heard from some people who've got that. They said sometimes the second one may hit you harder in the sense that it could be like maybe just like a day of fevers or something. But yeah, the main thing, I had a headache for one night, and I had just a sore arm, my first one. Second one's going to be 2 days from now. So, and yeah. But after that, so yeah, the whole Joe Rogan thing and stuff, catching fucking COVID. Holy shit, the news and stuff and the articles, every day I'm reading more, just laughing about it. So
Joe Rogan had COVID?
Yeah. Well, basically the short version, because I watched 2 different episodes on the Spotify channel. Selena watched it too. Joe Rogan had COVID. He said, guys, you can, every time you want to watch it, YouTube or Instagram it. And he had COVID on Friday, went to a comedy club. And he goes, I felt kind of sick, a little bit, kind of worn down next day. I felt more like I had like kind of a small headache, and got tested for COVID. And what he did was, and this became the big controversy, at least on my end, on Twitter and Instagram, CNN and stuff. See, CNN covers it, and Joe made the joke the next day on his podcast, like, I wonder if I should sue CNN. After that, CNN and Fox News and like a third outlet, USA Today, all redacted their stories. But the big headline, even from Fauci, was Joe Rogan's taken horse dewormer. And that was the big guy. So what he said was on his Instagram feed was, I took like a vitamin D drip, the antibody thing. He goes, I took ivermectin, and he took like a fourth thing. And he goes, he's like, Sunday I felt kind of a little bit sick. After Sunday, I was sick for 1 day, recovered next day. 2 days later, I'm fine. So I had 1 bad day. But the big headlines were like, ivermectin is a horse medication, horse dewormer. Joe Rogan is taking horse medicine. He made the joke saying, I should fucking sue CNN. And after that, they all took it down. Now, the thing is, with ivermectin is there's a horse version and a human version. And you've seen on his podcast with his buddies, he goes, because guys like, hey, Joe, how you doing, Mr. Joe Horse Dewormer Rogan and shit? And actually CNN had headlines, Joe Rogan's taking animal medication. He goes, no, a doctor gave this to me, and they showed in the clips there, in 2015, it was they actually got the Nobel Peace Prize for ivermectin in human trials. Then he said the head of fucking Japan, one of their fucking Japanese like scientists something, he's actually fucking mandating all the hospitals to give ivermectin to their patients. But Fauci's saying ivermectin doesn't work in people. But Joe's like, well, a doctor gave it to me and stuff. So like anything, but what I got really annoyed by was like, he's never advocated being anti-vax or pro-vax. He just said, this is why it worked for me. And he goes, whether ivermectin worked or didn't work, I had it for 2 days, I'm fine. Now, I guess ivermectin, from what I've been reading, is it's considered like an anti-parasite killer and something. So, but the news articles going back and forth with the fucking vaccine and ivermectin and other things, it's getting just so out of hand and shit, man. Like, but yeah, he got it. Now, all kinds of factors. Could have been Joe taking a vitamin D drip. It could have been his age. Could have been his health. Who fucking knows? But like, you know, the fact that the news outlets are actually lying about what he's taken. I mean, he made the joke, but he's not going to sue them. But like, now they had to redact all their fucking news articles about this shit. Like, in fact, they got YouTube people talking about it and stuff, and like in news outlets, I'm like, holy Christ, man. So, but he's fine. So I try not to friggin' follow it too much because, like, you know, I'm taking my second one. But I guess yesterday the FDA, and this is becoming this big thing with, like, now you got Biden's administration wanting one thing. The WHO said they're not recommending anybody get boosters, but then Biden's side is saying they want people to get boosters. But now the FDA just came out, and the FDA said we recommend that the general population doesn't get boosters. So it's like, you don't know what to fucking believe anymore. It's like shit. It's like, that's the problem. You got the FDA saying one thing, the WHO saying one thing, and then Biden's administration, and then, like, you know, I'm sure you've probably heard about, they made that everybody in Congress and the Senate, and then the U.S. Postal Service, and the White House, they're immune to the vaccine mandates. But Biden wants every business in this country that has over 100 employees, he wants to make the vaccine mandatory. And that's becoming like a big, like, there's been articles every fucking day about companies suing them, not doing this stuff. At one point I pop up on Twitter, but like restaurants saying fuck you Biden and stuff. I'm just like, it's going fucking madness over this goddamn vaccine, man. So I'm just taking it day by day. Oh man.
This ivermectin thing, is it approved for use by the FDA?
I mean, it's apparently, according to, like, and the funny part, I know he said, recently I listened to some people on Twitter saying Alex Jones got it right. Alex Jones said 3 years ago, ivermectin, people should be taking this fucking for COVID and stuff. And everyone's like, how the fuck was Alex Jones right? But apparently he said, Joe said it won a Nobel Peace Prize for being FDA approved and stuff. I mean, again, like, I seen Joe's podcast. He said, listen, guys, all I'm saying is, like, I took it, I'm fine. I'm not saying you should take it, or he's like, or anybody shouldn't take it. I mean, it becomes this big weird fucking thing. It's like, I feel like any kind of drug is like, you know, if I catch the flu and I take Theraflu and I'm fine, and you don't take Theraflu and you're fine, it's like, whether Theraflu cured me or not, I don't know. But I mean, to my knowledge, ivermectin isn't hurting people. So, but that was the big thing with fucking Joe and the YouTube. It's just like, I've seen about 20 fucking videos on it. I'm like, well, I mean, he took it, he's fine. Whether it's going to keep getting passed in the UK or Japan or something, I have no fucking idea what they're doing with this shit. So, oh man. But yeah, no, so we talked not that long ago. Like,
it says here it is FDA approved.
Okay.
It says ivermectin is available by prescription for people as well.
Yeah.
It comes in an oral and topical form. These preparations have been approved by the United States Food and Drug Administration and is used to treat parasitic roundworm infections.
Yeah.
Like Ascaria, whatever this word is, head lice, and rosacea.
Wow.
It is not approved for COVID treatment.
Yeah. And I guess that's been a big controversy. But now, like Joe was saying, whatever fucking head official, like we have the FDA, the head of fucking official in Japan, the head, like their version of Fauci, saying now he wants all his doctors to give it to people over in Japan. So, I mean, that's the problem we have. The UK, you know, does one thing, Japan does one thing, China does one thing, we do one thing, Australia does one thing. You know, this is the big fucking thing with COVID, man. Just like now the Delta variant coming out, like, so.
See, it's just weird to me that people will try to spin this like the whole argument was we're not taking the vaccine because it's not FDA approved.
Yeah.
Then it was FDA approved, and they're still like, we're not taking the vaccine because we don't know what it does.
Yeah.
And now they're trying to push ivermectin when the FDA is clearly saying, don't take it for COVID.
Yeah.
It doesn't do anything for COVID.
Yeah.
And it's crazy to me that people are trying to support it. Like, I think it's insane for anybody to try to push this ivermectin thing, but that's just my personal opinion. People could do what they want when it's all said and done.
What's like the vitamin D thing? I mean, the vitamin D drip, Joe took that. I seen a doctor on YouTube saying no doctor would give anyone vitamin D drip, but like thing is, doctors were prescribing him. So like, and I've always said that's become the issue with our fucking society now. It's like with my son and my son's mother. You know, you and me go to a doctor. 5 doctors say, Chris, don't take ivermectin. Then 5 doctors say, Chris, take ivermectin. You're like, well, it's somebody gave it to him. Some doctor approved it to him. So it's like,
Yeah, but it's not that simple with him because he's a multimillionaire.
Yeah.
He could afford to go to specialized doctors, and he could get them to do pretty much whatever he wants them to.
Yeah.
Like if he wants to take ivermectin and wants a doctor to prescribe it, he could get that. If you walk into a hospital right now, a doctor is going to give you what they think is in your best interest. He doesn't have to abide by that. So like saying that, well, Joe Rogan has a doctor that's a whole different case. That's like Michael Jackson's doctor who was prescribing him all types of crazy drugs because he was Michael Jackson is not the same as your doctor that's going to prescribe you certain drugs because you're just a regular guy.
Yeah.
Like I just think it's crazy for people to be trying to honestly use ivermectin as a like reasonable drug. Like will argue with you tooth and nail and say the drug that's created for the pandemic that is approved by the FDA, I'm not taking it because I don't trust it. But I'm going to take this drug that's a dewormer that the FDA is telling you don't take for COVID.
Yeah.
But they're going to be like, nah, I'm safe. I feel better with it. It doesn't make sense, but people are doing it. It's a stupid thing, but people are doing it.
I think that was just a big thing with the news nowadays because I seen one guy post on a Joe Rogan group. He's just like a tweet. One guy was like, well, was it comedians who can't take jokes about themselves, but something with CNN saying it, and people were like, listen, CNN is supposed to be them or Fox News or anybody you go to, USA Today or any kind of fucking news outlet. It's supposed to be overall a trusted news source. And when a trusted news source, like CNN isn't Comedy Central. They're not making fucking jokes. And when they make a story saying, well, anybody, whether it's him or you or me, says, we're taking a horse dewormer, then it's like, no, I actually wasn't. I didn't take horse medication.
But that's just grasping at straws, though, because honestly, it means nothing whether they say it or not. Like if they say he took ivermectin, whether you want to be nuanced or whatever, it's CNN making a statement is irrelevant to anything. It means nothing. Like, what does it really mean? CNN says something. What does it mean, honestly?
I think just people just
like, is your life really based on I'm going to do this if CNN says to? No, it's not. It means nothing.
People are fucking idiots. That's why
people are trying to get distracted with nonsense. It's dumb.
That's just it. The vaccine. The second friggin' Biden said that shit, I'm just like, oh, this is going to be a fucking shitstorm. And I'm just like. It's becoming definitely from what I'm seeing is there's a lot of people out there on YouTube or just in the fucking the internet verse, like, there's a lot of people that have taken the vaccine and just say, hey, listen, I have questions. I have questions about long-term studies. The biggest thing been coming about like with pregnant women. Because I was reading about like how they're saying the first trimester, and I'm not a woman by any means, and the first trimester is like the most dangerous part of a fucking woman's like cycle and stuff. And like even like I looked up the MMR, which is mumps, measles, and rubella. They even say they don't want pregnant women the first 3 or 4 months taking any vaccines, period. So some pregnant women have not taken the vaccine, and then people are flashing back like, well, why aren't you taking a vaccine for it? He said, well, they tell pregnant women don't even take the fucking flu shot,
Here's the thing. People could argue until they're blue in the face, but at the end of the day, a pregnant woman is the only person responsible for her health and the health of her child. So whatever decision she makes in where it relates to her kid, nobody has any right to argue or tell her anything. Yeah. Like, it doesn't matter. Because there are women who took the vaccine. There are pregnant women who took the vaccine. There are pregnant women who didn't take it. Yeah. Both those women are right. Right? This is where I stand on that. Yeah. You cannot tell a pregnant woman what to do in the best interest of her own health and the health of her child. Yeah. Whatever she decides, if a woman feels like the only time that anybody should step in is if you see her doing something that is clearly dangerous. Like if she's running around with a gun to her stomach, then okay, something's wrong. You got to step in. But in terms of a woman saying, I don't know how this is going to affect my child, I'm not taking it. Or a woman saying, I follow the science and I feel like it's safe enough, so I'm going to. Both of those women are right. They're both right. Like you really can't. Nobody has any ground to say, this they shouldn't or this shouldn't. That's crazy.
Yeah.
People trying to weigh in on that is crazy. If you're not a mother yourself or you're not pregnant yourself and you don't have a decision to make, stay the fuck out of it. Yeah. Plain and simple.
Yeah, that's
not even an argument that the general public should be involved in. Like, only pregnant mothers should be involved in that conversation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's certain vitamins you take not to fucking take, but it's like, I'm still with you. It's just like, I feel like a lot of people are saying this stuff. They're like, hey, listen, I took the fucking vaccine. I have no problem taking it. And some people, you and me, for the most part, I think are relatively fucking healthy, except for me.
I'm not gonna go. That's a stretch for me. Like,
I'm saying, but there's definitely people out there who've got a lot of health conditions we don't have, and there are like a different. I mean, the human fucking body is so complex that like there is like we've talked about even I think you said it, and even one part Elliot said, he's like, you know, you hear about something online like, you know, whatever, this person's born with half a brain or something, or like a fraction of a kidney or 2 dicks or some shit. Like that's not possible. You Google it your phone, holy shit.
This is the thing about the human body that people forget, is that as a construct, your body is very versatile, right? We have billions of humans on the planet, and this is something that we know for a fact. Every single person is going to react to things differently on some level, right? Like even if you and I take the shot and we're both okay, we both survive it, our bodies definitely went through different interactions.
Sure.
Right? And the things that happen to one person that would definitely kill one person will happen to another person that they'll survive it.
Yeah.
People, you like, it's just like you have to acknowledge that everybody's body is gonna go a different route.
Yeah.
It's like, how many times have you seen something weird on TV where guy walks into a hospital with a fucking 7-inch blade stuck in his skull? You know, guy got shot in the face, half of his head is ripped off, he's still alive.
Yeah.
That's, under normal circumstances, those incidents would kill people. Some people survive them. It's the human body's weird.
Yeah, I've seen a clip that Joe had this woman on. She was some kind of doctor, and he flat asked her about vaccines and side effects, and she made a good point. Me and Selena watched it. She's like, you know, we have just in this country alone 300 some odd million people. And she goes, say for instance, she's like, if you give 300 million people, all 300 million people, a fucking peanut, you're going to have some bad reactions to that peanut.
Some people are going to die flat out. Like, some people are going to get.
She's like, yeah, it's 100%. No vaccine is 100% fucking foolproof, and you know that's a very big discussion to have. So I agree.
My frustration with this concept of everybody fighting over the vaccine is that people are like, there is science behind the vaccine. Everything you need to know, you could read and make your own decision. But people are fighting against the vaccine based on political ideology. Like some people are saying straight up and out, well, I'm not taking a vaccine because, you know, these people this party that I'm a part of is resistant. And let me say this. The weird thing about people,
you're not wrong,
some people resisting the vaccine is that the reason they're resisting it is weird. Because there's a couple of people at work that are avid Trump supporters, right? And they're saying that, well, Trump didn't believe that the vaccine was a good. I was like, no, you can't. Whatever dumb shit you're doing, please leave Trump out of it. Yeah. Everybody knows I'm not a fan of Trump. But at the same time, I'm not going to let you just make a stupid decision and try to blame Trump. Yeah. Trump is vaccinated. Trump's entire family is vaccinated. Yep. In fact, the people on all the news shows everywhere, CNN, Fox, and like all these people are all vaccinated. The reasons that you're giving, let them be your own. Exactly. Don't try to come to me and be like, well, you know, we don't believe in the vaccines. No. I'm not going for that. Tell me why you're not doing the vaccine, right? Because I'm not going to let you just invoke his name just because you want to try to make a point, because you're not making a point. You're not making a good point anyway.
Well, that's my point with was talk about the whole how versatile we are. That's what I'm saying. Like there is a lot of people, some people out there who just like for different medical reasons. And you and me talked about this like 6 months ago, that I was first hesitant because of my history with allergies, my son's history with allergies. After talking to several doctors and allergists, I decided like I'd be okay. And if I wasn't going to be okay, you know, they even have you, when you first take the shot, wait a half hour in case we need to fucking pump you full of something. Yeah. And okay, I'm fine. And I'm not anti-vax by any means. And I am seeing that like, there's so many fucking people. It seems like there's always extremists on both sides. There's anti-vaxxers for like their conspiracy political reasons, but then there's some people out there, the pro-vaxxers are so fucking pro-vax. Like, why didn't you take this for? I have a different medical condition where I have a lower immune system, or I have like, you know, adverse reactions to flu shots, and for these reasons, medical reasons, I didn't take the fucking vaccine. You have to take it. Like, well, what if it kills me? And some people it may kill, and that's like, so there's so many fucking conditions out there we never even heard of, that people like, you know, for my medical history, I'm not taking it. And I'm with you for most part. Like, if you don't want to take it, I shouldn't be trying to fucking jam it down your throat or your arm or something. But you know.
This is my thing is, and I stand on this, and I pissed a lot of people off of this because I've made this comment several times.
Can imagine.
I've made it at work. I've made it in, you know, just in general, and I piss people off. But I'm like, I feel like any type of medication, anything that has to be pushed into your body should never be a government mandate, right? Okay. It should be the choice of people.
Yeah, I agree.
That being said, there should also be stipulations, because we are in the middle of a pandemic that is deadly for some people.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to take the vaccine, that's fine. But when a company says, as a condition of being employed here, you either have to take the vaccine or be tested weekly.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a lot to ask. A lot of people get upset, and I seen a lot of things online. I've been watching TikTok, and all these guys are mad because it's like, oh, my company told me take the vaccine or find another job. Like, your company didn't tell you that. Your company said take the vaccine or be tested weekly, which is not a lot to ask because the pandemic exists. It's killing people, right? I am 100% on board that you shouldn't be forced, but it's like, I work at a job where they tell us, as a condition to work here, you have to wear steel-toe boots. Yeah. I can't do anything about that. You think I'm going to tell them I'm not wearing steel-toe boots? They'll fire me. They tell me, as a condition to work in this shop, you got to wear safety glasses. I can't fight against that. As a condition to work here, you have to wear our uniform. Yeah. I cannot fight against that. So why would it be now when they say, as a condition to work here, you have got to take this vaccine or be tested weekly? Why would I fight against that? I would, if I'm not going to take the vaccine, I would get tested weekly. Yeah. It's a simple solution, but people are like fighting, like really resisting to the max. And I'm like, there's no wiggle room here, guys. Yeah. People are just like there are people who are angry at the forced the vaccine and angry at wearing masks. There are people terrified of getting this fucking, this sickness, like this vaccine, this virus that's going around. People are terrified of it. So there has to be a middle ground. Yeah. There has to be a place where we say, in order to make everybody happy, we got to do this. But some people are just still fighting against it. Like, I want to fight all the way. There's a guy at my job, I'm not going to say his name, but he is the one holdout. And like, I say this, everybody, I heard a lot of people say, there's no way I'm taking this vaccine. And most of the people that said that are all vaccinated right now because it's easier to just take the vaccine than fight the bull. Like, and most companies now are asking you to be vaccinated. So it's not like you're going to quit this job and go to a next job and duck the vaccine. No, you're going to quit this job, go start somewhere else, and still have to take the vaccine anyway. But there's one guy that's holding out, and he is like, I would rather be tested every week. And I gotta say, honestly, my respect for him jumped through the roof. Yeah. Because he was like the one person that wasn't just bullshitting. Yeah. He was like, I'm not doing the vaccine. I don't believe in it. I don't trust it, and I don't know anything about it. Okay. So I'd rather just be tested weekly. Yeah. And that's what he's been doing. And I'm like, you're going that's the hard route, but do your thing. Do your thing. Yeah, I definitely. It's like, that's what I think. Like, it's good to talk to you about this kind of stuff because you're more liberal about it. Where it's like, hey, it's like, if you want to do that route, no problem. Like, it's do you think any companies out there? Because I've been seeing the weekly testing, and apparently now our company. I just seen actually somebody yesterday, somebody from the union posted that our company, not sure everybody else, but our company will actually fucking pay you to get weekly tested. Like, they will pay you like an hour of fucking straight time. I just seen this yesterday. Like, our head union guy said they actually because people were saying, oh God, I gotta pay out of pocket. I'm gonna lose time at work. And he said, no, the union actually will pay you. And that's, to me, that is a good idea. Like, because if you don't want to get vaccinated and you're gonna be tested weekly and the company's gonna pay for it, there's your out. Yeah. Like, that's like the perfect opportunity to be like, yo, I don't believe in this vaccine. I'm not doing it. I'm going to do testing every week. Yeah. But my problem comes in with the guys that are like, I don't want to be tested and I don't want the vaccine. Yeah. Those are the guys that rub me the wrong way. Because it's like, I'm with you 1,000% when you say, I don't want to be forced into a vaccine. I'm with you. You don't want to take it, that's fine. But at the same time, there's got to be a give and take. There's got to be a compromise. You can't just say, I am resistant to everything you say. I don't want to do nothing you're doing, and I'm just not doing it. If you're not willing to compromise, then find another job. Get out. I agree. That's the thing. We definitely need more middle grounds. That's become the fucking our spectrum of our society now. It's like, there's massive extremists and stuff on both fucking sides. Because like, if everybody said what you just said, I think a lot more people would get along online. But that's the problem is now with the internet, the thing is, people don't want to get along. Understand that people, all this animosity you're seeing, this is what people want. Like, people want to be angry. Everybody wants to join a faction because people humans inherently feel like we need to belong to something, right? It's why people join gangs. It's why people join clubs. It's like we inherently have a feeling of we want to belong to something. Yeah. And then whenever the majority of whatever you decided you belong to go against something, they're going to sway you. Even whatever you believed in the beginning, you're going to go along with the group. It's called mob mentality. It's a thing that humans have done forever, right? Yeah. So you're going to go along with it. And this thing that people are doing where they're just picking a side and fighting tooth and nail no matter what's going on, that's it's almost natural human fucking instinct to do that. Like, and people don't want to compromise. Like, this is the reason that wars get fought, because people have no interest in compromise. They have no interest in, middle ground. They have no interest in hearing each other out. All they want to do is, this is where I'm at. I'm right. You're wrong. That's how both sides feel. And there's nothing they're going to say that's going to get to each other. Everybody wants to be up in arms.
It's scary, like, how many fucking, like, just, man, how it's, since we started a fucking podcast and we've been talking to each other, like, we've gone from, like, racism segregating fucking people to classism with the economy. Now it's a fucking vaccine. Now that this is I feel like this is really our new segregation. Now it's become like, before it was like Trump and fucking Biden and stuff and Antifa and Black Lives. Now it's pro or anti-vax. Like, holy shit.
This is the thing. It's like I said, people always want to be a part of a team. Yeah. And you're right. The crazy thing is, in this one, in this particular instance, right, the people that are saying, there are people saying that they're not going to take the vaccine, or they are going to take the vaccine, and the reasons that they give is just ridiculous. Like, so you hear some people say, like, take the vaccine no matter what happens, take the vaccine. Yeah. Like, you've got to understand, like, it's like you said earlier, there are people that cannot be vaccinated. Yeah. Those people exist by the millions in this country. You can't just go and say, we're going to force everybody to take the vaccine, and if you can't take it, you got to go get medical paperwork or whatever. Yeah. You're creating a situation where a lot of people are going to feel like I am under an unnecessary amount of pressure. You're right. And people under pressure react in a very volatile way. Exactly. On the other end of that spectrum, you get people that saying, no matter what happens, I won't take this vaccine. Like, here's the thing about the vaccine. Regardless of what anybody tells you, the science for the vaccine exists, right? You can, if you want to know anything about the vaccine, you can find that information. Exactly. People are choosing to just resist because there's a resistance. Yeah. For no other reason. It's not like some people have no reason to not take it. It's not like, if I take it, I'm going to be sick, or if I take it, my life is in jeopardy, or I don't know enough, so I don't have to. All those reasons, most of the people don't have a legitimate reason for not. They're just like, I'm not doing it because I'm anti-vax, because this is the function I'm in, and this is what we believe. We are not for the vaccine. And that's where they stand, and that's what it's going to be, no matter. A study could come out tomorrow that's like, vaccine grows your dick bigger, gives you bigger boobs as a woman, increases fertility for women, increases semen production in men, cures 90% of ailments, melts fat off your body. Like, the vaccine tomorrow could become the miracle drug, and people will still resist because it is just what they want to do. Yeah. That's just what it is.
No, it's scary because that's like, I've seen, because I still follow certain people, like, say, Steven Crowder, for example, but he was talking about recently with the nurses, with the whole big scare, saying that the nurses, there's hospitals are understaffed and stuff, then the beds are full of COVID patients, and what he's breaking down. My cousin Ashley, she's a nurse. She just posted this herself actually a couple hours ago. The truth is, so far, because you mentioned this even with us at work, that so far, according to whatever studies the reports are doing, is that like over 35% of the nurse workforce across the country are quitting because a lot of nurses feel like they're being forced. A friend of mine, Marie, and I'd love to talk to her sometime, she put on Facebook 2 days ago that she worked down in New York City during the pandemic. She's a nurse and she's been traveling to different states for her job. She hasn't got it I haven't talked to her directly one-on-one why she didn't get it for, but she's like, it's probably gonna cost me my job, but like, she's fine with that. My cousin Ashley just posted this like 2 hours ago, saying that what's happening right now in the medical field makes me scared about 9/27 will bring. This is ridiculous, and I hope I don't need emergency assistance anytime soon. So one of my cousins asked her, like, well, Ashley, what's happening 9/27? And she said, she's like, that's when they're trying to load us up. But she says that's when they're making it for her job and stuff. The vaccine's mandatory. She said something like half her coworkers have already quit. Oh, it's like, that's because, like you were saying, why they're doing it, I have to talk to each one one-on-one, but like, I think what you're saying, a lot of people, when people feel like it's being forced down their fucking throat.
And that's exactly it. The minute you try to say, because think about how you feel whenever, like, look, like even at work, when we're just at work, a normal day, yeah, and they tell you, hey, this person called into work, you're forced to stay. Think about how that makes you feel. And that's not even anything that endangers your life. Like, that's not even anything that puts your life and your health in jeopardy. That's just them telling you, you can't go home for a couple of hours because so-and-so didn't come in. That pisses you off immediately, right? So how do you think somebody's going to feel when they have a legitimate argument of, I don't know how this thing is going to react in my body, right? That's going to make people, like, most people will have the feeling of, no, I'm right on this because this is medication that you're telling me I have to take regardless of how I feel about it. And I don't have to do that. I will go get another job. Those people that stand their ground to that extent where legitimately they're saying, I'm not going to take it because I'm worried, I'm fine with. But at the same time, a lot of these people are quitting their job that they've been at for years simply because they've taken a stance on the vaccine without actually doing real research. And a lot of these people, like I was watching this thing online where, what's his name there that's on Comedy Central there, the new host there.
Trevor Noah?
Trevor Noah was doing this thing where he was talking about, what do people mean when they say, I'm going to do my own research, right? Yeah. Because honestly, when we say we're going to do research, all we're going to do is look up research that was done by other people.
Sure.
Like, we're not going to break into a lab and start cutting into fucking samples and busting out the microscopes and, and look at, we're not doing any of that. So we're going based on what other people have said and what other people have done. And this is something that people do. Like, all people do this. I can't say all people, but most of the people are guilty of this. When we want to prove a point, we will only look up information that sides with the point we're trying to make, right? And a lot of these people that are quitting their jobs, they're going to be like, well, I read this online and I read that online, and it'll be legit. They would have read it online, but they went looking for that specifically because they want to prove whatever point they're trying to make. And all people do this, like, regardless of whatever group you're in, whatever gang you decided to join, whatever. It's like, if you're military or you're anti-military, pro-military, you're anti-police, pro-police, you're anti-vax, pro-vax, whatever you're at, you're always going to dig up the information that supports your argument, right? And my thing is, there is so much people out there that will create disinformation, and doing that just opens up a space of like an inability to trust anything, because you legitimately don't know if what you're reading is real, right? Yeah. But sometimes you can go straight to the source. Like, I tell people, when I want to look up stuff about the vaccine, I go to the CDC website and I will actually look up research done by certain doctors that's posting their own reviews or whatever. And I would actually read, because before I went to take the vaccine, I had all the same concerns, because I thought, I'm like, yo, I'm a certain age, I'm overweight, I got medical conditions. What is this thing going to do to me?
Yeah, it's a term. I've been hearing a term they call it comorbidities. That's what they keep calling it. Like, things like comorbidities. Like, that's something that even I still listen to Ben Shapiro, him and Steven Crowder and Joe Rogan. The term comorbidity is like, if you are a certain age, a certain weight, like if you have like pre-existing health conditions like autoimmune. So like, some people if you have three comorbidities, could be like I said, you're 600 fucking pounds. You have, so it's like basically a 15-year-old kid that's considered healthy has no comorbidities. So
but that's on the same token of that, like, you were right, like a 15-year-old kid might be in a better condition, but it's still killing young kids, not at the same rate. But it's like I was saying, I worried about it, so I did go and look for the information. And what I found out is, if you want the information, if you're not biased, if you're not on some, I need to prove what I think it, because I wasn't trying to prove anything. I wanted to know. I was legitimately worried because I'm like, if I take this, because for me, the panic was special, because in my family, there are babies being born. There are a lot of young children. There are a lot of elderly people. There are people with conditions like mine. And it's like, I can't play around and say, I'm not taking this vaccine because I don't want it. But at the same time, if I do take the vaccine, what am I risking? So I had a legitimate reason to look. So I wasn't looking in terms of, I'm trying to prove something. I really needed to know what the hell was going on. And I could tell you this from my own personal experience. If you want information about the vaccine, it is readily available.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who will just ignore the information and post other stuff and say stuff based on, selling whatever they're selling. They might be, some people have a podcast, they want more viewers. Some people have a news show. Some people have this, some people have that. If you want information, don't listen to anybody on any news station. Turn off CNN, turn off Fox, don't listen to a podcast. Don't listen to anybody on a radio. Don't go to any of your favorite people that's going to tell you what you want to hear.
Yeah.
If you want to know, dig for yourself. Get real information. Go to actual websites that will feed you actual knowledge of actual things. Don't listen to the guys that's telling you whatever they got to tell you to get you to listen.
Yeah.
Because when your health is on the line, it's a different ball game.
Yeah.
If somebody's telling you, oh, the vaccine is fine, and you take it and it affects you, you can't hold them responsible. You can't say, oh, you told me the vaccine was perfectly safe and now I took it and I'm dead. You got to know what's going on in your own body, because when you take it, you're responsible for whatever happens. So on the same token, you can't listen to the guys that say, oh, don't take the vaccine because it's 100% dangerous. It might be 100% dangerous for that person, but it might be perfectly fine for you. There's no way to know unless you actually dig up the information.
Well, I want to ask you this because I've seen this a big controversy the past few weeks since Biden put that thing out, was just that from different countries and people talking that, the whole term, what they call natural immunity. Now, what is your take on that in the sense that, like, say, for instance, we've all talked about, like, or anybody knows this stuff, if you catch COVID or you catch the flu or any kind of disease, your body builds up a natural antibody and stuff. According to different studies worldwide and stuff, this is more what the WHO is arguing with these guys. There's a big debate about vaccine immunity versus natural immunity. A lot of studies are trying to say that, like, if you catch COVID, you still build a better natural immunity. But a big thing that's been, I guess, a lot of people are concerned about and making people angry even is, like, now it's in New York City or something, different comedy clubs, you have to have, like, they're making it a vaccine card required to enter certain places. The thing is, some people who've caught, like, both my sisters caught COVID already. Well, my sister is Jen had like a mild cold for one night. Next day she was fine. She's like, I had like a mild cold for one night. I had COVID. She's fine. And, other people out there are fine. But people who've already caught in COVID feel like, I've already built up a natural natural antibodies to this thing. Why would you force me to take a vaccine if I already had it? And I guess a lot of employers and places are saying, even if you had COVID, you still have to take this vaccine. And you're like, hold up a second. Like, that's like saying I caught the flu and got over it. And then you forced me to take a flu shot after I caught the flu, which you wouldn't need it. You know what I mean? And that's becoming like, I just wanted to, like, how do you feel about, like, if at some point, I still feel like a lot of people said, I don't think COVID's going anywhere. I think it's another version of flu. I think at some point, you and me, I think we're all going to catch it at some point. It seems like inevitable. But after you catch it, like, a lot of doctors are saying, like, once you catch it, you're going to be immune for, like, whatever. They're not sure yet, 1, 2, 3 years and stuff. But once you catch it, why would you make me still take the vaccine if I already caught COVID a month ago or something?
I'll say this. I'll start from this point of building up a herd type immunity. As it happens, but here's the problem. In the wake of doing that, it takes out a lot of people. And sometimes the percentage of people that actually acquire herd immunity is not worth the amount of people that's going to die in order to get it. Because there are viruses out there that no amount of time is going to make us build an immunity. Like, I could tell you this right now. From the time that HIV has existed, it took us years to develop the drugs we have that help you to maintain your immune system while you're infected with this virus. This virus was rubbing people out by the hundreds of thousands yearly, and there is no buildup of resistance in the human body to HIV virus, to HIV. There's none. There's a lot of other viruses in our past that the reason that we had to develop vaccinations, no matter the cost, is because doctors had foreseen that if those particular viruses became widespread enough, it would be like 2/3 of the human race gone. Like that. That happened with the Black Plague. Look, the decimation that the Black Plague did in Europe in the time that it was prevalent, it took out 2/3 of the population. Like, literally, if that thing had spread across the globe, it would be a lot less people alive. And there was no building up. That thing wasn't leaving people alive long enough to build up an immunity. So we know that relying on herd immunity is an iffy thing, because it can happen. It has happened. But depending on the virus itself, it could be detrimental. Because if we said, let's let COVID ravage through the human race and let the weak die and the people that with the good immune systems live. What if we did that and that shit straight up and down left 20,000 people alive? Then we'd be in a situation like we have an entire planet with nobody on it. And like the people that are left, like that's an extreme example.
Yeah,
but it's realistically, it's one of those crazy things where you can't just sit back and see what happens because it could be devastating for us.
Yeah.
Right. And on the other side of it, where Biden is trying to say we must mandate this vaccine. I'm flip-floppy on that for this reason. It's like I said before. I'm never going to be an advocate for the government saying you have to do something. But at the same time, if Biden doesn't take the stand that he takes, you know how much people are going to blame him for what's going on? Like, they're going to say, yo, we're dying and you're doing nothing. So he's attempting to do something, but people are resisting what he's attempting to do. Because at the end of the day, I promise you, regardless of what anybody tells you, everybody being vaccinated is a better situation than nobody being vaccinated. Yeah. That's reality. Yeah. If everybody gets vaccinated, we're in a better position than nobody getting vaccinated. The people that are saying I'm not getting vaccinated no matter what happens, those people are going to be the reason that COVID goes no. COVID is going to be the flu all over again. Yeah. The flu could have been handled if everybody got vaccinated yearly. We would have gotten to a point where we were like, the flu is handled. We're not going to wipe the flu out, but we could definitely significantly reduce the people that die from the flu yearly. We could reduce that number to very small. We could bring that down to like 1 or 2%. Like, well, it's probably there now. We could bring it down to significantly less than what it is. If everybody says, yo, it's flu season, I'm going to get the, but then people come up with all types of crazy reasons for not taking the flu. Like, people will say, well, all they're doing is injecting you with the flu. And that's what they're doing, but there's a reason for it. Now, when it comes to the flu vaccine, I'm not going to get into that argument because I understand people have made legitimate arguments for why they themselves didn't take the flu vaccine. Yeah. COVID is a different animal.
Yeah.
People that are not taking COVID is simply because they're taking a stand based on this is what my team is doing. And that bothers me. That's the thing that itches me the wrong way. Like, I'm always going to say it should never be a government mandate. The weird thing about the way I feel about that is this. In order to get into school as a kid, the government mandates that you be vaccinated from all them other things that kill us. Like, there's a list. If you go online, you can find a list.
It's measles, mumps, rubella, polio.
Yeah, it's there's like 5 or 6 things on the list. Yeah. Tetanus is on the list too, and some other stuff. But anyway, that's a government mandate. We have to do that to get into school. That's something that's worked in our favor. Yeah. Because of those vaccines, we've essentially eliminated those diseases. Like, those viruses there are people that are they're going to be born and they're going to die and they're never going to understand the effect that polio never knows the disease. Out. Well, let me not say that, because even if all humans on the planet right now got rid of COVID, animals are still running around sick with COVID.
I've been hearing that.
And they could at any point in time transfer it to us again, like what happened. So there's no real way, like, even like with that, the other flus that are transferred to us, like, because I think like the bird flu and all that other shit.
The H1N1.
The H1N1, all this, I think COVID is just a higher version of that same thing. But they at any point in time, even if we rub them out, we're not safe, because it's not like there's 1,000% chance that it's never coming back. We're never going to be that safe. No. But right now, as we're going through this pandemic didn't have to hit the entire globe the way it did. It didn't, but people just didn't know, and we're. Like,
that's why I ask you. But do you think that there is some merit to that? People saying say for instance, Jen's like, Chris, I caught COVID already. Then her job has them, just argument's sake. Her job's like, Jen, you have to take the vaccine. She goes, well, I already caught COVID. Why make me take it for?
Here's why jobs panic is because if Jen says, because how's she going to prove that she had COVID and she's immune to it? Like, saying that and proving that isn't the same thing. And you could tell your employer, I've had COVID and I'm immune, but do they know that for sure? Like, they're basically taking your word. Yeah. And if they allow her to do that, then every other employee could walk in and say that, even regardless of if they've been like sick or not.
I mean, like, well, like you and me right now, for instance, like if I am vaccinated, but if say I wasn't vaccinated 3 weeks ago, if I went to urgent care to test me for COVID, Chris, you're positive, and then told work has to give me 2 weeks off, then I'm like, okay, guys, you give me 2 weeks off. I had COVID, I'm over it and stuff. Then work is like, hey, then a month later, Chris, you got to take this vaccine. And I'm like, well, you knew I had it. You gave me 2 weeks off. Like, why do I have to take it for? That's
well, listen, because you can't prove that just because you had it, you're immune. You can't like they're gonna ask you, like if you say to the job, well, I had COVID and I'm immune to it, they're gonna ask you to prove that. Like you're gonna need doctor verification of you are absolutely incapable of getting COVID again ever. Like, and you're like right now, who's gonna do that? Who's willing to put their career on the line to say, yeah, he's had it, and he's definitely.
But isn't that the point? Like once you catch the flu or COVID or a cold or something, don't you build up antibodies?
Yeah, but building up antibodies doesn't make you immune to I'll say it like this: what's the best frame of reference I could use? Because you could get the common cold, right? And when you get the cold, you'll get sick for a few days. Your body will build up antibodies. You'll get over that cold. Yeah, that's not going to guarantee you that you can't get sick next year or the year after. You're going to
flu.
Exactly. Okay. So it's like. Saying that I've had it and I built up there are some viruses that once your body builds up an immunity, your body is prepped for it. But there are other viruses, because no two viruses really works the same. Yeah. There are other viruses that will hit you and will hit you again and will hit you again. Like this is something that people don't get this concept. Taking the vaccine for COVID doesn't make you immune from COVID. The vaccine is literally just a layer of protection. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of people running around thinking like, well, I've got vaccinated. Why do I still have to wear a mask? Because you're still able to get COVID even with the vaccine. That's like, I could give you a condom and tell you this condom is 98% effective. It doesn't mean you can't get a girl pregnant wearing a condom. Right. It's just a layer of protection. It's this concept of, well, I built up immunity. You can build up immunity. It just makes your body more potent at fighting the sickness. It doesn't make it so you can never get it again. Some viruses your body has a really good track record with. Other viruses will be devastating. It's like I said, I go back to HIV. HIV has existed for literally decades. Yeah. There is nobody walking around with an immunity to HIV. Sure. If we don't take the medicine that they gave us for HIV when we get sick, it will kill human beings. Yeah. That is a fact. There's just all viruses aren't the same. The blueprints for viruses aren't the same. It's not like we could do this and we react the same way to everything. It's just not. It's like, think about the fact of there's a bunch of us walking around that can't eat peanuts. There's a bunch of us walking around that can't eat shellfish. Right. There's a bunch of us walking around that can't be stung by a bee. Like, if I get stung by a bee, I'm fine. If somebody else gets stung by a bee, he's dead.
Oh, yeah, my sister Jamie. Well, she wouldn't kill me. Jamie has a severe bee allergy. Yeah.
It's like everybody's immune system. And believe it or not, the people that have severe allergies to some of these toxins in insects and reptiles, well, let me not say reptiles. Reptiles' venoms are specifically designed to kill. But it's the way your immune system reacts to when you get stung by a bee. That's the shit that puts your life in danger, right? I've been stung by bees and wasps several times in my life. It hurts like a son of a bitch. I get some swelling, it goes away. Other people, their life will be in danger getting stung by a bee or getting stung by an insect.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's like your immune system works in a weird way. Your individual bodies work differently, but
that's a good stance. That's why I like talking to people like you about it, because it's like you're not like fucking pro. You're not like freaking screaming at the ready and stuff about all this shit. Like,
I'm never gonna be that guy, because for me it's different. I could tell you this, and the reason that I could say this. I'm never gonna ask anybody I'm never gonna try to convince anybody to get the vaccine, because whatever you want to do is your own thing. And if your life is on the line and something happens to you, God forbid, it's on you. That was literally your decision. Like, I have a friend, right? And this friend of mine has a friend that his friend and I aren't friends. Yeah. But the friend's son recently died of COVID.
Sure.
Right? And the guy's broken up about it. He lost his son. My friend is feeling bad for him, because it's like, anybody that loses a child goes through it. I'm the asshole that's like, that guy should be in jail because there's a COVID vaccine and his son was old enough to get it. And he decided he wasn't going to vaccinate his son for whatever his beliefs were. If you don't want to get the vaccine, that's fine. But did you talk your son into not getting the vaccine, or did you make the decision, I'm not going to take him to get the vaccine? Now he's dead and you're crying about it, but it's your fault.
Yeah.
Vaccine exists. He didn't have to die of COVID. And now everybody's looking at me like I'm the asshole, I'm the monster, but that's where I'm at. We have a vaccine for COVID. He didn't have to die of COVID. Of all the reasons for him to die, COVID didn't have to be it. Yeah. But he's dead because that guy took a stance. No. Now me and my friend are at odds because of this. Because he feels like I'm too harsh. And I'm like, nah, that guy's an asshole. Period, point blank. And I don't care what anybody says, he's an asshole. Now, I'll say this. If the tables were reversed, and I'm probably sure there's a case out there somewhere where it is, if he was injected with the vaccine, and it took him out, then I would be on their side in terms of this vaccine is dangerous for people to just be willy-nilly forcing everybody to take it.
I was about to ask you that because I was going to say, well, how do you feel people? Because you still are reading people that certain people are getting vaccinated, still killing them. Because I've seen this one thing on Twitter. I started laughing just because I found it over the top. But like, there's a woman who's like 55, 56 years old. She went onto a cruise. She got vaccinated, went onto the cruise. COVID still killed her. And it was tragic and sad and stuff. And I'm reading like the top comment, and I bust out laughing because like I've even told Elliot and Selena and Susan now, like you got Twitter and stuff. Sometimes Twitter, the comment section, you got to read it for the fucking comedy. Yeah. But one person's like, well, if she was unvaccinated, it could have been worse. And one dude's like, it killed her. What the fuck is worse than this?
Exactly. So, that's a stupid comment to make.
I mean, it's just like something like that. So yeah, I get it. Like, because that's how we're at. It's just like, you could get vaccinated, like you said, you could get vaccinated. This shit could still take you out. Yeah. But in some people, they're so hardcore on one side. Well, we're glad she got vaccinated because if she wasn't vaccinated, it could have been a worse situation. One dude's like, it killed her.
She's dead. There's no worse situation. She died from it. Yeah. It's a stupid thing to say. It's a dumb comment.
Yeah.
But and in situations like that, I still side with the numbers because I promise you, the vaccine has killed a lot less people than COVID.
Exactly. That's what that one doctor was saying. And said that Joe is very centrist. He listens to both sides. And he said, yeah, this one doctor's telling Joe, she's like, that was her exact word. She's like, this vaccine has caused a lot less harm than overall COVID. And that's it. Joe's had everybody, doctors, nurses, comedians, not comedians. And it's like, he didn't take the vaccine yet because he felt like he didn't need it. And, he's fine and good for him and stuff. And some people, not everybody does need it, but some people do need it. And like,
this, I'm going to be honest with you. This whole idea that Joe Rogan got sick from COVID and took ivermectin, like I'm looking at him in a whole different, right now I'm sitting here judging him, feeling like he's an idiot. Like I feel like he's a dumbass. Like I'm like, why would you go so hard to not take the vaccine, catch COVID, and then even say that you took like why would you tell people I took ivermectin? Like why would you? It's almost like you're endorsing it. It kind of feels like. Like, why would you tell people that?
When some people felt like that, and that becomes the fucking problem. When we talked about this with celebrities and media and stuff, it's just like, if a celebrity says something and people start copying them, is that the celebrity's fault? Or like, it's one thing if the celebrity's like saying, hey, listen, guys, do what I do, but I mean...
Well, here's the thing, right? 100%, you have to be aware that when you have a platform and you are a celebrity, when you say things, people will follow. Yeah. You've got to be aware of that. If any celebrity pretends that they don't know that is a fact, then that's a person I don't trust to have a solid grasp on reality. As a celebrity, people listen to you and people follow you. So when you say something like that, they're going to use it as justification to do dumb shit. Like, it's why when people try to say, oh, when this person says something and that person says something, it shouldn't be their fault because everybody has individual choices. Yeah, everybody has individual choices, but understand how when somebody worships a person, they could be easily influenced by what this person says or does. It's like the other day I watched Biden say some shit and I scratched my head because I was standing there like, why would you out loud on TV for the nation to see say that shit? Right? Because you've got to realize that there are people that's going to react to what you say. So it's like this whole thing with Joe, like I really like you, like right now in this moment, you've just changed my view of Joe Rogan.
Yeah, like you're saying, the thing with Google is like I type in Google ivermectin doctors and stuff in Japan and everything, and like this pops up. This is from verywellhealth.com. It says from 2 days ago, some doctors are prescribing ivermectin for COVID-19, and it's like. The key word says some physicians are prescribing it, but it's like that's becoming a problem with doctors now.
Well, like, I'm not worried about what people are doing in other countries because countries always differ in what they do. Like right now in our country, we can't buy or sell horse meat, but if you go across the border to Mexico, you could buy and sell horse meat. It's like different countries do different things. So I could care less what doctors are doing somewhere else. I'm in America. My doctors are in America. They're treating Americans. I want to know what the American doctors are prescribing. My issue is when somebody has a platform, like I go back to Joe Rogan, when you have a platform that big and you take a stance on, I don't take the vaccine and this is why, you're essentially telling people not to take the vaccine. And when you turn around and say, well, I got sick with COVID because I didn't vaccinate myself, but I'm fine because I took ivermectin, my doctor issued it to me. You're now telling people ivermectin is a cure, because that's how it's going to be interpreted. And that's dangerous to do because people are going to follow those words. Nobody's ever going to be able to say Joe Rogan told these people to do it. That's never going to stick to him. But he, as a celebrity, understands that people listen to his words and follow what he does. So when you do something like that and pretend, oh, it'll never come back on me, that's not only fucking callous, cold, and dangerous, you're being kind of an asshole.
Well, that's what I wonder, because when he said that, doctors, he had multiple doctors to tell him to take that, and some doctors actually prescribed it to him. That's the thing is, like, if my doctor tells me to take something and I took what my doctor told me to take, like, it's... But
that's not the way it works for Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan is a multimillionaire. He could get whatever he wants from doctors. Like I'm telling you, it's the reason that Michael Jackson's doctor used to prescribe him painkillers on a daily basis. That's what he wanted. If you're a celebrity and you've got wealth and power, you could get what you want. The average guy isn't going to walk into a hospital somewhere and say, do you recommend ivermectin? Your doctor's going to say, no, I don't. Can you prescribe it to me? No, I won't. Joe Rogan doesn't have that issue. He could go to his doctors and say, prescribe me ivermectin, and they'll do it.
No, that's what I was asking before he took it, though. Apparently, according to whatever the source stuff, he said that he went to go see his doctor. His doctor, don't know who his doctor is, but his doctor said, no, I want you to take this. I'm prescribing this to you.
I don't believe that, first of all. And second of all, I'm not trusting anything he says because he got COVID and took ivermectin. That's fucking stupid. Like, that's dumb. But they wouldn't take the vaccine that's approved by the FDA to protect against COVID, but would take ivermectin. That's specifically said by the FDA, not recommended for treating COVID. That's stupid. That's dumb to me.
Well, even here in America, apparently, even before he said that, though, it's like there's been apparently the past month, there's been like a big increase in people taking ivermectin.
Let me ask you, how much do you trust a doctor that's giving you a treatment for a sickness that it doesn't treat? Like if you had the flu right now and you walked into the fucking hospital and your doctor said, I prescribed you this glass of water. You're like, doc, but this water isn't to treat the flu. Nah, trust me, drink this. You're going to think that doctor's fucking cuckoo. You're going to go get another doctor. And this is a situation that I have with any doctor that's prescribing with literally doctors that created the ivermectin are telling you that don't use it for COVID. And then another doctor is going to tell you to your face, you had COVID? Here, take this dewormer. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. Like, why would a doctor tell you that? Like, why would it doesn't make sense.
That's the whole placebo effect, though. It's, I can go to my doctor, listen, doc, I got the flu. Okay, Chris, take these sugar pills. I take the sugar pills now for what my body naturally, my immune system cured me of the flu. I'm gonna say, listen, it's like aspirin. Like,
let me tell you something about placebo pills, right? Doctors, regardless of what you see on TV or in movies or whatever, when placebo pills are issued, most of the time it's in some sort of experiment. It's usually a trial to see, this is the real medicine, this is the placebo. Let's give these people the real medicine, let's give these people the placebo. That's usually how it's done. It's not a situation where you walk into someplace and the doctor's like, I'm just going to write this guy some placebo. Like this, it doesn't usually, I'm not saying it can't happen that way, but it usually doesn't happen that way. And the reality of it is, most doctors, if the doctor gives a fuck about you, about saving you, they're not going to prescribe you aspirin when you say, hey, doc, I've got a tumor growing in my kidney. He's not going to say, take this aspirin and go home. That's not how you treat a tumor. So if he told me that, if I walked in there with a tumor and he said, yo, take this headache medicine and, if you're fine tomorrow, come, like, I'm going to think this dude's a quack, right? So for me, I feel like when he says, oh, my doctors prescribed me ivermectin, it wasn't that cut and dry. It wasn't that simple. It just clearly wasn't, because your doctor is clearly showing you that he doesn't give a fuck about your life if he's prescribing something to you that he knows has nothing to do with what's ailing you. If your doctor legitimately knows this ivermectin is a dewormer, and he's telling you take it for COVID, what is that telling you about your doctor? Like that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how doctors are becoming nowadays. Like fucking, it takes like some guy with a fucking white coat to write out a script or something. And but
I also know that if you're rich, you could pretty much get anything you want from a doctor.
Yeah, but it does come down to it. So it's like, I think it just it could be just, yeah, I could catch pneumonia and stuff. Say, I was taking fucking Tums and stuff. Next, I got over pneumonia, and say I beat pneumonia through my body's natural immune system. And I walk around telling people, hey guys, like Tums cures fucking pneumonia and shit. Like,
and this is the scary thing: people that have pneumonia that are desperate for a cure will try Tums. Yeah. They'll be like, oh, well, Chris said he took Tums and it healed him. And they're going to be like, oh, shit, I'm going to try Tums because I really need a cure for this pneumonia that's killing me. So it's like, that's the way that's going to go. But
that's why I felt that watching the clip and listening to him talk about it, he just said, he was saying, he's like, guys, he's like, I'm not saying that the thing fucking works. I don't know if it's a cure. He goes, I'm just saying I took it. I'm fine with that. But he's like, this is the thing. Like you're saying, it's just like, it's hard when you have that kind of platform.
This is the thing. The way he worded it, like when you say he's wording it like, well, I'm not saying it's a cure. The reason he worded it that way is because he understands what being liable for what you say is like. Legally, he wants to make sure that he's not telling anybody to do it. So he can say from a legal standpoint, I didn't tell anybody to do it. But he knows to have the platform he has where he's the most listened to podcast in the fucking country right now.
Yeah. Right.
You're not going to tell me that he doesn't understand that people will listen to him and will do what he says. He knows they will. So he has to do that disclaimer. He has to make sure that it's clear that he's not explicitly saying, go do this. Because that would make him liable. He doesn't want to be. But it's just crazy. Like, I hate the fact that he could be that, like he could do that knowing the effect it'll have and then pretend that like, well, I didn't know anybody was going to do it, or I didn't think people will follow what I said. I said it, but I know they would do it. Like it's weird. Like I just hate look, what's driving me crazy is not even Joe Rogan. He's not even who's bothering me. What's bothering me is the fact of millions of people out there will fight the vaccine, but go take a dewormer. That's what's driving me crazy. Yeah. Like that shit is making me, I want to scratch my eyes out right now. Like, what? Like why you, when there was no FDA approval, there was emergency FDA approval for use of the vaccines. Everybody was like, oh, well, that's emergency. Yeah, it's not a real approval. I don't want to know. Why that bothered me initially is because it's a joke excuse. It's not a real excuse. It's just one of them things you throw out there because people don't give a fuck about FDA approval. Some of the shit we eat on a daily basis is not approved by the FDA. We scarf it down anyway. Some of the shit we drink, a lot of us smoke. There are people out there that do drugs, and I'm not talking about the fun recreational drugs. I'm talking about meth. Like there are people out there with no teeth in their face that can't even walk down the block straight because they're fucked up. But these are right. Like, but people will still say, like, yo, I'm not gonna take this vaccine because it's not FDA approved. You don't give a fuck about FDA approval because when the FDA did approve it with actual approval, people still found reasons not to do it. And now we have a drug that the FDA is telling you this drug isn't for COVID, and people are taking it and justifying it. And oh god, let me stop. Let's talk about something else. This is gonna make me go outside and punch a baby in the face.
Sounds racist. That was a good fucking hour breaking that shit down. Actually, no, because before I start pulling up my fucking 10,000 news articles in the past few weeks, because it's, because I've talked to you about this before, like, why don't we have a consistent schedule? Besides, obviously, you being down here, the reason it's been like 2.5 weeks since I've uploaded is because everybody I fucking know is either working or just Chris, I'm too tired, or Chris, I still don't feel like talking, and like, I can't put a fucking gun to anybody's head and come down here. The biggest thing I see from podcasts, whether it's Joe or like the guy listening to Ralph, is a lot of people, when podcasting your job, it's different. But all my friends, everybody I know, except for my mother who's in disability, everybody I know is working right now. And people, and even like I said, Selena, she'd be here, but she's working till midnight. I don't know anybody, you and me, well, for the most part, you have a kind of a set schedule in a sense, but like being a bus driver, fuck, my schedule is all over the fucking place. Yeah. So, but I wish more people would come down. I love to promote this stuff more. I want to start creating that. I was telling you about this thing called Pod Match, where it's like you and me could be like guests on other people's fucking podcasts, and then come on our podcast through our Zoom meetings, which I'm definitely all down from promoting that shit.
Yeah, that sounds like that sounds fun, because I would like to interact with other people.
Definitely. So, but before I start, I got plenty of fucking comical news articles, because we were talking in person not too long ago about because I didn't tell Selena, because Selena's like, hey, how's Al been? I want to talk to Al. I want to hear his stories. I said, well, when Al comes over, he said, I kind of want to go back and forth between taking a break from your hijinks for the past few months, news articles. But I know at one point you said, like, Chris, I got like 4 hours of shit worth to tell you what I've been up to.
I was about to start telling you, but I'm going to hold off until we got a bigger crowd.
All right.
But I'm telling you, I had a few funny things happen to me.
Yeah. I mean, anything like, before I pull up a news article, anything like recent you want to, or like something, I don't know.
Nah, the only thing that I think that's kind of forefront in my mind is how I'm easily influenced by other people. I had a couple of friends that started buying new vehicles, and even though my car is perfectly fine, I'm like, yeah, I want a new vehicle now.
I mean, that's the teenager mentality, you know? Fucking, you're in high school and stuff, and all your friends got like whatever, fucking black trench coats or something. They got the new Transformers toy. I gotta have it too. I mean, so
unfortunately for me, I legitimately can't afford to go out and get a whole brand new vehicle.
Oh, God.
And everybody's buying brand new, not secondhand, not used. They're buying, like, guy that works with me just went out and bought the new I forgot what it is, the Trail Boss there for, I think it's Chevy Silverado. Yeah. Like, it's a nice truck. When I tell you this truck is nice, nice, but it's that shit is like fucking almost 50 grand.
Yeah.
And I just don't want that kind of depth anymore. Like, I'm slowly eking myself out of depth.
And that's what I'll get into, like, you know, because I remember Carlton was here. Somebody goes, damn, you guys are always breaking down money and stuff. I said, well, kind of the point of being blue collar, Carlton, but how bad this economy is, because we're still seeing, like, even in Albany, and I know you see this around Albany, Schenectady, Troy, I can't go half a city block without seeing a fucking now hiring sign. Yeah. And I don't understand how we're still at record-breaking low for people trying to fucking get employees.
A lot of people don't want to work anymore. This is the one thing that COVID has done, is expose the fact that a lot of people at work could work from home. And there's a thing I was reading this article online where there was some school somewhere was doing a study, and they talked about, like, it's something like 35% of people that had a job was just like, I don't want to work anymore. I'm going to go ahead and stay home. Yeah. And they're actually finding jobs that will let them work from home. Yeah. And a lot of companies are starting to say, you know what, we need employees. We need the work we have to get done. And if, letting them work from home is the way to do it, that's what they're doing. Yeah. A lot of companies are going under because they just can't get the people to work. Yeah. They can't get people to come in.
You and me are facing this on a
daily basis. Our job is we're going through it. There's a lot, we are so short of people. It's ridiculous.
You're not bullshitting. I've told Elise, because like Selena's still working on getting her license, but even she's like, if she gets her license ready, she'll possibly get a CDL permit. But I have friends, I probably told Elise, even on Facebook and direct messages, maybe 20 people I know. Hey guys, if you guys need work, I can get me an Al. I will get you, because I want the fucking the reference bonus. That's what. No, I actually said, because I listened to Steven Crowder, he had one of his coworkers and stuff in the YouTube, and the guy was saying how his wife is a nurse and stuff, and how she left her job for a different place because of the mandate, which is another topic. But he was mentioning how he said nurses are like record-breaking low. He goes, Steve, I'm not joking. He goes, right now, he's like, if you want to be a nurse right now is the prime time. He goes, you have nurses. No, he's like, I'm not even bullshitting. That hospital's giving nurses $10,000 sign-on bonuses. He goes, they're giving fucking nurses double overtime, where like nurses just walking in and working a shift, they're making $250 fucking dollars an hour, which also and that's part of me, since we started this shit being blue collar, it's like, it's funny how it took like a shitty economy and a fucking pandemic. Oh, now we're going to start paying nurses. Because it wasn't too long ago where I'd pull up a fucking news article and some nurse is in New York City and she's broke and I got to make an OnlyFans because I can't pay my goddamn rent. Now it's like, hey guys, now let's start giving nurses $200 an hour. And people would always say, well, how much money should nurses make? I'm like, I'm not saying every nurse in this country should be a fucking millionaire, but the fact that a nurse had to make an OnlyFans because she can't buy groceries is kind of, people.
And you know what bothers me about the fact that it takes this to let people see? It's like, dude, we never had to be here. Like, every job should pay a wage where a person could comfortably live, especially in an industry like the hospitals make money. Like, regardless of what anybody tells you, when they're charging $800 for a single aspirin, please believe they can afford to pay the nurses better wages.
Yeah.
Doctors make a stupid amount of money, but granted, I'll say this, as doctors, they should make that because they're responsible for saving lives, and surgeons, doctors, people that went to school for that amount of time to learn what they know. That's a very specific task that not everybody could do. They should get paid.
I agree.
Nurses are the next in line for doctors in that field, in the medical field. They should make decent money. Like, there should not be any nurse that is working. Like, people, and I could say this because there are women in my family that are nurses. I know I don't have a 100% firsthand view, but like there's been times where I went to the jobs of my sisters just to hang out, sit down, bring them something or whatever, and I see the kind of shit that they have to do. Nurses work. Yes, like they work. It's not like something where they go in and they sit down. I mean, after years in seniority, you might get a position where you could just sit down and boss people around, but initially when you go into that field, you work every day. You work. You earn that money.
Well, so you know what happens? It's the whole stigma, though. Like, you and me have been there, like, sometimes before I became a driver, I was in the garage as a cleaner, and sometimes the driver would come by, and God forbid if I was on a 10-minute fucking break, you know? Mm-hmm. And driver happened to pull in that second. He goes, all right, come on, come into the garage at 5:10. These guys sitting around on their fucking phone. It's like, well, dude, you kind of pulled in on a break time.
Yeah, exactly.
And you got fucking nurses making TikTok videos. Oh, look, all the nurses are dancing stuff, having fun and stuff. And then now a TikTok video of like 10 nurses on the floor dancing or kind of hanging out, smiling or singing. Now it comes a stigma. All nurses do is sit around all fucking day, make TikTok videos and stuff. That's stigmas.
It's stupid that people think like that, because I get it. I do get it. But here's the thing. No matter how labor intensive your job is, there's always downtime. There's always moments of downtime. And if you like, I feel like if I started making TikTok videos of me dancing with people at my job, people are going to turn around and be like, well, these guys don't ever do any work. That's the furthest from the truth. Like, yo, I'm not even going to get into that. But assuming that nurses don't work because you see some TikTok videos is just retarded. That's like, you've got to be an idiot to believe it. That's like telling me, like, well, these guys, the teachers at school don't teach because every time I see this teacher, she's posting a TikTok video of her dancing. She's a teacher, so she gets like 2 recess breaks or 1 recess break and a lunch break. Like, whenever the kids are out of class, she gets to sit down for a minute. But in her free time, she's doing stuff. It doesn't mean she's not at work all day working. Like, well, people are too dumb to grasp that.
I'll forever say this. This was years ago, back in the fucking day when I was 24 years old and I was working at the post office. And the post office, like nurses, first off, if you're at the post office, the only time your legs are a fucking not on the game ground is if you're driving to a different spot. In fact, in Albany, they actually had what they would call walking routes. They would, some routes in the city, because some cities, and especially in Albany, certain streets, like off down Lark Street, the postal trucks are so big they can't fit down the side roads. So what they do is, like down Lark Street, they would have a big fucking postal truck. Every corner, there's these big fucking green mailboxes. They would drop off like bundles and bundles of fucking mail. They would give you a bus pass, and you leave the postal garage, catch a bus up to Lark Street, and then your whole shift was walking down Lark, hitting every fucking corner there, walking all down the side streets and delivering fucking mail. And this mail was like, first off, I've said it before, I came home a couple of times in different routes. I one time took my fucking mail bag and brought it to my grandmother's house. I went into the bathroom, used her weight scale, put my fucking mail bag on the weight scale. My fucking mail bag weighed 75 fucking pounds.
Imagine walking around with that all
That
day.
was on my shoulder all fucking day long. And this is when it's, -5 outside or 120 degrees. And I told people, I shit you not, I had back in the day in that freezer over there, I got a big gallon of high C. And the high C, once I fucking drank it, I emptied it out, filled it with water. I would go to fucking bed about 11, 12 o'clock, have the fucking high C that was full of water into the freezer. Wake up in the morning, it's a big ass fucking brick. I would put that high C empty fucking gallon to the back of my truck. By mid shift, I'm talking 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire fucking thing was gone. And I still feel like I was fucking thirsty. That's how much I was goddamn sweating. So the point fucking being was that, like, so I was at the fucking post office stuff, and this is like, you're spending 8, 9, 10, 11 fucking hours walking. I had one day, I'll never forget this, I was doing a fucking route, and I had like a 10-minute fucking break to myself. I happened to be near a fucking Burger King. Went to Burger King, got like a Whopper and fucking some fries and a Diet Coke, parked on the fucking side of the freaking road, was gnawing the shit down, basically like a fucking hungry prison animal and stuff. Next fucking day, get a phone call, complaint. Why was the fucking driver sitting in his fucking truck eating fucking Burger King, not delivering the mail? And I'm like, I just worked a 13-hour day and had a 10-minute break over the course of a 13-hour day. You piece of shit. You got the balls to criticize. I haven't fucking pissed or shit. I even got a 10-minute break is all I had in a 13 fucking hour shift. And the one time I sit down to eat, you're gonna fucking complain. Fucking.
I don't even understand what people get out of doing that, other than they want to have some kind of control over your life. Like they're miserable. I have a friend who works at Time Warner and down in New York City, and he goes through that shit all the time. Like he'll be on his break and he'll park the van somewhere and he'll get something to eat, and then you'll have people that'll complain, like they'll literally take pictures of him and send it to his company.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this guy's on break and blah blah blah. Why is he eating and this and that? He's supposed to be at work. Like I'm like, what the like, you don't think people get lunch breaks? Like, why would you, like, what kind of person are you where you feel like it is your job to get somebody fired because they're eating something?
Yeah.
Like, that's you, like, what kind of scumbag are you?
And then, like, this has been my whole fucking point of this fucking podcast. But then you'll hop on TV or hop on YouTube or hop on any of your fucking social media, hop on TikTok, and you'll support these fucking people that are making fucking 30-second videos and stuff and everything. But yeah, the guy out there said who's busting his fucking ass and stuff.
Who's physically laboring, sweating and busting his ass. That's the guy you have a problem with.
God, yeah. So, but so back to nurses thing. But it's just like, because you said this before, and I 100% agree with you. Not too long ago, I had fucking surgery. I had to have a doctor, and I sent him a fucking card, shook his hand, gave him a handshake, and fucking damn near fucking blew the guy. Like, the guy cut out a foot of my fucking colon, like not an inch of 12 inches of my fucking colon. I needed that man to fucking save my life and actually repair my fucking stomach and intestines and stuff. I needed this fucking man. If he makes $1 million a year, I'm okay with that. Okay.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, I'm sitting here talking to you now because somebody went into my stomach, cut my stomach open and cut out or when I was 16, somebody removed my appendix. Had they not done that, I'd be dead right now. Okay. If this guy makes $10 million a year, I'm good with that shit,
Facts.
Seriously. So,
Facts.
Yeah. So yeah, people got the stigma, but it's amazing since the day we started this fucking podcast, you mean Junior, the stigma where how dare a doctor or a fucking nurse or somebody that we really fucking need. Like if you told anybody a fucking postal worker was making $500 an hour delivering mail, this is fucking bullshit. And like, well, I mean, the digital age is different, but like you kind of need your mail, like I'm fine with that YouTube shutting down. I'm fucking Twitch, TikTok, they can all shut down. I'll be okay. I need my fucking bills in the mail though. But,
Facts.
Yeah. It's like you said, my sister Jamie, it's like whenever Jamie comes down again, the hours Jamie fucking works, and yeah, you think Jamie's working a 23-hour shift and she's just sitting the whole time sitting at a fucking laptop watching Netflix? You're out your goddamn mind. My sister kills herself, so yeah. But but it's scary though, because I've asked this question that when no one can answer this. You and me have fucking bills, and besides people that are getting paid from home though, but unemployment, to my knowledge, isn't it? Now it's September 18th now. Isn't it all done? Because if no one's going back to work, then what the fuck are you doing for money?
I'm not going to pretend I even know, because I have no idea what people are doing at this point. Who fucking knows?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that some people either stashed away something or found a way to, I don't know. I have no idea. Anything I say is a lie. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
But this is the scary part. Every other fucking week I read about, hey, look, McDonald's or Amazon or fucking pizza or anybody, they're building 10, 15, 30 more automated machines. And how dare these automated machines come out and stuff? These automated machines are cutting jobs. But then I'm like, well, McDonald's is shutting down because they have no fucking workers.
See, this is the double-edged sword. People talk about automated machines. Right now, there are companies right now that are tasking engineers with building. Like right now, there's a push. People in the industry pushing Elon Musk to make driverless trucks.
Yeah.
And the reason they're doing that is because for the longest time, companies are trying to hire drivers, but nobody's doing the work. Like, and I get annoyed when I hear people say, oh, these guys are coming in our country and taking our jobs. There are literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of jobs that Americans just won't do. Like, they're like, dude, right now, dude, I got shown this. I got shown this a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't believe it, but I actually went online and looked it up, and it's true. In Texas, right now, there's a trucking company that is paying $14,000 a week for drivers. Google that shit.
Hold up, Jesus Christ.
There's a few stipulations to it, but I was like, yo, if I wasn't so comfortable where I was, and if I had my own truck to go work for these people, I would be out of here. I would be gone.
Texas company, right?
Yeah.
Paying $14,000 a week
for truck drivers.
Paying 14.
I looked it up and it blew my mind.
Of course, Google's just like, hey, Chris, the third article popped up.
I'm telling you, that shit.
Holy fuck, foxbusiness.com. One Texas trucking company is willing to pay some of its experienced drivers a salary of as much as $14,000 per week as it seeks to combat the effects of a nationwide driver shortage. It's Sisu Energy, based in Fort Worth, specializes in bulk transport items like proppant, barite, flat ash, cement, and salt, so basically minerals. And I'm about to move.
I'm telling you, I started reading the article, and I'm like, yo, right now, this is how desperate they are for drivers. Shit. They're paying out ridiculous salaries. There are companies paying like $10,000, $15,000 sign-on bonuses for drivers, and people just aren't driving. I was like, yo, there would never be a situation where I would be out of a job in this economy that's begging for employees. Like anybody that's not working, I'm sorry to say, you're choosing not to work at this point.
Saying that the average frac and hauler type typically earns between $10K and $13K per week, the company said. At first, these drivers will receive an 80 to 20% split. Once they run 60 or more loads, they get a split of 83%. Whew. Wow, it says the average weekly pay for these drivers right now is between $8,000 and $9,000. The company only works with owner operators and does not have any of its own trucks or trailers. Yeah. So,
see, if I had my own truck, like the guys that are owner operators, right out there and find out about these people. People are willing to pay the money you need to live good if you're willing to do the work. That's it.
Well, it's funny. Like, I mean, whenever we get fucking YouTube going, I was listening to these guys today, like said the Critical Drinker and the guy Gary Nerdrotic. And one point, Gary was talking about, kids and stuff and people. And he goes, right now is a prime example to like, earn a trade, become a fucking plumber. They're in high demands, become an electrician. And I'll forever get back to this because I'm going to pull up an article later, but I would even say to Gary and these guys and anybody, I would say, well, Chris, tell your 14-year-old to become a fucking tradesman. But then again, I'm like, a lot of it's hard motivation because then I'll pop up an article, a girl 16 years old started TikTok.
That's right. I was just about to say it. I was about to say it, and you hit it right on the head.
A 16-year-old fucking girl the past year just made $1 million on TikTok. So why the fuck should my kid become a plumber for?
Dude, look at the girl, the most popular girl on TikTok right now. She just got
Allison
a TV
Ray?
show on Hulu.
Allison Ray.
Yeah. Whatever her name is, I don't know her name.
I was telling Selena about this. She just signed a fucking 3-movie Netflix deal from fucking making TikTok videos. I quit, man.
And I'm like, yo, that's like having a vocational skill is good, and they're paying out of the like. If you want to be some type of laborer work like in masonry or be a carpenter or a welder, a plumber, like these jobs are paying exceptionally well. Yeah. But people don't want to do manual labor anymore. Everybody wants the easy way out. Everybody wants to be TikTok famous. Like you literally could go on TikTok and there are more people doing YouTube skits and TikTok videos than there are people doing anything else in this country. Like there is no company that has the amount of employees each individual company has would not even come close, not even a percentage of the amount of people doing TikToks hoping to become celebrities. Yeah, and it's crazy.
And that's why I even told Selena Selena's problem is like when we did karaoke, my sister Jen was like, she can sing, but she's very shy. Mm-hmm. I keep saying, Selena, like, and not as your boyfriend, but like, for fuck's sakes, honey, I've seen girls in other words, are tone deaf as fuck who can barely sing a fucking note and don't have your body and they're making some fucking bank. And
listen, what you should do is talk her into doing TikTok videos. They're like
I told her about that. No, I told him she's just like Selena's so like she'll sing in the shower. She'll sing every time we go to fucking karaoke. She sings. Everybody either fucking stops, gives her a standing ovation, or my sister's like, your fucking girlfriend can sing. You tell her that though, but because she's still getting out of her shell, like, well, I'm not that good. And I'm like, I'll pop on TikTok. Selena, look at this one chick. She can't. She's nowhere near as talented as you, and she's got 200,000 followers. And like, oh Christ! But no, actually, since we're here now, I've been wanting to share this article, and I wanted to share it with you of all fucking people because this popped up 3 fucking days ago, and I had to save it on my phone because I wanted to strangle a kitten. Because this chick, Charlie D'Amello.
That's the one I'm talking about. She's the one who's got the Hulu show.
Well, I heard about. I guess. Well, she got Hulu, another one got Netflix deal, so I can't keep fucking track of them. But said she started posting videos of herself, literally. It's what were you and me doing 2 years ago besides working, But so she started posting, this is on Facebook from Playground. It says she started posting videos of herself dancing in her bedroom. like, dancing, you know? I mean, when she was 15 years old, how dare I send my son to school tomorrow, you know? I mean, what an asshole dad I am, Christian. Go to school. Dad, fuck you. I'm going to make TikTok videos. So at 15, she was making videos. And TikTok, I'm not sure if you've seen the TikTok updated. Now you can make 3-minute videos.
Yeah.
But remember before, it was only 30 seconds?
Yeah, it was a short
So 2 years ago, she's making 30-second fucking videos. And all right. 2 years later, more than 124 million people follow her on TikTok. Give me a second. 100 million people follow a girl, a 15-year-old, that was making 30-second videos. Okay. She has published a book because why wouldn't she? Because I mean, I'm sure a 16
because she's got so much life experiences to tell me about.
I mean, she's got so much of a fucking opinion. She created a podcast because, of course, she created a podcast because that's why I keep telling people, you know, guys like me and Al drinking Jack Daniels in a basement, we can compete with her. She has a clothing line. Of course she fucking does because, you know, she's laboring away making fashion designs and stuff and a makeup line because, of course, she does. Stars in a reality show. And amassed a fortune of approximately, here we go, boys and girls, here's Chris and Al's, our fucking society is fucked. Her fortune, allegedly, at 17 years old, is $8 million. At 17 years old, from fucking TikTok. And here's the thing that makes me seriously. I'm not a fan of hitting girls. I'm really not. But when I read this shit,
it's shit like that has all these children thinking,
it is.
I could be the next TikTok celebrity or the next
like
YouTube
Charlie.
celebrity, and now TikTok is so saturated with people trying to be TikTok famous that it's ridiculous. Like now, everybody would rather, you know, make 1 million TikTok videos than go get a job.
Exactly.
You know, it's like, it's crazy.
Because the rest of the article, and this is pissing me the fuck off, Al, and this is like where we're coming with this. Anyway, she no longer enjoys dancing, and her fame has become a huge challenge to her mental health. Remember, Al, now at 17 years old, what did you have? At least, do you have $2 million in the bank, $3 million in the bank? I mean, remember?
My vast fortune at 17 years old
at 17,
made me uncomfortable with life.
How hard was your life at 17 worth $8 million? My God, I feel so fucking bad for you, sweetheart. She says, I feel like I've had a constant anxiety attack. She says during her show, of course, a documentary series that shows her successful career as a TikToker is also a source of stress and also exhaustion. Well, I mean, 2-minute videos do take a lot out of you. I mean, if I'd made 1 2-minute video today, how the fuck can I compete with them nurses working 14 hours? They're lazy compared to her, you know? Every day, this 17-year-old teenager receives a dose of hatred. Yeah, I do. And questions on her social networks about whether she deserves her success. She doesn't. The documentary clearly illustrates the contrast between the happy videos of her dancer and the regret she faced in her daily life. And now that her hobby has turned into a 24-hour job. Dancing used to be the most fun thing in my life, and now I don't like it. Okay, well, you could get a real job like me and Al, because again, when Al's like working 17 hours, when it's mid-August, sweating his balls off, and you can feel swamp ass, he's just having a grand old time. Like, you know, like, so bitch.
This is the thing that bothers me is like when they legitimately start complaining about, oh, well, I used to love doing this and it's made me all this money, but I don't like it anymore. Like, yo, if I could find something that's going to make me a millionaire, regardless of if I like it or not, I promise I keep doing it. Like,
I'm going to tell you right now, as somebody, I see my fucking paycheck on Friday, and this is me working on our last holiday, and I worked 15 hours overtime. I'm not going to reveal what my check was, but for $8 million, I'll let you every day wake me up at 4 o'clock in the morning and fucking teabag me for the next fucking year, okay? I mean, seriously, just put your nuts, and you know, and then put that on TikTok as well, okay? Like, just, I'm going to say Chris has big black balls in his fucking face that are sweaty, you know? I'll even fucking lick him at this point, you know? Just to say, for $8 million goddamn dollars, you know? And
I just hate when they get to the point of complaining, oh, my life is so hard now because I'm
17,
rich. I'm 17 years old and filthy rich, and it's so hard.
No one liked because I probably pissed people off. I showed the GIF, remember Zombieland, the part with Woody Harrelson crying with the money and shit. I put down, I put down, $8 million by 17 making shitty TikTok videos. Go see the average fucking salary of a nurse or firefighter or 100 other essential jobs. You got my sympathy. Yeah. Then, of course, you have this stupid bitch. This is a 17-year-old girl with almost no life experience, and everyone in these comments are bullies. Go get help. Don't be assholes. It looks like you're jealous. It's like, we're not jealous, but like, you know, We're not the ones complaining about being rich. Like,
the thing is, no matter how jealous you think I am, here's the reality of it. If I have to watch a 17-year-old girl bitch about how hard life is because she's 17 and filthy rich with a bunch of followers on an app,
yeah,
I'm gonna send a little bit of hate her way. I am gonna say you're undeserving because right now you're complaining about all the people that made you wealthy and made you famous. Now you're mad because you don't want to dance anymore because it's a job now.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. Your life is not hard.
Because what we're all saying,
nothing hard about what's going on with you.
Like this guy said, I always respond to one dude, but he's like, walk away. You have enough money to do something else and never have to work again a day in your fucking life. God, I wish I had your problems.
Facts.
Yeah, and I put down, I was like, I put this guy named Christian Vino, and I was like, I'll tag him, like, I was like, yeah, Christian, no one I know, my friend or family, my coworker is even pulling 6 figures. Al, you're a mechanic, okay? And you are a pretty skilled individual. You make a pretty good living. I know you're not fucking bringing in 150 grand a year.
Yo, listen, here's the thing, at my job, I could make over 100 grand a year, but I'd have to pull some serious overtime.
Oh, like, well, I mean, top of working 90 hours a week for the next 6 years.
Exactly.
So,
90 hour a week for the
again,
whole.
And do we want to fucking really break down Al working 17 hours versus making a fucking minute TikTok video? The amount of stress and labor going into dancing in your fucking bedroom. But I put down, I was like, look, no, and this is true. No one I know, even Carlton. Carlton's making technically more money than us. Carlton actually fucking did through fucking military. He's got a degree. Carlton's only fucking making probably a couple thousand more than we are and shit. But the point is, so I put down, even people I know with degrees, I was like, yeah, I'm going to look at my check tomorrow and be like, fuck, if only 2 years ago I could work for a year on my phone and take the rest of my life off.
I mean, let me tell you what really bothers me is that we had no way of knowing this is what the future would be. Like if at the age of 16, somebody had said to me, yo, in a couple of decades from now, 2 or 3 decades from now, we're gonna create these platforms where you could make a shitload of money doing absolutely nothing. My guy, I would have straight up and down prepped myself for it. Like, nope, this is what I'm doing. This is what my life's going to be.
Yeah, fucking drink after that one.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, if I had to I'll say it loud to them, like, my 15-year-old, I'm not just fucking telling my 14-year-old, buddy, tomorrow you're quitting fucking school. I tell people, Chris, what kind of parent are you, you know? I had my goddamn 14-year-old fucking quit high school, and the fucked up part is, what if, just play that devil's advocate, what if I told tomorrow my 14-year-old to fucking quit high school, and in 3 years, he had 100 million fucking followers, and was worth more than me and you?
It would have been worth telling him to fucking quit. It would have been worth it, like, because now he's got all this, you know, like, shit.
So... Oh yeah,
it's crazy.
No, it's 99.9% of fucking times, every single fucking time. It's the two arguments that clap back at you. Is number one, how does it affect you? Number two, why are you jealous? And I'm like, well, number one, it doesn't affect me. But the thing is, when I see an article out there, you feel obligated to talk about it. It's like if some woman fucking strangles her baby and shit in fucking Minnesota, it doesn't affect me directly. If I see an article about it, I feel kind of obligated to talk about it because a woman strangled her fucking kid. Yeah. So, I mean, but the thing is, there's no articles about fucking said. I mean, freaking let tomorrow, but Big Al, like, Chris, listen, here's a check for $5 million. I'm like, Al, I'm fucking depressed, man. How dare you only give me $5 million? I'm like, what the fuck? I'm so stressed out, Al. The emotional turmoil of getting a check for only $5 million. What will I do with myself? Oh no.
For anybody that says, how does it affect me? I'm going to go ahead and pose your own question back towards you. You feel like I shouldn't have an opinion. I shouldn't talk about her crying about how hard life is when things aren't really that bad. Then guess what? Me making a comment about it doesn't affect you in any way. Shut the fuck up and keep it pushing. Like, you know, like if we're going that route, then you shouldn't even take the time to respond to anything I say.
See, I do talk about because then, which to me is, I still believe in, there's got to be at least some kind of justice or karma or something out there. Because then 6 months, a year from now, when I read about she's fucking bankrupt, then I'm gonna sit back and just with my nice fucking cup of Jack and just like. You know,
see, here's the thing. I'm going to be honest. I don't even wish bankruptcy or anything ill on her. I just wish that anybody that's in a space where they make that kind of money, do something positive with it. I'm not saying donate your whole fortune away.
Yeah.
I'm saying take at least like 1% or even a 0.5% of all the money you have, put it towards a charity, put it towards something that's doing some good, and stop whining about having it so good.
Yeah.
Like listen, people love you. You have millions of fans.
Yeah.
Stop whining, because to them it just feels like you're ungrateful.
Yeah.
Like they put you in that position and they still continue to support you, but instead of you being grateful, you're whining about how hard your life is because you're young and rich.
Yeah,
like get over yourself. Like knock it off.
You just said recently, like, you know, most people, like, I put a down payment, like I was going to talk to you about. I put a down payment on a car back in actually for my birthday. I turned fucking 40 years old and stuff, and yeah, actually, before we get into that, how do you feel like, because we didn't talk since then, now I'm fuck officially the big 40 and stuff, like, how did like, when you hit the big 40, did anything mentally, physically, like, did anything change for you? Like, I feel like there's some kind of a milestone that should have hit me.
This is the thing, right?
I know it's just a number.
There's a decline that you'll feel, right? But it'll start happening before you're 40. You'll start feeling somewhere in your mid-30s.
Yeah.
But everything, you remember how fearless you were as like in your early teens?
God.
Like nothing was a problem. Like imagine how you felt. Like you're in the park flying kite, your kite gets stuck in a tree, you run up that tree, grab your kite, come back down. It's not even a thing that you think about, you just do.
Yeah.
And when you're like in your late 30s, in your early 40s, it's like the smallest thing is comparable to falling out of a tree. It's like you get up in the morning and you literally like think about, you know, swinging your feet off the bed gently because, you know, it's the equivalent of falling from a 30-foot tree if your feet hit the ground wrong. Like it's just one of those things that happen. You don't realize it as it's happening. You just wake up one day and realize, like, fuck, man, it's happened. I'm here now.
Yeah.
You know, because I'm 42 years old. I'm about to be 43 this year.
Yeah.
And I feel like in my 30s, as I aged into my 30s, it was like I got closer to 40 and it just felt like everything was just completely different.
Yeah.
The weird thing about aging and about your body is that I'm pretty sure most people could attest to this, is like your brain literally doesn't feel like it's getting older.
Yeah.
Like the way you think when you're like around the age of like 10, you kind of always think that way most of your life. You gain some knowledge, you gain some experience, but you kind of still think the same way. But your body doesn't allow you to do the shit that you can do at the age of 10. Like it sucks, but
I've said that for the longest. Like I'm not sure when it stopped, but I think mentally I stopped aging when I was like 13.
Yeah,
I have the body before, because like the other day I was telling Selena about, you know, at work we have school trippers. I did a school tripper yesterday, and these middle school kids are anywhere from 12 to 14 years old. And of course, and I was telling Selena this, and you know this from experience, but hearing about it, I was talking to her about, next time I'm tempted, I'm not going because of work, but I'm tempted to put my fucking phone and just reverse it and hit video just to show her what it's like for these kids right now. And she's like, Chris, you're lying. I'm like, no. Like, Selena, you want to hear some vocabulary? And I kept thinking to myself, like, what if I was that age? Man, I was not talking like that. But so consciously, there's a part of me I'm looking at these kids, and I got to be very careful how I say this because it's, you know, it's the internet. But like, I kind of felt like, you know, mentally, I still feel like I'm a kid in the sense that, like, certain mannerisms, the stuff they like, the way we talk about video games and stuff, the way we talk about, like, you know, someone talk about Captain America or something, or like, hey, the new, like, you know, I've seen Shang-Chi or something, like, that is the fountain of youth, like Kevin Smith would say. Whenever I take my son to see Shang-Chi, or like, you know, fuck whatever, John Wick 4 is coming out, I still feel like a 12-year-old when I do. Like, every time I pop an Xbox, I was playing holy Christ. I was playing Xbox with Junior and my 14-year-old last night, and just thinking about Christian just turning 14, but like every part of me still feels, I don't feel like a 40-year-old man playing Xbox. Yeah. I don't. So it's like, it's, and now it's a creepy part is like, I still feel like in some ways I am a dad to him and I am supposed to teach him things, but I still feel like in some ways I'm like his peer, and I'm not sure how to describe it. I feel like I haven't aged in a very long time.
Because I'm telling you, that's just the way it is. Like, I promise you, there's like millions of people that think that way. It's like where your brain is at now. You kind of, it's where it was. Like you, like I feel like I hit my peak at like the age of 10 mentally. Like my brain is there. Like along the way, I learned stuff and I gained experience. I gained the knowledge, but it's like, all that is 10-year-old me that knows more stuff.
That's what I mean.
Like, you know, it's like, I don't feel like there's a lot of mental change It's my body just ages. My body cannot do the things I did at 10.
I feel like the knowledge I've learned is kind of like, it's like if you put your hand on a hot stove, after that first time you know that stove is hot, don't touch a hot stove. It's not that you're smarter in a sense, but you've learned don't touch that fucking hot stove.
Yeah, essentially, you just learn stuff.
I feel like my IQ is still the same, because even like I had, my last personal day was I brought Selena home. It was Saturday. So Sunday, I wake up 5 o'clock in the morning. Hey, I'm getting ready to go to work, and she's gonna hear this shit. She's probably gonna slap me, but it's funny as fuck. So I said to her, she didn't know this. Saturday, I was looking at the sheets and stuff before this new pick, and it says personal day Sunday. No one put in for personal day. I was, you know what? Then hey, I was like curious. I asked the dispatcher, can I get tomorrow off? No one put in for it. I said, yeah, nobody wants it. You want it? And I'm like, fuck, I'll take a random Sunday off, man. It's your last personal day for the year. Fuck, I'll take it. So she doesn't know this. So it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Hey, honey, I'm gonna leave and stuff, and get ready to give me a hug and kiss. And she's half awake. Okay. So she doesn't know I leave and stuff. I go to fucking Walmart. I go to Walmart for about a half hour, get some pancake mix and stuff, some eggs and everything. I come back, open her door in her apartment. She's fucking just knocked the fuck out. She didn't hear anything. So I go up behind her on the fucking bed. I took a video and showed this to my son, like the 12-year-old I am. I take a little fucking fuzzy, stuffed animal. I did the whole thing like the fucking fly. I take the friggin' stuffed animal, start rubbing it across her nose. She's like, smacking her nose. I wait a couple of seconds. I'm laughing so fucking hard. Go up to her face again, start fucking putting the fuzzy bunny by her fucking nose. She slaps herself in the fucking face. I duck down under the bed. I'm laughing my ass off. She rolls over on one side. I take the fucking bear. I say, taking the bear against her fingers. Her fingers go up. She grabs the fucking bear, and I duck back down. And then she rolls over again, and I'm just like, so then I put the fucking fuzzy bear against her nose. One eye opens up. She fucking screams. she starts slapping the shit out of me. What the fuck you fucking doing this? It's like I was wondering why this goddamn fly wouldn't leave me alone. And I did a fucking minute video. It's like, you piece of shit. Like, how long have you been here for? How did you get back in? And I'm like, when it comes to pulling pranks like a 10-year-old, I'm a fucking ninja. Like, you didn't hear me coming. You didn't hear nothing. She's like, I'm wondering why there's a fucking fly on my face. It wouldn't go away. It's like the shit like that I do. And it's like, I'm never gonna fucking grow up like it. Oh Christ. So that's what I ask you. But so far I've been fucking 40 officially a month now, and just no part of me physically my body, but I still feel like, besides a couple more fucking grays in the chin now in my head, I don't fucking feel like 40-year-old Chris. There's just no part of me feels like I'm probably gonna be like 50, 60. I'll probably be 70 still thinking I'm 20.
That's just the way you feel. It's a beautiful thing.
So but yeah, so that's what we were saying. The life experiences and the shit people you go through 100%. It's a fucking point that, I was saying with money and stuff, you were just saying like me, I have a 2012 car, I put a down payment on a truck, I want to get a 2021 truck and stuff, I put a down payment for a Ford Maverick. I want a Ford Maverick, and the thing is, I was looking at all kinds of fucking trucks, like you were saying. I'm looking at fucking Chevy Silverados, Ford F-150s, fucking 45, 46 fucking grand. I'm like, and that's new. Used ones, a used truck is like 35 grand, and I'm like, you realize how much money I'm making right now? And this new fucking Ford Maverick is a hybrid, and actually the gas mileage, it's really good. It actually matches my Honda Civic in gas mileage, and the market value is like $20,000. I did a couple customization nooks and crannies. The total fucking bill is like $26,000, and for a truck that's extremely fucking low, and I'm fine with that. But my fucking premise has been you want I'd say decent fucking truck. I want a decent truck. I'm not asking for a fucking Lamborghini. Yeah. I don't need a fucking Bentley. I don't need a fucking hover fucking board or something like that. I want a decent newer fucking vehicle. I want to live in a decent fucking house. We've said that 1,000 times on the fucking podcast. Most people just want a good fucking car, a good fucking house. Yep. So when you see people like us working 65, 70, 80 hours a fucking week, it's 2021, I'm driving a 2012 fucking Civic and stuff, with 140,000 miles. I'm not asking for a $200,000 car, just something reliable to get me fucking to and from work. Yeah. So when I've got about 15 grand put away in my bank account and stuff, and this is me making basically $30 an hour. And so I have to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. You've been there. Some fucking days I'm getting home at 6, 7 o'clock at night. You've been there where you've woken up at 5 o'clock in the morning and you've worked from fucking 6 a.m. until midnight and shit. Yeah. And you come home, your fucking feet are sore, your back is sore, your fucking hands are dirty. Look at your paycheck. Your paycheck is like $1,000 after deductions.
And then you're like, why am I working this hard?
And you're like, fuck. I mean, and my treat for last week was buying a pizza from fucking Little Caesars for $6 fucking goddamn dollars. Last night was my treat. Today's Saturday, and my fucking paycheck was yesterday. I got a friggin' large fries and some fucking egg foo young lunch meal from Chinese spot. I spent $8 fucking dollars on my treat for the week, which was some egg foo young gravy, egg foo young rice, and fucking French fries and stuff. That's my treat. Eight fucking dollars at Chinese spot. I felt like a fucking king and stuff. And you got the balls to be 17 worth $8 million goddamn dollars to talk about your struggles. And you're like,
oh, that's the shit that drives people crazy. Like,
so in that fucking vein, I want shit.
I keep hitting this button by accident. Let me take my hand off the goddamn thing.
I want to ask you. This becomes like you and me could be assholes, and I feel like as we've gotten older, I'm still that asshole, and you can be the asshole too. Like you're saying with your friend and the COVID situation. But when people on these platforms, the TikToks and stuff like the whole fucking Tide Pod challenge, when you see shit like that, do you feel like, say a kid dies from a Tide Pod challenge, does he deserve it, or is that fucking Darwinism and stuff? Like,
listen, when this is the thing. When people die doing something dangerous that they know is dangerous, I feel like there is no sympathy in me for it because you knew it was wrong. Like, there's nobody that. Like, the only people that I would feel any sympathy for is really young children that don't know any better, that's just emulating people, older kids that they see.
Yeah.
But if you're a teenager, the age of 15 or up, you know a Tide Pod is not edible. It's poison.
Yeah.
It says it on the label. It says it everywhere. You know it is. It's detergent. It's to clean shit. It's not for you to eat. It's not food.
Exactly.
So you eat it and you die. I'm not sorry. I feel like you did us a favor by taking yourself out the running.
And, I don't disagree with you. I mean, I think part of me still feels like sad in almost a sense, but just because I want to pull this up because I heard about this article on, this was from New York Post, but I wanted your take on it. So another TikToker. So this guy says, I never heard of this guy. TikTok star Timbo the Redneck, dead at 18 years old after his big booty truck tragedy. Basically what happened is, like, this is what sucks is, kid was fucking 18 years old, and who I really feel bad for, because you always can't, it's hard to blame the fucking parents and stuff, like, but his mother was 37 years old. 37. But his fucking mother, this guy had 200,000 followers and almost fucking 3 million likes with his videos. He was doing comedy videos about living in the South, and he was doing, like, driving his fucking big truck, like, doing donuts and stuff, and big kind of like, his big pickup truck kind of fucking stunts. So what happened was, he was out in his fucking front lawn, and he was doing donuts and driving in a front yard Saturday with his prize pickup truck, Big Booty Judy. Then the truck fucking flipped, ejected him out of the fucking truck. The truck lands on him and kills him instantly. So then, of course, his mother hops on TikTok saying, hey, listen, fucking, I want to freaking tell all the fans and everybody out there, my son just fucking died doing a fucking stunt and shit. Now, his mother's 37. I feel bad that a 37-year-old woman lost her 18-year-old. Like you were saying, the thing is, right now, we're so fucking heavily on becoming the next TikTok star, Instagram star or something. Dude, you're 18 years old. At 18, bro, you had your whole fucking life ahead of you, and you just fucking got killed from doing stupid truck fucking stunts on TikTok because, God forbid, you got a real job. So it's like...
That's the thing. It's the addiction of being famous coupled with the amount of money that TikTok will pay you. Like, you remember that guy a couple years ago that on YouTube told his girl to shoot him in the chest through a book because he thought the book was going to stop the bullet or whatever. He died. I
don't remember that one. So we've done so many. I don't remember that one now. But where was that?
I think that Google to see
sure.
Because I think there was a story about his girlfriend shot him because he was holding up a book and the book was supposed to stop the bullet, but it didn't stop the bullet. He died trying to do something for YouTube. Like, it's things like that when you've got to. I don't know. It's like I said, people are addicted to the fame and addicted to trying to make money and wanting to be famous at no matter what it takes, and doing extremely dangerous shit and losing their lives. Like, just, I don't know, dude.
That's what I'm saying. Like, no, it's like, I'm agreeing with you that part of me is just like, if you're Elliot's like fucking me stupid and shit, and like, yeah, he's 18. No doubt, but I definitely feel fucking bad for the mother.
And that's the thing. Like, you could empathize with the mother because at the end of the day, you know that is a woman that lost her son, and we're never going to be in the position of knowing what she feels, because we're not women and we didn't give birth to a child and we didn't lose that child. Yeah. So it's like, I could empathize to an extent of, I get that she's a grieving mother, so I don't want to just be callous, but at the same time, I look at her son and I'm like, was it worth? Like, is your life worth the antics? Like, you're risking the most important asset that you have, which is the very fact that you're alive, for people to like you, that people that you don't know to give you views and say, hey, that's cool, bro. and you could make some money on top of it. Is it worth it?
And like I'm not
like, and that's where like, and imagine this is the thing that bothers me, because I think about this weird thing where it's like, if you the amount of bravery that it took you to do these crazy things, the amount of drive that you had to do it. Imagine if you put that kind of drive and that kind of intellect into doing a regular job, or doing something that would have benefited you and your family, as opposed to risking your life over something that is, when it's all said and done, people are just going to move on to the next popular person.
I've said before endlessly, it's like when I see these people like this, me and Junior can't stand this guy, Dr. Disrespect, but like, Dr. Disrespect was on fucking Twitch, and for the longest time period, he didn't know why he was fucking banned on Twitch, which I'm telling myself that if you're supposedly, I'm not sure the guy's following, one of the top or 2 or 3 fucking Twitch streamers out there, if they banned you, there is a pretty fucking good reason they banned you for it, dude. Like, oh, I didn't know. Goddamn well they banned you.
He knows, just he wants to play stupid.
I seen fucking 2 weeks ago, apparently, now he says, oh, he finally fucking found out why Twitch banned him, but he won't tell anybody. So, of course, a lot of people were just saying, like, well, we heard rumors that fucking it was like some either sexual misconduct or sexual fucking assault or even like sexual harassment kind of things. But again, if you're making whatever, 100 grand, 200 grand sponsors, if Twitch got rid of you, dude, there's a fucking reason. But he's fucking banned off Twitch just like 6 months ago. Then, hey, look, Dr. Disrespect is now on fucking Facebook Gaming. Does Facebook Gaming for a little while. Didn't work out. Now he's on fuck YouTube Gaming. On YouTube Gaming, got a new YouTube channel. They got new sponsorships, got a new fuck website. But like, my premise is, now say fuck YouTube bans him. The point is, this guy and anybody like him, no matter how many platforms fucking ban you or what controversy you go through,
there's always somebody else willing to give him a chance.
Well, also, that 100%, but also the amount of fucking time and effort. Imagine if you actually did something productive, dude. It's like, but you will do everything in your like essence and being to avoid actual work.
You will work super hard to not work.
Yeah. Actually, you and me have said that. How many times have we talked about that fucking in the past, where it's like, we've had coworkers where like, they'll do so much to fucking not actually work that it either
it turns into more work. Like, I see that. I literally see that at least once or twice a week.
Yep.
Where somebody trying to take an easy route does so much more work than it would have if they just did what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, really.
Like, I see that shit at least twice a week.
But this is why, and I've said this, I've talked about people in my personal life, well, friends and family, about my son, because he just turned 14. But even 4 years ago, when he was still starting middle school as a Christian, I can't believe as a dad, but now we live in an age with, we have fucking TikTok and stuff and smartphones. As a fucking father talking to my middle school kids, we didn't have these fucking problems when I was in middle school. Have to tell my 10-year-old, my 11-year-old, buddy, do me a favor, never take pictures on your phone of your penis. Because there's 11-year-olds doing this shit. And like, as a dad, I'll find this article when I get my son next. Hey, buddy, do me a favor. Well, you're 14 now. When you're 16, I'll give you a license. Do me a favor. Do not make TikTok videos of you flipping fucking trucks over, because I don't want to see you dead. Like,
Facts.
But no, I pulled this up like you're saying. This was this is from fucking BBC News. YouTube prankster jailed for shooting her boyfriend dead. This was from March of 2018. So yeah, she was a U.S. woman. She was sentenced to 6 months imprisonment for shooting her her boyfriend in a botched stunt they would hope would go viral on YouTube. So yeah, because like I said, it's
and people will do dangerous shit like that just for like views. Like, it's like, I don't know. If you would put that kind of gumption into just doing a regular job, you would make it far in life.
Yeah.
Instead of putting your life on the line for people to say, "Oh my God, that is cool." Like, you're risking your life.
Yeah, I
don't know.
For the most part, every day my damn phone pops up because my phone hates me and I know it's spying on me, and I can't help but fucking read articles. I ignore 99.9% of them now because I'm just so sick and tired of, like, literally every single fucking day. No YouTuber, new fucking Twitch person, new Instagram person is banned because of this. Has happened to pop up as you were fucking talking. I had to click an article to read this to you real quick, and this is the kind of shit I talk about with the fucking toxicity and what people go through. But no bullshit. This is the headline which happened like 2 hours ago. Twitch streamer who was caught faking cancer criticized over her return. And this is the fucking problem we go through. Like, how much and I would tell her, you're a fucking cunt. Like, simple as that. You're
a real piece of shit for faking cancer.
That's like, she was Miss Dirty Bird, who was faked a cancer diagnosis, has been criticized for making her return to the platform 3 weeks after her lie unraveled. So not even a fucking month later, you're already back in the platform after you were fucking caught lying about a cancer diagnosis. It's just like, now, could you imagine any fucking, like, it's just like, if you and me went to a job and did something fucking horrendous and our job horrendous and our fucking job hired us back, but yeah, once she admitted, so she She was fucking claiming she had brain and lung cancer in streams dating back to January 2021. So, of course, she was dropped by a couple of fucking sponsors, good. And, of course, then she says she issued two apologies, which one of them seemed very script, which it probably was. But then she's claimed she's taking a break from streaming lasting between 6 months to a year. And, of course, she said she was going to take a 6 month fucking break. After three weeks, now she's back on fucking Twitch. What a shock, right? Because, God forbid, a month went by where you weren't on fucking Twitch begging for fucking donations all goddamn day. But she opened up her account again, and she wanted to apologize. Of course she did, asshole. But
this is the thing, you barely have to take any accountability for doing shit like that. Like,
yeah. And that's where we're fucking at. Where it's just like, imagine if like you have a fucking Twitch channel or like Instagram account or YouTube channel, and your channel's kind of fucking low key. What's a great way to get a bunch of fucking subscriptions or followers? Hey, I'll lie about fucking cancer and stuff. Then you get fucking caught, and well, I'm kind of fucking sorry about it.
She barely has to take accountability. Like there is some accountability. Oh, I did it, and I'm sorry, and I'll be back in 6 months, and comes back 3 weeks later. She barely took any accountability.
Yep.
Barely. She just and nobody. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like for people that will do shitty things like that, there's nobody to say, hey, have some fucking moral, have some decency about you. Like why they're like, consider the people that are actually fighting cancer or that have lost somebody to cancer when you're going to just lie about cancer to make some extra money through sympathy. I don't know. Some people are just real pieces of shit. Yeah. And these are the people that get online and donate fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars to without a second thought. But then you tell these same people, hey, why don't you donate some money to help the fucking poor and homeless? It's my money. I could do whatever I want. It is your money and you can do whatever you want, but you're a piece of shit because look at what you're doing with it.
Yeah.
It's like you're fucking just a piece of shit. You want to jerk off to some fucking 15-year-old girl on Twitch, but you won't help people that actually need help. Like, piece of shit.
How often does that fuck happen to you? You read about someone jerking off to a fucking Jesus Christ.
Shit. I seen some shit the other day. Somebody had sent me a video. This is some shit that happened in like some third world country somewhere. They caught this guy. He was attempting to rape this girl. They actually walked in on him trying to do it.
Holy shit.
Beat the shit out of him.
Good.
He's alive. They got him sitting up against this like the side of a building somewhere, and he's alive. Yeah. But his face is bloody. His arms and legs are broken. I mean, splinters of bones are sticking out. They beat the shit out of him. And every now and then somebody would walk by and kick him in the chest. Now, I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't advocate for that level of violence. And I'm not here to tell anybody run out and do this type of shit. But I didn't feel sorry for that guy. Yeah. Because when you're an adult male, you like, listen, this is the truth. I know I could have this debate forever with people. But this is the truth. The average adult woman, at some point in her week, is going to feel uncomfortable around an adult man somewhere for some reason.
Yeah.
The average girl getting off her job at the late shift, she's from her office door to her car in the parking lot. It's 9 o'clock at night, and it's dark out. That woman is uncomfortable. She's nervous. She's probably a little scared, maybe very scared. And she's an adult. Could you imagine a 5 or 6 year old having to fight off a grown-ass man in his 30s trying to forcibly have sex with her? Like, I'm not... The way they beat this guy, he was a bloody mess when they were done with him, but he was still alive. He was badly damaged. His face was totally fucked up. All his teeth were knocked out. Yeah. His arms and legs were broken badly. There were splinters of bones sticking out of his muscle, his limp arms and legs. Yeah. And I was sitting there like, that's a fitting punishment. I feel like you got off a little easy because you still have your penis attached, but you deserve that shit because that's crazy.
Well, I'm pretty sure. I think you and me talked about this in the past. That like, I mean, as a father myself, but you're still a brother and stuff, and a son, and you have females in your life. It's like I get the whole revenge thing and wanting to hurt people, but we've all talked about like. It's definitely a weird disconnect where it's like if somebody ever hurt my kid, part of me would want to kind of do that stuff. But then part of me is just also just like, do I just walk up to a guy and just put a fucking bullet in his head and be done with it? Like, do I want to take like 30, 40 hours? Like at some point, I guess it's like almost like what part do I lower myself? Where if I start like taking a guy and cutting off his dick, then cutting off his fucking toes and cutting off his fingers and cutting off just like what's the extreme part of like the revenge factor? You know what I mean? Like,
I'm gonna. I'm gonna tell you about my perfect revenge plot, but I'm not gonna say it on the airways because God forbid something happens to somebody in my family and I have to take revenge. I don't want to lay out my plan. I don't want
you watch too many Saw movies.
I don't want the DA to be like, nah, we got you word for word, verbatim, telling us how you were gonna do this. And look, we have this guy exactly the way you said it. So I'm not gonna split it out here. I'll tell you about it after we get off, but I promise you, if it depends on the level of thing you do, because I'll say it like this. The women that are in my family, I'm very protective of. Most of them are older than me, so I don't get to play a big brother role. Yeah. But I'm telling you this as a man. I'm looking you in your eyes, and I'll tell you, I'm not a thug. I'm not some bad guy. I'm not some gangster walking the street. But I will be goddamn if I let some guy violate my sisters, my niece, anybody in my family, and it just be fine. Like, it's just not, that's just not going to go with me.
I think, because remember, because you were the first one to do that. This was a while back, but I'm sure you remember. Remember the fucking video where like it was another country and the fucking guy was dead and the rock and stuff. Remember they crushed his head in?
Yeah. But, I still have that video actually.
Yeah, but I was saying,
he was another rapist. That guy, they caught him. They caught that guy trying to assault a young girl. Yeah. She wasn't as young as the one with the new one, and they beat him literally to death. They busted his head open with a giant rock. They beat his entire body into a pureed liquid, and just in the streets, people would walk by and just fucking.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, no, I understand why I did it for, but like you talked about in the past, you said like at some point though, now that his head is like literally a puddle, it's like, okay, what are you beating now? You know what I mean? It's just
people are still getting their angst out because this is the thing, right? That just goes back into the whole mob mentality thing I was talking about earlier. When people get riled up and they're all riled up together and they start acting out, it takes a while to calm them down. And that guy, like, I always say, I'm not an advocate for taking the law into your own hands. I'm not, but it's like I understand that primitive feeling of needing to kill somebody in that way for violating somebody in the way that they did. There are things that shouldn't be allowed, and only in places, in first world nations, right, where we created this system of law to basically govern and protect us, but then sometimes you have to watch that exact same system of law protect people that should be dead. Like, you see somebody that clearly has done wrong, clearly has broken the law, but now you're going to have this judge that's going to say, oh, no, this guy gets probation and he gets, no jail time and he goes home, but he's got to live within these parameters of probation for this amount of time. And you think to yourself, well, if this is his punishment for this heinous shit that he did, why do we have laws? Like, why did we create an entire system to govern us and protect us and create these rules that we all should live within when this guy is going to just blatantly ignore the rules and his punishment is basically no punishment? But then you watch other guys that do something less, way lesser, and get a more severe punishment. And I'm like, it's crazy. So it's like, I don't advocate for vigilantism, but sometimes I see it and I'm like, that guy deserved that. And those people handled it in a way that I'm not built to do that, because if I feel like I got to kill you, I'm probably just going to put a bullet in your head. I'm not going to beat you to death and break your bones and sit there and torture you, even though sometimes that's what those guys deserve. Yeah. I personally don't have it in me to do that. So when I see other guys do it, I'm like, it's kind of crude, but that guy was doing some shit that he definitely earned this beating that he got.
I think that's just a question I would just ask you. Like, not even more like, no, because I 100% agree. Like, if I was in if I find out somebody even like raped Selena, the mindset it would put me into, I can't even like legally say what happened, but like, do you ever feel like, because I'm still in a fence with, agreeing with you, where it's like, if I found this person, part of me just wants to walk up, put a gun to his head, blow his fucking brains out, and move on and stuff. But do you ever think that like there's some time, like, I'd say maybe not going too extreme, like being excessive, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, if somebody hurts someone in your fucking life, it's just like, at a certain point, we're just like, Jesus Christ, dude, like you've cut off all his fucking limbs, you put his dick in his fucking mouth, you knocked all his teeth. It's like, some point, like, just kill him already. You know what I mean?
See, and this is my thing. I like the fact that sometimes what they do to these guys, how they really abuse them and then they leave them alive. I feel like that is like a better punishment, because now you got to live in a place where you don't got no teeth in your mouth. These motherfuckers cut your tongue out. One of your eyes is fucking kicked out of your head. Both of your arms and legs are broken. You're never going to heal properly. You're never going to walk properly again, because nobody's going to get you doctor treatment. Like, you are fucked up. And you deserve to live the rest of your life understanding that what you did got you to this place. Yeah. Right? For me, like I said, I don't have it in me to do that. So I would put a bullet in it. And this is what's fucked up about living in places in first world countries where the justice system is fucked up.
Yeah.
If a guy, let's say a guy assaults Selena, right? Yeah. She's at work. She gets off work. She's standing outside waiting for you to come get her. Some random guy comes by, sees her, assaults her in a violent way. He beats the shit out of her, fucks her up, rapes her, does some crazy shit. That guy gets picked up and arrested. They charge him with assault and sexual battery and rape and all types of other things. Yeah. And then you hear that after he did this shit, you have pictures of how fucked up she is, what he did to her physically, how he violated her, the effect that it's going to leave on her mentally for the rest of her life. When you think about that, and then you hear that, oh, this guy got 6 months in jail.
Yeah.
Right? And you got to think to yourself, like, am I okay with that? Like, and you have to wrestle with the fact that if you now walk out on the street and put a bullet in his head, you might get charged with the rest of your life in jail. And is that a fair? Is it a fair assessment of what you did to him? He deserved. What he did to her, she didn't deserve. Exactly. But they're gonna punish him very likely for doing some fucked up shit that should have never happened, but punish you severely because you had the time to think about how you're going to make him pay for the shit he did. Yeah. They're going to tell you, now, this was premeditated, so we got to punish you. But depending on the circumstance, why would you punish the person? Like, I'm not saying, I get why they have to go hard to an extent, because it's like, we can't have everybody feeling like it's okay to just be vigilantes. But at the same time, I'm telling you this, if that scenario ever were to happen and you said, I'm going to fucking kill this guy, and you killed him, if I ended up in the jury box on your trial, there is no fucking way you go to prison. It doesn't happen. Not if I'm there. That's a fucking and people could argue with me about it the way all they want to, but I will never forget the case of that guy whose son got kidnapped, where when they were transporting that guy through the airport and he shot that fucking guy in the head, killed him.
Twice
and that guy beat the case. He went to trial and the jury was like, nah, he's good. We're good here. He's done. That's it. Send him home. Because to understand the impact you had on a person's life, imagine somebody kidnapping your son and raping your son, doing all types of crazy shit to your son for like a year and a half. And when you finally get your son back, after you spent literally every day of the last 2.5 years looking for him, not finding him finally being seen on the street by a stranger, you finally get him back home. Yeah. And he says to you, well, Dad, why didn't you come get me?
Yeah.
Like, in his mind, like, even though you were tormented and you spent every fucking day looking for him, in his mind, you never came and got him. Yeah. And he's going to live it. There's nothing you're going to say that's going to change his mind about that. Yeah. Because that's how kids think. It's like, when a kid is in trouble, they're in their head, mommy and daddy's going to protect me. That's the logic of a kid. If you don't protect them, that's always with them. Yeah. That trauma is always with them. And heaped on top of that is, my parents didn't come and get me. So that him killing that guy and getting away with it, 100% I agree. If somebody in the scenario I created with Selena, if I'm in the jury box, that you never go to jail. Yeah. I don't understand why our system is the way it is, where you could literally see a person that clearly deserves jail time but won't get it, but then somebody else that it's a minor infraction, or not, it doesn't even have to be a minor infraction, but it's an understandable, justifiable reasoning behind this person doing what they did, but that getting thrown out like it doesn't exist, and them saying, well, only the actions matter. I don't understand why it's like that, but that's the way it is. Yeah. Because some people that get out of jail, they get away from it, they don't deserve to get away. And some people that are in jail don't deserve to be there. That's just a fact.
I've said, like, even like from the beginning of the podcast, and I've said this for years, because it's officially this January is 10 years I've been out of prison. And even talking to Selena recently about this, like, I accepted the fact that the people I talked to and the people I've met and the things I've seen in prison, that, like, when I got out, I'm like, there's no guarantee I'll never go back, because of I came home and I had a 5-year-old. And I'm like, and some guys, like you said, I told Selena this, and anybody, like, there's people I met that I feel like, for the most part, I have a very good bullshit meter. And I met certain fucking guys that, like, hey, Chris, these two guys, like, they raped my little fucking brother, and I put a fucking bullet in both their heads, and they gave me 15 years. And I said, like, I would never guarantee I couldn't go back. Say I'm never gonna go back for a drug charge because I don't want to, go back to prison, fuck for a couple $1,000s. But like if somebody did hurt my kid or my mother, or my girlfriend, what I would do, and no, I'm 100% like if somebody did hurt her like that, or someone broke in and raped my mother, I'm doing everything in my power. I'm going to eventually find you and fucking kill you. It's as simple as that.
Listen, I can tell you this, and everybody that knows me knows. Like if you ever see me and my mother interact, you would understand this 100%. But if a person, like there's been times where I spazzed out on complete strangers at stores because they said or did something to my mother that I was just like, that's my mother, first of all. Second of all, I don't know who you think you are, but this is not going to happen like this. You're not going to say what you want. You're not going to do what you want to this woman that did everything she could in her power to make sure that I had a good, like, my mother just said something to me a little while ago that it almost made me tear up. Like we're having a barbecue, celebrating my niece's birthday, and my whole family's at the house, and we're all outside just talking and laughing, and so we were grilling, barbecuing. And my mother said something about being proud of like her kids. And my niece goes, proud of your kids for what? Like they haven't done anything spectacular, right? So we all start laughing because my niece has got a real smart mouth. Yeah. My mother said, all my kids have never been to jail. They've never lived on the system. They all have good jobs. They all have their own houses. They drive their own cars. They have their own money in the bank. Like she went on this whole thing, and I sat there and I was like, oh my God, like I was endorsed by my mother. Like, and it's like it's to me, it's like a normal existence that we all have, right? Yeah. But to her, it's like she did a good job as a mother, which she did. My mother sacrificed everything to make sure that we had what we needed, right? So it's like I would never ever allow anybody. So it's like if you ever see just the interaction between my mother and her children, you'd understand why I feel the way I feel. Like I'm not going to tolerate on any level, anybody, anywhere. If somebody did something to my mother, I am for sure going to jail. That is an absolute, without contestation. I will fucking kill you without a second thought. I wouldn't even hesitate. Anybody that knows me will tell you like, this is a fact. I'm not going to let anybody do anything to that woman under any circumstances. I don't care what your reasoning is. I don't care how you feel. I don't care what kind of day you're having. I don't even care if she's wrong. I don't even care if she's wrong. She could be wrong, and I'm still ready to do you in over her. Yeah. So it's just that simple for me. It's like there are things that won't be allowed, won't be tolerated. It's, and I tell people all the time, I don't ever say anything like people, you know me, you hang around me. I don't ever portray myself as some gangster or some tough guy because I'm not interested in being a hoodlum, being some thug, whatever. I'm not interested. I just want to hang out with my friends, drink, laugh, joke, play video games together, read manga, watch anime. Like that's what I do. Yeah. But on that token, I'm not letting anybody violate the people in my family, the people that mean something to me. You're not allowed. I don't care who you are or what you think you are. I talked to her about that. Last time I got into technically a fight, and Selena seen the pictures on Facebook. She said, "Wow, those kids really fucked you up." But that's what happened with me. I came home off fucking work. I leave the freaking car to wear my work outfit. This little freaking fat little fucking entitled bitch walks to my mother, and she's like, "I'm like, oh woman, I'm about to beat your ass." And like in a heartbeat, I went from like Chris to fucking to Jekyll and Hyde in half a second. And I yelled at her like, "Yo, what the fuck did you say to my fucking mother?" I was like, "It was a little fucking girl. First off, you're twice my mother's goddamn fucking weight because you haven't missed a meal in your life." But I'm like, she's 61 years old with fucking spinal cord problems, and you're threatening my fucking mother. I'm like, walk over here and threaten me and see what happens to you. Then her fucking boyfriend gets in my face. I get in the kid's face. My kid, I will fucking murder you. And it just came down to that whole situation. To this day, I still said, I told Selena, like I said, I've got a fucking scar underneath my eye, a scar underneath my lip, but it could have went south a lot fucking differently because had I like over time passed by, eventually the kid shows up and his mother, a big massive apology, and I got fucking right into the kid's face. And I'm like, yo, bro, I want to tell you something right now. The only reason you're not dead for is because I let this happen. I'm like, I was trying to pin you down and calm the situation down. I'm like, I've got a good 120 pounds in you, got a good fucking 4 or 5 inches on you. Had I wanted to kill you, you'd be fucking dead right now. I'm like, that's the only fucking, and his mother knew it too. And she's like, I'm sorry, Chris, and that. And I'm like, I said, listen, I've been in fights before, got my ass whooped fucking before, everything's gonna fucking heal. But just like you said, in the fucking the moment though, had this fucking girl walked to my mother's fucking porch and walked to my freaking mother, I in a heartbeat would have fucking grabbed her ass and threw her right out by her fucking neck into the fucking the street and shit, and just probably started stomping the shit out of her. Because, and that's the thing, and I've never ever fucking portrayed the whole tough guy gangster thing. I even said fucking in prison for the most part, I'm the exact same Chris in the sense that I'm fun, lovable, I fucking read comic books, I do funny jokes and stuff, but everybody fucking knew, much like you, it's like, Chris got that thing where it's like, he's a great guy, he's funny, but don't piss him the fuck off.
because like, and most of us do have that and shit. And I do feel bad. Like, and that's also, that comes from being a dad, being a brother, and like you, I mean, I got fucking 3 sisters. I have a cousin. I have a mother. I'm the only fucking boy in the family. It's instinctively for me to be fucking protective. And like, you're fucking right. Even if mom isn't the fucking wrong, or my sisters are in the wrong. It's like they're your family and shit. So
it's just what it is. I say this. If my sister gets into something with a guy, I'm definitely for sure stepping in.
Yeah.
If my sister is wrong, we'll talk about it later. I'll lecture you about you being wrong when we're at home. But right now, this ain't the time for me to say she's wrong and this and that. No, I'm not doing that. Actually, it's just not.
Speaking of that, because I got to pull up another news article, but because I want to talk to you of all people for the longest about this, because I've covered this so many fucking times, but I had to hear your take on it because you haven't been here in a while. But you're the first person I thought of. I was like, I can't wait till fucking Al gets here, and I wanted to save it. But like, what was your take? Because I had to ask you, what was your take on the whole fucking Bill Cosby getting released out of prison?
I saw that, and believe it or not, at work we had a big old debate about it.
I wish I was there.
And I'm like, I said, this is the thing, right? This guy created this whole thing, and he was like, well, everybody's saying that Bill Cosby admitted that he was gonna do this, but he never really admitted it. Technically, he never said he was gonna. And I'm like, when you have to start your conversation with, well, technically, I don't want to have the conversation, because when it's all said and done, I'm like, I feel like oh God, the way I feel betrayed by Bill Cosby, I am actually upset that he got out of prison, right? Yeah. Because it's like, essentially, it's just another situation where somebody is getting away with it. Yeah. Where I was just talking about it, because of the way our judicial system works, he gets to do some heinous shit, and then there is no real repercussions for him. That's how I feel. Like, you think, like, be honest, be from a reasonable point of view. I could think of a bunch of other people that, in this same situation, without having the level of power, influence, and wealth that Bill Cosby has, they would never be able to fucking, for one, do what he did for so many decades without any repercussion. And then for two, when finally there's a little bit of repercussion coming his way, some loophole lets him out of this, lets him all out of it. Yeah. Like, I just can't imagine seeing other people without that level of money and influence in a situation where they could get away with the shit he did. Yeah. Like, it's just crazy. Like, I wasn't happy about it. I didn't like anything about it. I feel like he's just another wealthy, powerful guy getting away with it. Yeah. And that shit is just, it's fucked up. Like,
yeah, I did. Of course, I watched like tons of YouTube videos and Twitter, but it's twofold pissed me off. Number one, the fact that he still has fans. And how many fucking fans are saying, like, there was a big conspiracy. He was set up, and like all these women fucking lied, and like 45 women all had the exact same story. That's some big conspiracy shit going on, man. Like,
my thing is this, right? When people gets to saying that all these women lied, when the women that don't know each other, that haven't met each other, that didn't even have time to conspire, have said the exact thing about this same person throughout the years, where this person said, yo, he drugged me and he raped me. And then years later, he drugged me and he raped me. And then years later, this woman, he drugged me and he raped me. You have got to understand that something is going on. Even if you want to be a diehard fan and pretend that he's some saint, right? You have to acknowledge that some fucking thing is happening. Yeah. Something is going on. Like, women are coming out the woodworks. Yeah. And just the sheer number of women, like, I'm willing to bet that the number is even higher, but a lot of those other people just don't even want to be involved in the fiasco. And I'm like, I don't know, it's crazy. Like,
I did watch it. It's probably like a month ago or so when I did watch different YouTube videos, and the guy I was watching, because there was basically debate. It was a friendly debate, and like they were playing devil's advocate. I didn't like it first, but let's just, okay, for argument's sake, like you and me do all the time, we'll play devil's advocate. What if he actually fucking was innocent? And they were breaking down the facts of like, how could he be? But the main thing is, like you were saying, the guy Andy, and I showed Selena this, was saying that like even if you had say 50 women in like a general location, but the fact you had almost fucking 50 women from different parts of the country, different fucking time eras, different time frames, and like you were saying, and this was 50 women that we know about that actually wanted to come fucking forward. How many other ones were out there that are too goddamn scared to come out there and shit? But and it just irked me, like, besides the way it fucking happened, then the arrogance afterwards, because then of course Bill Cosby puts on fucking Twitter, thanks all the fucking fans, thank fucking everyone how blessed he is. Then he comes out saying Bill Cosby is going to be back soon, because next what's Bill Cosby going to get? Bill Cosby about to get a fucking book deal. Bill Cosby's about to go on a fucking tour again, and I guarantee he's going to fucking sell out. And it's just like the fact, and people that were even more enraged about this, the fact that first off, you just got off with this, like one of the biggest cases, at least in my lifetime. And now the arrogance of like, okay, guys, now I need to tell my side of the story and make a fucking book deal and now make a new fucking comedy tour and make it possibly, so far, no one's bought it yet because Netflix and Hulu is like, we ain't touching this shit. But somebody's going to, and he's going to fucking make a documentary series of like how he was wrongly accused and he's the victim and all this.
I hate that it's going to happen. Like, all the guys that are doing the shit that Bill Cosby did, like you got like what's his name, that Weinstein guy.
Well, and people were talking about Weinstein. Like now with Bill Cosby, give it time before fucking Weinstein pulls the exact same shit.
This is the thing. I hope they throw the book at Weinstein. I hope there's no wiggle room for him. I hope for all the women that he's fucking assaulted that he just serves the fucking maximum. Yeah. But here's the difference between the relationship I have with Bill Cosby and Weinstein, right? I used to watch the Bill Cosby show. I loved the image that Bill Cosby portrayed. Yeah. I used to hear all the people that spoke about Bill Cosby's uplifting message. I used to watch Bill Cosby give speeches about stop sagging your pants, stay in school, graduate, go to college, get a career. I used to listen to Bill Cosby push a positive message, especially into the black community, right? And I was like, this is the shit I want black boys to hear growing up. Yeah. I want black boys to turn into black men that believe in the shit that Bill Cosby is selling. And then I have to turn around and hear Bill Cosby is raping women for the past 30 fucking years. Yeah. Like the level of betrayal, the hypocrisy in that, like to hear woman after woman come out and like, now Bill Cosby did this and he did this. To hear the fact that he was like, when they questioned him and they told him, answer our questions truthfully and it won't be held against you. And he literally was on the verge of confessing. And the only reason he didn't confess is because his lawyer stopped him from finishing his statement. Yeah. That's a ball game for me that like what you did is you basically was selling a lie and you weren't practicing what you preach. And you were basically telling people to do what I say, but not what I do. Yeah. And that shit to me is the level of hypocrisy. Like if you want to tell me to do all this good shit, then you got to do all this good shit because I want to believe in the message you're selling. It is a good message for young black boys to grow up into good, decent black men. Yeah. And instead of having a whole generation of kids listening to rap music and thinking this is the life I need to live because this is what, is popular or whatever. Instead of having that, we could have them listen to like a good conductive message.
Definitely.
And to find out that this guy that's been pushing this image has been being accused of rape for decades and was just so powerful. Yeah. Nobody was doing anything about it. Like that shit is a hard pill to swallow. It's hard for me.
Oh, I agree. Cause it's like, the whole fucking world knew like Mr. Rogers and like we had Captain Planet and stuff. And like you were saying, I want my kids, my son, whether I don't give a shit what the kid's skin color is, I want my kids watching Bill Cosby versus like Tupac and Biggie.
Exactly.
Right? That's, actually, cause you weren't here for that. I don't think you're here for this. I was breaking down with Susan and Selena and I think Elliot, but like, we were actually going through like the history of like the ratings and stuff and through like, in our lifetimes, ratings in shit and TV shows. But yeah, the Cosby Show, people tend to forget when the Cosby Show ended, and I have the numbers in front of me, I'd have to go through it. But it was something like, basically it's like when the Cosby Show finale, it was like fucking like 49 million households in America were watching the Cosby Show finale. And I'll tell you one thing, back in like 1991, that wasn't 49 million only black households watching this shit.
That was like, people across the nation watching.
Exactly, yeah. So he said it's like his influence fucking, it was massive. Like when
people, the image that he was selling, he was like, I'm not going to say he was the first because I can't say with certainty that he was, but he was certainly the most popular person that put that image on TV in he was the blueprint for them to give you shows like The Fresh Prince and Family Matters and other shows where they're like normal black families that exist in the country, but most people didn't know that they existed. Exactly. They just assumed all black people were running the streets or whatever. Yeah. You had Bill Cosby that came in and said, nah, his character was a doctor. His wife was a lawyer. His kids were all good kids. They went to school. They got into the occasional shenanigans, but he was raising decent people. Like you knew, like this is what you wanted to see as it related to you. Like directly, like thinking to myself, like as a black person, seeing that on TV, knowing that this is normal. The life that I was living was a normal life, was a common life. Like then it's just like I don't know. It's just the feeling of Bill Cosby being a rapist is just the hardest pill to swallow. It's just it's like, I don't know, dude. It was rough on me because I like everybody else wanted to just deny that it ever happened and be like, it's Bill Cosby. That can't be true. Like, that's initially where I was. And then woman number 2 came out. And then woman number 3 came out. And then woman number 4. And by the time they got to woman number 32, I was like, holy fucking shit. Yeah. Like, even if you don't want to say he's a rapist, you got to acknowledge that something is going on. Yeah. Like, he was doing something. There's way too much women coming out with this story from different points of his life where you have got to know something is going on.
No, I like, it's just 100% agree. I mean, like, what was it? Like, I remember they even said, like, it was Chris Rock. It said that, like, he did one special, and he goes, Bill Cosby called him after he did one special and said, Chris, you should, like, really tone down your message, not swear as much and stuff. You should, like, clean up your comedy because your comedy is way too filthy. And Chris Rock's like, wow, Bill Cosby, this is like 1995 or something. Like, Bill Cosby at that time was still one of the biggest comics of all fucking time. Bill Cosby had, like, people, like, didn't know this, like, when I was like a kid and I was up on the res with my father, Dad had a fucking old record player and stuff. Dad had all Bill Cosby's albums. I would go fucking when my father would do lawn or something or take the girls out somewhere. I would sometimes work inside the house and do chores. I'd put fucking Bill Cosby's albums on. Like, he did the skit with fucking Noah and stuff in the Floods and Fat Albert and shit. And like, especially fucking a Buck, Buck and everything. And like, I grew up like as a fucking like young fucking white kid, American kid. But I'm on a reservation listening to fucking Bill Cosby records on the fucking reservation, like all his albums and stuff. And like, yeah, he was just, like you were saying, the thought of like, Bill Cosby doing that, it was just for everybody.
It was hard for everybody. Like, I remember, like, after this whole thing happened, where he was accused and then they were like getting ready to go through trial and everything. I remember seeing it was a D.L. Hughley interview. Yeah. And he was talking about how he was working on a radio show at the time. Yep. And Bill Cosby had called in and was kind of berating him for his comedy being as dirty as it was or whatever. And he said he kept mentioning the fact that no matter what he says, that no woman has ever accused me of rape, right? And
I've never heard about that shit.
Bill Cosby told him.
He called the radio station.
Yeah, Bill Cosby told him that this episode of this radio show will never air. Yep. And DL was like, oh, bullshit, it won't. Yep. And then the guys from upper management came downstairs right then and there, like, cut this shit off. This ain't going nowhere. Yeah. Like, if this goes out, we're going to fucking not only fire you, but we're probably going to bring you up on charges. Like, I was like, holy shit, that was the level of power this man had.
Not to mention, this could be like, I talk to people. Imagine it was like, circa 1987, 1988 or something. The Cosby Show, like any show, has, they air and stuff, they film it, and they got downtime. Imagine fucking being at a party and stuff, and you're a woman, you got your husband or whatever boyfriend, meet Bill Cosby at a fucking after party. Oh my God, it's Bill Cosby and stuff. Biggest fucking, at the time, biggest star in the fucking world. Not even just America, globally. The whole fucking world knew who Bill Cosby was. You meet fucking Bill Cosby and stuff, and hey, you want to go upstairs and like have a couple of drinks? And I mean, for most part, even back in the 80s, if you tell anybody, hey, like as soon as like Chris, I hung out with fucking Bill Cosby, like holy shit, you'd be starstruck and stuff, anybody would. Then come to find out that night, the man fucking roofies you and does some shit to you. Now it's 1988, Bill Cosby just fucking roofied you. Who do you plan on telling about this?
It's when you think about it, it's like you are talking about accusing the most powerful man in the industry right now about doing something like this. Is if you yourself are in the industry, this is a surefire way to get the door shut in your face.
Exactly.
And second of all, if people did believe you, who's going to take him on? Yeah. Right. So it's like, you just imagine that level of power and that this man, it's crazy. It's insane.
Exactly. And that's what made it fucking scary. Is like, now imagine it's been 10, 15, 20 fucking years. And like, imagine that now just one woman has the fucking balls like to like put her life and liberty. Like, imagine too, this happened 25 years ago. You got a husband and fucking 3 kids now. And now you got to fucking drag up some dirt that you had to take everything in your soul to fucking try to bury the best you could. And now the fact that now it took all that. Now you're hoping somebody else please come out and fucking collaborate.
Exactly. So you're not out there and twisting by yourself in the wind.
And just a fucking, but then this in his statements afterwards and stuff. And like, man, just like, and say, like you're saying, Al, so many fucking people, the fact that all his fucking, he's still not a big fan, but he's still got fucking fans. And even for people to say, and I know they're not fucking joking, well, even if Bill Cosby did rape these fucking women, I still love his stand up. And I'm like, guys, at some point, man, like, it's,
this is a thing that bothers me. I agree with everything you said, but this is a part of it that nobody really talks about, that every now and then I think about it and it bothers me, right? Think about Bill Cosby in his prime. Bill Cosby in his prime, like, women would throw themselves at Bill Cosby. So why are you roofing and raping women?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, are you into fucking like women that are unresponsive? Is that a thing that you are? Because it's the only thing that makes sense. Because there are women that would have fucked Bill Cosby without even
there's guys who would have fucked Bill Cosby.
Listen, Bill Cosby could have gotten any vagina he wanted in his prime, like any vagina he wanted. So it's like, why were you roofing and raping women? Like, what was it had to be some weird fetish that he was into. Like, he likes to fucking sleep with women that are unconscious. Like, I gotta imagine that in his sex life with his wife, he was probably roofing her. Like she is, and she was waking up fucking sore. Like,
well, apparently, on all accounts and like the statements you've taken from his wife, I guess she knew that they had a very open, they call it an open relationship.
But she had to if she wanted to keep him.
Yeah,
because she had a bunch of they had a bunch of kids together and fucking. Well, I don't even know how many kids. How many, like 2 or 3 kids they had?
I
have no idea how many kids he has. But I could tell you this: she wanted to stay with him because if you're Bill Cosby's wife, you have a lot of privilege and a lot of doors open up for you. You have access to a lot of things the average woman, like Bill Cosby's ex-wife, isn't going to have the same level of kick as Bill Cosby's wife. So she's not going to divorce him. So they're going to do he's going to do his thing. She's not going to stop him. And I know she's a guilty party. Like, she knows the shit that he was doing.
Probably.
Like, she definitely knows. And she was just on board with keeping it secret. Well, and I just feel like
I've been waiting for months. I've just listened to different podcasts and YouTube. I was like, I can't wait to fucking talk to Al about the Bill Cosby thing. Like, and I know it's like, this is the scary part. We're in September. Who knows? But it's next month. But no, we have not heard the last of him. I'm waiting. I'm waiting about the
I've heard the last of him. I am going to just tune everything out. I'm not doing anything with it. I'm not listening to no stand up, nothing. I don't give a fuck what's going on. I'm done with it.
I'm just going to be enraged in the sense that, like, if I hear about, like, hopefully fucking Netflix don't do it, but, like, I'm scared about the company that's going to fucking do it. Like, it's HBO, somebody at some point is going to fucking...
Somebody is going to do it because, like I said, he's still Bill Cosby. Yeah. So people are going to fuck with him, especially now where you don't have something that sticks, any crime that sticks, and he could legitimately say, oh, well, whatever. Somebody's gonna do it. And I am not going to support it. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah. So fucking, I found a news article, which I hope you'll find this funny and like, hey, believe what you want, God or Satan or just luck or some shit. But this man is a 56-year-old. He's a lobster diver. So he was friggin' diving and stuff, looking for lobsters as you do. And this was in fucking Massachusetts. And he said he starts friggin' swimming and out of nowhere, the whole fucking everything goes black. And he's trying to figure out what happened. And he says, at first he thought he was ambushed by a shark, but he did not feel sharp teeth. Then he realized he was inside of a whale's mouth. A fucking whale swallowed him whole. He's like, so imagine this, like, you're underwater, everything goes fucking black, and you're like, yo, I'm inside of a fucking whale.
That's fucking terrifying.
Oh, God. You put down, I realized, oh my God, I'm in a whale's mouth. He's going to swallow me. I thought to myself, okay, this is it. I'm finally going to die. So, but apparently, after fucking, he said, and of course, time at that point, this is when time freezes. You have no idea how long it was, but he said he's going to guess to me because he doesn't fucking know, wasn't checking his watch. He's like, about 30 to 40 seconds before the whale spit him out. He goes, I got thrown into the air and landed in the water. I was just free and I was floating there. I couldn't believe it. I'm here to tell my story.
That's some terrifying. Like, I'm going to be honest. That's horrifying. Like, could you imagine a whale is like, Christ. I'm going to fucking taste this guy to see if he's edible. And he just swallows you in and like, nah. Yeah. I don't want that.
Yeah.
That's some horrifying shit.
That's like, some stuff like, someone like you, Alex, like, I know you're not the biggest believer in God or something or Buddha, but after that, like, it could be time to start going to church. Like,
I can tell you this, and this is take this as a 1,000% fact. I promise you, at any point in time that I'm in the ocean and a whale swallows me and spits me back out, it's the last time I ever go in the ocean. I would not go to the beach. I wouldn't even go to a fucking lake, fucking ponds and nothing.
You're not even going to the fucking pool in the backyard?
Like, I wouldn't even walk across the puddle of water out when it rains. Like,
it's like Al hasn't taken a bath in a decade.
Okay, it will be the end of my relationship with water.
But I heard that shit. Like, I can't fucking imagine like that. And of all things I've done in my life, like, well, that's
I don't
boy.
Real quick.
All right, I'll pause this for a second. Oh boy. So,
and we're back.
No, I always forget we had to get the fucking little cool. I forgot this big body heat down here, man. Like it starts generating. That AC does feel good though. But
That shit is fucking amazing. I'm about to buy one for my room.
honestly, at the time period, I was kind of hesitant. That thing cost $500 when I got it. But once it was down here, I'm like, you know what? Worth the goddamn money.
Not a bad idea.
I seen the price tag and was like, oh motherfucker, but yeah. So the whole fuck thing with Bill Cosby moving on and shit. Like, oh god, that's gonna be fun. But here's another article popped up. This is there's someone named Grace. Grace is a ultra lifelike nurse robot. Now, we're gonna hit the point, obviously, with technology and stuff and robotics and shit that it's just gonna happen. But how are you gonna feel if one day you walk in and there's your nurse is a robot? Like,
This is the thing that's going to happen for that to work, is that they're going to have to, when they implement it, the people that are here when it's implemented are not going to like it, right?
yeah,
But 3 or 4 generations is going to go by and it's going to be normal.
Yeah.
Because every new technology that gets implemented, there's always a generation that sees it put into place are the ones that don't like it and resist it the most. But next generation is going to be here and it is going to come in and that shit is already going to be established. And then the generation after that is going to come in and it's already established and then it's just going to become normal.
freaking ads. I'm trying to show pictures of it, but I'll read the article for now. So, in 2016, Hanson Robotics took the world by storm with Sophia. Now, Sophia was famously given Saudi Arabian citizenship. Wow. Now, the Hong Kong-based robotics firm has unveiled its latest invention, Grace, a humanoid robot that will revolutionize healthcare. So, it's an assistant for doctors. It has sensors, including a thermal camera that can detect your temperature and your pulse. It can also help doctors diagnose illness and deliver treatments. The android is a companion for patients, too. Specializing in senior care, Grace does speak 3 languages, English, Mandarin, and Cantonese, and can socialize and conduct talk therapy with a robot. Okay. So, robots like Grace are intended as a support for medical professionals rather than a replacement. So right now, it's just, as of right now, basically a fucking nurse. But using AI and robotics in this context can help gather important data for healthcare providers to assess the well-being of their patients. So, yeah. Like you said, I was just like, it's pretty obvious when you look at a fucking robot. It's a robot, but like you're saying, the thing is, as technology is going to keep getting better, it's all going to get more and more realistic looking. So,
and I feel like it's weird because no matter how many times we see movies or we read books or we hear stories about how technology is going to fucking at some point replace us, it's like we hear it, but then we don't pay any attention to it.
Yeah.
I had this weird, one of the coworkers at work was telling me this weird thing about this show that he had watched. And in the show, the premise was essentially humans had created advanced robotics and advanced technology, AIs and everything. And then the AIs got so out of control that they ended up wiping out the human race. And then they got to the point where they themselves had shut down for some reason. Something went wrong and they failed. And there was like 1 or 2 humans that had survived, and then they had to repopulate the planet and start from scratch. And they said that the system was repeating itself over and over again. Like humans would start over with nothing, build everything, get to the point where they build advanced robotics, then the robots would wipe the humans out, and then a couple would survive, and then they'd start over. And he was like, in that show, the sequence just kept going over and over again, and people were just never aware. But then he was like, it explained why we would always find technology in ancient times that doesn't match the technology we have in current times, and we can't explain it. But back in those ancient days, they were doing shit that we can't do now. And I'm sitting there scratching my head like, I wonder, like, is this a thing that's happening? But
well, yeah, I mean, there's been so many people out there, like when Joe Rogan has like different guys on like ancient alien people or something, or people like from the pyramids. But like I've thought about this a million times over. Like they've shown these videos when you look at that show called After Humanity. Like they would show New York City. If New York City right now, some kind of whatever virus wiped out the entire fucking island of New York City within like a year, like how many fucking like the fauna and trees and stuff, and then like after 5 years, 10 years, but I mean, none of us can look at what 5, 6, 10,000 years from now would be like, and it's not fucking outside the realm possibility that like if some kind of like fucking meteor wiped us out right now, 10,000 years from now, if humanity was a new version of us, all New York City would just be, there'd be no traces of it.
You know what's a perfect example of that? Chernobyl. Chernobyl is radioactive right there, and it's dangerous for humans to live there.
Yeah.
But plants are thriving there, and wildlife are actually there, and the radiation isn't wiping it out like everybody thought. But it's like, for some reason, we are hypersensitive to radiation. And it's like the perfect example of that. If people move out of a city and leave it alone, nature will reclaim it. That's a fact. Like the only reason that nature doesn't retake major cities that we live in, is because we are there constantly keeping nature at bay.
Yeah. Have you, I still have to at some point watch that. I'm scared to watch because I heard it's so fucking epic and also groundbreaking, but have you watched Chernobyl yet? On HBO?
No, I have not.
I heard just nothing but just like, it's one of the things where just watch one episode a day. Well, I'm sure some of you could probably binge it because you fucking binged the goddamn Handmaid's Tale. But
I binge everything, dude. Like I would on purpose wait for that shit to finish at least 2 seasons.
I love the fact that I've gotten Selena, like now, because her mother, she's like, Chris, my mother, my brother, my sister, everyone Selena knows, her entire family's like, Selena, watch the fucking Handmaid's Tale. Her entire family's watching it.
I fully endorse the Handmaid's Tale. If anybody haven't seen it, watch it. Like that shit is... I watched it and I was like, the story is just epic, because it's like the type of shit that you look at it and you're like, this is not as unrealistic as they think. Like I know when they came up with it, they're like, it's far reaching, but let's see how far we could tell this story. It's like, you look at it and it's like, this could happen. Like this shit could happen.
Yep. No, it's, oh boy. So, here, this is fucking funny. So, here's a woman, imagine being a wife and you found out that your husband, he had a second family after reading his baby's birth announcement in the local newspaper. Jesus Christ.
You know what though? Like, it's a fucked up thing, but there are a lot of men who do that shit to people, like go out and create entire other families. Like, and it's fucked up because the current wife that's married to you and has given birth to your children is usually the last person to find out. As in the new girl, you're not going to tell her that you're married. Like, you're just going to go meet her and lie to her and start a family with her, and then she's going to have to find out the same way his original wife finds out. Like, there are a lot of scumbag men that do shady shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, I just wish, I really wish that the shady men would meet shady women. Like, it's like when a shady man meets a woman and does fucked up shit to her, now she's fucked up, and it's like, goddamn, like, now every dude after him is going to be treated with all types of hostility because he's an asshole. It's the same thing. It happens the same way in reverse. Like, some girl that's been fucking trashed out by a dude is going to meet another guy that likes her, and she's going to treat him like shit. And then he's going to become, like, it's just a vicious cycle. Like, well, it's crazy.
I agree. Like, so fucking says, this is, of course, it's fucking TikTok, but so a TikTok user named Amy Addison posted a stitch with a TikToker that says, the video, tell me how you found out your ex-spouse was cheating on you. So somebody replied, I have a great story. So a week after their 10th wedding anniversary, she tells viewers that she was sitting at work when she decided to flip through a local newspaper. Okay. When she turned to the birth announcement section, she was shocked to find her husband's name alongside another woman announcing the birth of a new baby boy. I know it's his name because it's a very unusual name. Just to be sure, she says she visited the website for the hospital that was named in the announcement. Once on the website, she typed her husband's name and the other woman's name into the search bar and found not just a photo of the baby boy she read about, also of the baby girl the other woman and her husband had just prior of a year ago. Oh, shit. So he had two kids.
So he had 2 kids by this other woman.
And he's been married to his current wife 10 fucking years and had 2 kids. Wow. So commenters were shocked. So she continued to tell the 21-part story on her TikTok page. Wow. So she then describes how she was prepared to confront her husband about his second family, wanting to make sure that she had all of her ducks in a row. She didn't want to confront him immediately, which is kind of smart. So that day, a Wednesday, she went home and used her strong girl CSI skills to find out where the other woman lived. Oh boy. The next day, while her husband was working quote unquote overtime, she packed up as much clothing as she could for herself and her 3 children. Damn, 3 kids. Picked the kids up from school and checked into a hotel. She said she also drove by the woman's house to find his car sitting in the street. Angrily, she dumped his clothes and his shoes onto his car, and in the pouring rain with their anniversary card. When he finally called, apparently he hadn't checked on his car, as he alleged that he and the car were at work. When she told him go outside, check your car, she hung up. Over an hour later, he finally called her back from their home phone. In that phone call, the husband told her that there'd been a huge misunderstanding. Yeah, about who he was with and where he had been. He explained that he said that he was at a work lunch. Like, dude, it's just like, and
he didn't realize that she had already done the research.
What's scary is, before I continue, is this is why I said with and not being sexist by any means, but like Selena, Susan, anybody listening to this, how many times, like, I feel like you and me as guys, Al, like, right there, I was at a work lunch, right? Good thing she found us ahead of time. We would see through it instantly, this being bullshit. How many women would actually fall for that, though? Because a lot of them do, fuck, saying, like, said, there's so many fucking women getting to the denial where their husband comes home, he smells like perfume, got lipstick on his collar, got a hickey and shit, he's wearing a used condom. What happened? I was visiting my sister, like, at my sister's house. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Denial is a hell of a fucking thing, bro. That's just the truth.
So he also denied the birth announcement, Jesus Christ, that she read in the newspaper. Eventually, of course, later, he admitted to cheating and told her that he would give up the other woman and their children in order to make it work. That's got to make your girlfriends feel special, huh?
It's like, if you could say that out loud, why would I want to fuck with you? Like, you're literally saying, I would give up these children. Like, why? What kind of person?
So she refused to go back with him, and told him to suffer the consequences of his choices. In retaliation, then he changed the locks on the home, forcing her and her children to live at a hotel for the next week. So then she tells people that she had a lot of friends in low places who convinced her husband to leave their home. He emptied the house of everything. Jesus Christ. So he can move in with his sister. From there, he started harassing his wife. Wow. He tried to take her vehicle. He sent her threatening messages. Now you're threatening your wife, dude, because you got caught. Fuck, Jesus Christ. Eventually, she filed a restraining order. Good for her. 1 month later, he eventually filed for divorce. So a year passes by. The courts ruled that she could keep their home and their car. He kept his car and all the belongings he took from the home. Okay, and he withdrew his request for spousal support, so she didn't owe him a dime. Wait, he was suing her for child support, spousal support. What the fuck? Oh my God, this guy needs to get his ass whooped. So now it says it gets. This isn't where the story ends. Okay. She tells viewers 7 years later, 7 fucking years passed by. He sends her a friend request on Facebook. 7 fucking years. Like, okay. So says she wanted closure. Some people want closure. I'm not against that. She accepted the friend request. They went out for dinner. He admitted that being 100% at fault for the dissolution of their marriage and proposed to her after alleging to be totally single. Wow, at dinner. After having seen his wife for 7 fucking years, he proposed to her to get back together. She declined. But she did find out that he was lying again. He was still seeing the other woman and a new girlfriend. Oh my God.
It takes a special type of fucking dirtbag.
It's like, this is kind of thing, like, people wonder why, like, these Lifetime movies get made. It's situations like this where, like, who would write this kind of shit? Like, well, so after a few more marriage proposals and dozens of lies, a friendly associate of her ex-husband asked her out on a date. She accepted, and the two haven't been apart since. She and her new husband have been married for 8 years. Wow. So, that's fucked up, man. I just, like, dude.
Takes a special kind. Sometimes men, I see stories about men that do shit that's like, it's wild, but there's something about those type of men that are it's magnetic to women. Like, they know the dude's a dirtbag, but for whatever reason they put up with him. Yeah. Like, I remember there was a story, this is like years ago, with this guy. He was married to this woman, and one day she came home from work and he was nowhere to be found.
Okay.
Like, his car was still in the driveway. His wallet was home. He didn't take any money, any cards. He didn't pack any clothes or anything. He was just gone.
Yeah.
And what was fucked up about it is, because of that, they thought she had done something to him.
Yeah.
Right? Because he didn't take anything. He didn't take his liberty. She just came in one day. He was gone. She had 2 young kids.
Sure.
And for years, they couldn't prove that she killed him. But she was investigated, and she was, they had her in for questioning and everything. They basically harassed her for like a couple of years about it, because it was like a big thing. It made all the local news and everything. And, his family would harass her because it was like, well, the last person to see him alive is you, and he's gone, and none of his things are missing, and what happened? But it turns out what this guy did was got up one day and said, I don't want to do this anymore. I just left. And they found him, where they lived at the time, I can't remember what state it was, but it was somewhere in the middle of the country. Yeah. And they found the guy in California living with a whole new woman working at a job, living a whole new life. And they confronted him. He got confronted about it, but like they the issue came up of pressing charges and all types of things. But at the end of the day, he didn't do anything illegal. He just woke up one day and left.
Okay. Yeah.
Like he didn't like fake his death or not. He didn't nothing. He just got up one day and was like, and so they asked him. They was like, well,
why?
What happened? Like, what was going on that you left? He was like, honestly, it was nothing to do with her. He's like, I wasn't mad at her. It wasn't like our relationship was bad. He was like, I just got up one morning feeling like I could do better than this. And he just walked out of her life, walked out of the kid's life, left her with the house, the cars, all the bills, everything, and just left.
Wow.
And moved across the country to California and just met a whole new woman, started living a whole new life. And it was like, I was like, that's the wildest shit I ever heard. But it made me think to myself, like, how many men probably do that yearly? Like, how many dudes just like, I'm done here. I just leave. Like it's kind of a shitty thing to do.
What's even scarier is how many people, men and women, want to do that, but they're afraid to.
Exactly, it's the fear. But this guy, he was the exception to the rule. Jesus. He was like, I could do better than this, and just left. And I was like, fucking, like you didn't even think about the kids. Like like you should have spoke to her, but barring that, the kids, you didn't even. You just was like, I'm out.
That's why I'll never understand that shit because it's like, I've talked to Selena about this and conversations I've had with you in the past about, being a dad and stuff. And like, I've had some drama recently, as I always do with my kid's mother, but like just the thought of like this little boy just turned 14. He just started high school. And like, that's my fucking, I've said it so many times that like, the one thing that got me through prison was the few pictures I had of him and the thought of seeing him again, just like in the times we had the fact that like we're going to family court next month and my son like, Dad, I want to live with you. I love Selena. And like, I want to spend more time with my dad. Like that's my fucking best friend, and just like this, the thought of like doing that, man, like fuck, there's a certain disconnect. I'll never understand that shit.
That's the weird thing. Cause believe it or not, that it's when you think about from the perspective of nature, a man leaving should be considered normal, right? Because before we as a species created the whole marriage and relationship type shit, on average, men were essentially just here to knock a chick up and keep it pushing, right? But now we're at a place where you get to interact with your children. You get to like, this is like the fruit of your loins that you get to say, I could be in his life. I could raise him. I could do it. Just being able to walk away from that makes you essentially a shitty type of person to me. Like, it's like, I could understand to an extent if you got shit going. Like, let's say you and your wife divorced and she's putting you through the ringer and you and her like despise each other and you're like, fuck this bitch, I'm gone. Right. And it's still a shitty thing to do because what that is going to do to the kids is the kids are never going to understand that mommy and daddy had issues. They're only going to feel like daddy left me. And they're going to deal with that for the rest of their life. So it's a shitty thing to do to them, no matter how you slice it. But there's a level of understanding that you get if you're like, well, me and this bitch couldn't see eye to eye and nothing was working and I hated her because she was, the divorce was expensive. I couldn't live anywhere and she was getting me for child support. And you have all these arguments that you could make that won't justify it, but people will understand it. Right. Exactly. But when you just wake up one morning and you're like, I'm out of here. I could do better. Like you'd like, no, with no malice in your heart, just the notion of this life feels mediocre. Like this woman, these kids, this house, this job, like everything about this feels mediocre. I could do better. And you just leave. Like that is like, you're a fucking sociopath. like dude, like how could you just abandon them? Like,
I definitely agree. Like, well, at least from a genetic standpoint and from a species, it definitely would be easier for men to do that only because of the fact that, like you said, you and me, we can fucking, it's, figure once a girl's knocked up for 9 months, she can't get knocked up again. During that 9 months, you and me can fucking knock up 3,000 women and stuff. But the thing is, also, as much as I love my son, I didn't carry him. He didn't grow inside me for 9 months. So there's a certain connect that I'll never have with him that she will. Now, not saying mothers can't be women can do it too, but it's just as a generalization, it definitely is easier for guys to walk out. I mean, how many single mothers are in this fucking planet, this country right now? It's just like raising kids by themselves because guys just like hit it and stuff. You impregnate a chick, I'll pay child support and never see my kid. And
it's crazy because like a lot of women will like, I don't want to say choose that life, but a lot of women will neglect the kind of guy that wants to be a family man and a father and they'll pick the kind of guy that they know is not interested. Like, they'll pick a guy like a lot of times that's like, I don't want to be in your life. I don't want to have kids. I don't want to. And like some women will, like, I know this, like I know a girl right now that got with a guy and told the guy that she was on birth control. Like right this minute, I know this chick and it's like, how could you tell a guy that you don't want kids and you're on birth control, and the minute you guys started having sex, you essentially chuck your birth control out the window.
Oh, yeah.
And then you get pregnant, and then now this guy is freaking out because he's like, I don't want to have kids. I told you I don't want kids. You told me you were on birth control. And her response is, oh, if you didn't want kids, you should have protected yourself and not be going raw. They're like, I was going raw because you told me you're on birth control. Yeah. Like, what do you do? Like, how do you connect the dots in your head of it's my fault because you tricked me into like it's crazy because girls do that shit all the time and
no, we've talked about
get mad at guys when they don't want to have the kids.
I think that's I mean, I would say not even just morally, I think legally that should be a fuck. That's entrapment.
Listen, there is no legal standing for it, but because there's a thing that I argue about all the time about. There's a case where the guy got 11 years or 14 years or something. He got crazy time in jail because he gave a girl the abortion pill.
Oh yeah, we talked about that.
And every time I think about that, I think about how wild it is that it's just depending on who does what. It's considered a crime. Because I was like, if she would have taken that abortion pill, but we would have never heard anything about it. Yep. But because he tricked her into taking it, now he's in jail for all these years. And I'm like, I get that they want to make this argument of it's her body and it's her choice. But when a man tells you, I don't want to have children, if you still want to get pregnant by this man and raise the kid on your own, do that.
Yeah.
But don't get pregnant and then tell him, I'm going to make sure I get you for child support. Yeah. Because when he tells you, I don't want to have kids, understand that he don't want to have kids. Especially if you're an attractive woman and you know that there are a bunch of men that will willingly get you pregnant. Like, why would you try to entrap the guy that's saying, I don't want kids? Like, why would you do that? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it's opposite for me, but I've always said, like, if I get like, we've talked about this as friends or anybody, family members, like, Chris, how do you feel about abortion for females? Like, listen, if I got Selena knocked up or any past girlfriends or future girlfriends possibly, if I meet a girl and she gets pregnant and she goes, Chris, well, I want to get an abortion, there's nothing I can do. Like, I mean, I can't I'm not going to fucking duct tape you to a bed for 9 months.
This is how fucked up it is, right? Because for some reason that they think this is okay. Like, if I get a girl pregnant, she doesn't want to have the kid, but I do, like, there is nothing I could do to have that kid. If she says I'm getting an abortion, there is nothing. There's no legal stand, nothing. Even if I say to her, listen, have the kid, give him to me, I'll raise him, I'll do everything. You could be in or out as much as you want to or don't want. And she says, nope, fuck that, I'm getting an abortion. Yeah. There's nothing you could do. And I'm like, I think to myself all the time, how is that fair? I had a girl say to me, well, the reason it's fair is because she's the one that's going to have to carry that for 9 months. And she's the one that's going to have to. And I'm like, how do you get you can't get pregnant by yourself. It's not just her. Just because she's carrying it for 9 months, that's the way we're built as a species. Yeah. That's not my choice. Like, if I didn't need you to procreate, I would do it by myself, but I can't do it by myself. I need you to procreate. Yeah. You don't want to have the kid, that's fine. I'll raise him. But it's like, you don't have a say. It's like, either way, if you decide you don't want the kid, but she wants it, she could have that kid and loop you in for child support. Even without you knowing. She could go down to the fucking child support court and put your name in and say Chris is the father, and now you have a court date to go get a DNA test. And if that shit comes back as yours, you're going to pay child support. And if you don't show up for court, you get named the father by default, and you're still paying child support. Like, there's no out for you. No. If you tell her, I don't want these kids, like, she could still fuck you over. And then it's weird because on the flip side of that, if you want the kid, she could just be like, nah, fuck you. Yeah. And I'm like, how is that fair? And they talk about all this my body, my choice shit. Well, it's my body as well. I'm the one that blew a load in you. Like, those are my sperms. Like, that came out of me. Why don't I have a say? Like, You know?
Yeah, these situations are scary as fuck with that. I said, I've been fortunate enough so far. I've been lucky just with mine, but yeah, like you're saying, I can't fucking fathom just like, especially if you had like, if you had 3 kids by a woman. First off, if you're married, why get married for 10 years, then have 3 kids with somebody, then on the side.
Because some dudes are dirt merchants, yo. Some dudes are just fucking shitheads. Like some dudes are toxic pieces of shit. And I'm honestly, I feel like women choose the most toxic men. And then this is a thing. This is an argument I had with a girl the other day. Because she was like, why do you keep saying we choose those guys? I'm like, because you do. She's like, oh, well, the guys lie to us because in the beginning when they want to date us, they act like they're gentlemen. I was like, that's not true. Because this is the thing I know for a fact. The guys that are nice to you and that are sweet or whatever, you push those guys aside and you say to yourself, he's too nice. I see him as more of a friend.
Yeah.
You push away the guys that will 100% commit. But the guys that come with the edge, with the whole bad boy persona, you're like, yeah, this is the guy that I'm going to. And then when he does all types of stupid shit, you act surprised like you didn't see it. All the stupid traits that you saw that you thought were cute, that's now driving you crazy, you chose that. That's your choice. You're the one that chose the bad boy, and now he's being a bad boy. Yeah. You're all bent out of shape like, oh, nah, I don't want to date this. And then the same chick telling me, she was like, oh, well, there's a level of, what did she say? She was basically saying that essentially you have to be sexually attracted to a guy in order for the relationship to work. And I get it. That's true. Yeah. But admit what you're sexually attracted to. Because not all girls are attracted to bad boys. The girls that are attracted to bad boys, you choose bad boys, and then bad boys are bad boys. Yeah. And that's what you get. So don't cry about, oh, well, this guy was pretending. He wasn't pretending. All the bad shit that you saw that you liked, that turned you on, didn't change. He just lived up to what you wanted.
It's like that joke when like I showed Slim, they showed Titus when I watched a couple episodes on YouTube, but like, they show Titus's dad from flashbacks, and like was it the freaking, they show when Chris was like a kid and his dad had this one woman, he's dating this fucking one chick and stuff. She's like, and she kicks him out and stuff, and she's like, you cheated on me, and he looks out, and he's like, what'd you expect? He goes, I cheated on my ex-girlfriend with you. He's, what'd you think I was going to change for you? It's like, and I'm laughing because like, and the whole audience is laughing, but it's just like, yeah, like you. First off, it's or like my wife. Like I was fucking you on behind my wife's fucking back. Now I got divorced my wife. Now I'm with you. It's like now you're mad at me for cheating on you, but like you cheated. It's like it's like you ruined my first marriage, and now it's just like you can't. It's like you're pissed off at a cheater for being a cheater. Like and for this day, it's a stupid fucking line, but I will always fucking quote it because like. It's simplistic, but like Johnny Depp in the first Pirates of the Caribbean, he goes, you can always trust So you can always fucking trust a dishonest man to be dishonest. Yeah.
It's a fact.
It's like,
he's a scumbag, and he's a scumbag. You can trust him to be a scumbag.
Yeah. It's just like, and it's just one of the stupid things because like the whole pirate life, but like I'll pull a clip up sometime. But, like, yeah, it's just like fucking, it's like you can trust a fucking thief to be a thief or a scumbag to be a scumbag. But like the arrogance, like I've never tried to change any female I've dated. I've accepted them for what they are, the good and the bad. But so many women, like, I think a lot of it definitely comes down to the arrogance thing because it's just like, yeah, I know he's a player. Yeah, I know he's a fucking cheater. But like, I'm the exception because my pussy is so magical.
That's the stupid shit that a lot of women believe that gets them in trouble. It's like, well, I'm the girl that's going to make him give up all the other girls for me because somehow there's something so special about me and my vagina. Yeah. It's like, woman, get over yourself. Every girl on this planet has a vagina. Yeah. You're not special.
Exactly. It's like some guys with a magic dick. It's like, I'm not dumb enough to fuck say like the fucking like I've seen fucking porn. Trust me. There's plenty of guys with dicks more impressive than mine.
There's a crazy shit that you have to like think about. Like women, the only thing that lets a man be faithful is the fact that he wants to be faithful. Yeah. There is nothing a woman could do to make a man faithful. There's a lot of these girls that's like, oh, he doesn't like, they listen to Megan Thee Stallion where she's like, oh, this guy done fucked a whole bunch of bitches, but now that he fucked me, he wants me over that. Like, you're stupid if you buy into the hype. You're dumb. Because a woman cannot. You can't fuck a man into being faithful. Nope. You can't cook enough food to make him faithful. You can't do enough things around the house to make him faithful. The only thing that makes a man faithful is the fact that he wants to be. Yeah. That is it. Like, if he wants to be faithful to you, he will. You can't do anything.
And I've said this like in jokingly, but also serious, like years ago, and I've told Selena and friends of mine, like, so you to meet Mary, I'll get a chance to meet her, but like I would have certain people when I was dating her. Well, Chris, you're dating a stripper. Like, okay. Yeah, it's like, do you have a problem with that? No, not really. Like, well, are you worried about her fucking somebody else? And I'm like, okay, I get that sentiment because she is fucking dancing, like, with her shirt off and stuff. She's half naked, and a lot of guys are hitting on her. But in all reality, even if your girlfriend, whether she's a stripper or fuck, she works at Walmart, do you think because of her profession, she's less likely to fucking hop another guy's dick?
And I say that all the time. I'm like, listen, if you're dating a girl, right? Like, I say this to all dudes. Men are hitting on your woman. She's not going to come home and tell you about it because she knows the burden it's going to put on a relationship. But I promise, if you are dating a girl and you think she's attractive, men are hitting on her. Yeah. Whether or not she's going to pull a trigger and do whatever she's going to do is a whole different thing. Some girls are going to say, it ain't worth it to screw over my boyfriend. He's been good to me, and they won't. Yeah. Some girls will say, hey, I could probably get away with this, and they will. But it just comes down to, like I said before about guys, it comes down to the type of girl. Because if she wants to be faithful, she will be. Exactly. If she doesn't want to be, she won't. That's what I said.
It's like whether my girlfriend is fucking at Friday, it's like right now, my girlfriend, it's Saturday night, it's 9:30. My girlfriend's down at her fucking job, working at a restaurant and stuff, and she's good looking. Whether she's at a restaurant, working at Walmart, at a fucking strip club, at a fucking bar, there's at some point there's some guy hitting on her.
Guys are hitting on her.
It's just like, so it's like, and Mary would tell me, Chris, I had a guy hitting me. He offered me a fucking stack, $5,000 to come back to his house and suck his dick. And she was like, you know what? She's like, no, I'm good. I got a boyfriend. I'm a stripper, but I'm not a prostitute. And I respected her for that. And any time period, she's like, hey, honey, get off work at 11 o'clock. Come drive out to me and hang out with me. And I'd hang out with her, let her do her fucking thing, be on stage. But like, yeah, even if I was at work, at some point, it's just like, don't lie to yourself thinking because of a person's profession. Like your girlfriend could be fucking working as a mechanic in the fucking garage and stuff. Since some guy comes in wanting the oil change on his Lexus or something and pulls out a checkbook like, hey, listen, I'll give you fucking 50 grand to like, bring you home this weekend. It's come on, yeah.
Listen, you say that as a joke, but this is from personal experience. If your girlfriend is working in a mechanic shop, every dude in the shop is constantly trying to fuck her. The only thing that's keeping her faithful is her choice to be faithful to you. Yeah. And anytime you slip up, like any dude that's working, any dude that's dating a girl that's working in any profession that's male dominated, I promise you, if you've got a good woman and she's being faithful to you, cherish that woman. Yeah. Because her options are unlimited when she's working around a bunch of guys. Yeah. Because these guys are constantly trying.
Especially now with fucking social media. Trust me, I'm not fucking stupid. Anytime I fuck my girlfriend currently puts my Instagram fucking post or a Facebook fucking post and she gets 400 fucking likes, I know it's not all 400 females liking her shit. It's like, and I accept her for what it is. Like, and the funny part, like, she'll even fucking put pictures of me and her together at karaoke with Jen's or something. I still see fucking like, hey, here's my boyfriend Chris, love my boyfriend, and still got fucking chicks or guys saying like, hey, you're beautiful and stuff, and I think you're good looking. Like, you see her with her boyfriend, they don't give a shit.
They don't care. Men don't care. Like, everybody knows men don't care. Yeah. Like, dudes, there's girls that'll be like, yo, I have a boyfriend, and like, yo, you know how many times like guys go out and hit on girls, and she's like, I got a man. They don't care. Men don't care. Like, dudes are very disrespectful. Like, they will still try. Like, literally, I used to date a girl where I literally had guys walk up to her while I'm standing next to her and try to like talk to her. And I gotta be the asshole to get in the way. Like, get the fuck out of here. You see me standing here. Yep. Oh, my bad. I didn't think y'all was together. Get the fuck out of here. We together. Like, you know, like, that shit is crazy. Like, it's wild. Dudes are disrespectful because they will try it. And like I say all the time, if your girl is being faithful, don't pressure your girl about stupid shit if you know she's being faithful. Like, when she starts giving you reasons to question, then question. But if she ain't giving you reasons to question, don't put that pressure on yourself.
Yeah, it's 100%.
Guys are 100% trying to fuck your girlfriend every chance they get.
It's like, men and fucking women. I've just hit the point in life. Maybe it's turning 40. Maybe it's just like, seeing life experiences. I'm still a kid at heart, but like, I just hit the fucking point where, like, unless you plan on taking your girlfriend or your boyfriend, your husband, your wife, and again, fucking duct tape into the bed in your basement and never leaving except to feed them food and water twice a day or something, it's going to happen. Have faith in your partner, thinking that, like, she or he loves you enough. And if they cheat on the side and you find out about it, get rid of them. But it's just like, but don't think that, like, every second it's going to happen, because it probably won't. But
well, I'm at the point of if I'm ever going to be in a committed relationship, because right now I'm at the point where I have zero interest in a relationship. I like doing what I'm doing now. For me, it's perfect. It's ideal. Like, if I ever get into a relationship and I find out my woman's cheating on me, like, I watched this comedian I was on TikTok, and there's this comedian. I can't remember his name, but he did this joke, and I laughed so hard because I'm like, the joke he did was a joke to the people that watched it.
Yeah.
But to me, it was like, this is exactly where I am mentally. Like, if I'm dating a girl, he said, if you're dating a girl and you walk in the house and you catch her cheating on you, he's like, don't even get mad. Don't make a fuss or nothing. He was like, close the door, let her finish what she's doing. You go downstairs and set up the couch and you go to sleep for the night. When she comes downstairs in the morning, you look her in the face and say, bitch, I owe you one. It don't make any sense to break up at this point.
Oh, shit.
Stay with her,
you know
and
what?
just make sure that you take your opportunity to go out and find you a girl and have a fun night at one point in time. Come back home, don't tell her nothing about it. But it's like, don't break up, because what's the point, right? And I laughed. I'm telling you, it was so funny to me.
Boy.
I was like, it's not realistic, because most people won't do that, because obviously, if your person cheats on you, it's going to have an impact, right? But it's just so funny because, like, in my head, that's how I feel. I'm like, if I was dating a girl and I found out she was cheating on me, I wouldn't even get mad. I'd be like, yo, I owe you one. I was like, I owe you one. That's just what it is. I was like, come on, let's go get some food right now. Like, let's go get something to eat.
I always find the hypocrisy, though. This comes from men and women. It's like, your girlfriend cheats on you and stuff. She apologizes. Okay, we'll get back together and stuff. Then it's like, you know what, then? Maybe I should get you back. And then fucking, like, oh, you can't and stuff. And I don't appreciate that. Or, like, it's kind of fucked up if you cheated on me and, like, hold up a second, didn't you cheat on me? Like, and happens fucking both ways. How many times will a guy sit there and fucking behind his girlfriend's back sleep with multiple other fucking women? The second he finds out she so much as hugs another fucking man, the guy goes fucking ballistic.
It's weird because, like, if your situation is you like to cheat, then don't be mad when you find out your girl is cheating on you. Like, my thing is, I'm not doing the tit for tat shit no more. Like, if I'm in love, right, which I know that's not going to happen to me anymore, but there's only in my life there's only 2 girls that I've been in love with. But I know if I'm dating a girl and in my head I'm emotionally connected to her and she cheats on me with another guy, I'm never going to be able to get over it. So I'm just going to be like, you know what? It's better off that I leave. Because if I stay with her, like if I'm emotionally connected and I'm like in love and I stay with this girl and my plan is to just cheat on her to get back at her, that's not going to do anything for me. Like, I could sleep with the other woman, but anything short of you walking in on me, fucking and getting upset, anything short of that isn't going to be satisfying to me. Like, me telling you about it isn't going to be satisfying. Me doing it without you knowing about it isn't going to be satisfying. Like, the only thing that would satisfy me is you walking in on me, plowing this other girl out, and it pissing you off to the point where you're hurt and upset. That's the only thing. And I'm like, if I have to stage that or set that up to happen, it's too much work. So if I'm just gonna walk out. But on the flip side of that coin, like I said previously, if I'm not emotionally invested, I'm not breaking up with you. That's not even causing a problem. That's not even causing waves in the relationship. Because I'm just gonna be like, I owe you one. And I'm just gonna go out on the weekend and rail some random chick. Like,
I made a joke, but I'm dead fucking serious. When I read about a guy who just sits there and, like, you know, I know my work hours and hang out with you right now, and the stuff I do with my friends and family and like, you know, going to the gym and stuff and seeing movies and shit. And for this guy to have like a second girlfriend and kids and stuff, like the amount of time and effort it takes to get some side pussy, like I don't have this, I just don't care enough. Like, I'm too fucking lazy. Like, cause I mean, for God's sakes, you had to have a baby with somebody else and fucking like put that into the paper and like but like you must have had like a different Facebook account or something, maybe another fucking phone number. Like, there's so much work that goes into having like 2 relationships. Like,
think about it like this though. Damn. Some people got nothing else going on in their life and it's like doing that. Like, I guarantee you for him, that shit was like some level of excitement or exhilaration. Like, he has one wife and one set of kids and he's doing this second life. And in his mind, it's like, man, I'm juggling these 2 lives. So it's like, there's some level of entertainment because it's like you said, the average guy is not interested in that. That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot. Like, this 2 separate Facebook pages, 2 separate accounts for everything. A separate account for one wife, another account for the other wife. On every bill that you pay, everything you buy for the kids, you have to make sure that your cell phone number, you need 2 cell phones so that the numbers don't ever overlap. You need 2 separate accounts so that when you buy stuff for one wife or one set of kids, either way that the other one can't track it. But it's just too much to do. So it's like the average guy isn't doing that shit. Like, I'm not.
On top of making up, like right now, I'm with Alice. If Selena called me right now, she might, like, Chris, where you at? Like, hey, I'll pop in FaceTime. Hey, me and Al are hanging out. But, like, for me to have me go through this elaborate story, like, Al, listen, I'm fucking this chick and stuff. If Selena calls, have her text you and stuff, make up, I'm at this, whatever, so-and-so place, so-and-so time, and just, like, it's so much. I ain't got time for this shit. I get off fucking work. Yeah, most days I'm working 12, 14 fucking hours. I get home, I gotta do laundry, hit the fucking gym, maybe get an hour Xbox in. Like, just for me right now with my life, for me, just the fathom of, like, hanging out with another fucking girl, like, I just I don't have the fucking energy.
Let me be the first to tell you, Chris, I love you like a brother, but if you ever start cheating on Selena, keep it a secret from me the same way you keep it a secret from her. I don't ever want to have to lie to her. I don't ever want to have to make up stories. I want to be just as, if I ever find out you're cheating on her, I want to be just as surprised as she is.
Yeah.
I want to be like, you're doing what? Like, I don't ever want to.
Tell my son, like, Christian, where's your dad? Like, oh, he's right here and stuff. Can I talk to him? He's in the bathroom right now. Selena, like, are you lying to me? Like, no. It's like, gotta get my fucking kid involved. I'm like, I'm too goddamn lazy.
It ain't worth the hype, especially like if you're dating a girl and you like the girl and you like spending time, like you love the relationship, then why fuck it up? Like it's crazy. Like just being the type of man that would definitely never want to shirk his responsibilities. Like, why would you get a girl pregnant 3 times and then do some stupid shit like have a whole nother family? And
then what's the fucked part? Yeah, there's definitely, like you were saying, before we move on, it's just there's some kind of like psychotic or narcissistic tendency where, okay, you broke up with her, you did everything, so 7 years went by, 7 fucking years, and for some reason, I get it, she wanted closure. Then to sit there and lie to her again and re-fucking propose to her, like, oh, dude, you're a fucking lunatic, bro. Like,
he's a sociopath. Like, he's crazy. Like, what's wild is that 7 years, dude, is a ridiculous. Like, dude, there's girls that I've broken up with or fallen out with, and after 6 months, I never want to see you again.
Yeah.
Like, I hope that you move out of the state I live in and just live somewhere else. I don't ever even want to come across you.
I'll put this on fucking record right now, and I've said it recently. That boy turned 14. 3.5 more years. His 18th fucking birthday. It comes to me blocking her fucking number, me blocking her fucking Facebook. In fact, I take you off I don't even want to hear her fucking, like, the first syllable in her fucking name and stuff. We have literally nothing until he's 18. The second his 18th fucking birthday, in fact, on his 18th, at fucking midnight, on his 18th birthday, I'm sending her a text message. Hey, this is the last text message you're ever going to fucking hear from me. Go fuck yourself. You are blocked now.
You know what? Let me tell you, don't even do that.
Christ.
All you got to do is slide out of her life in anonymity. Don't even message her, nothing. Just block her number, make it so she can't text you, she can't call you, nothing. And never, like, block her on Facebook, block her on everything. And at some point, when she tries to text you or message you, or she tries to call you, it's going to become blatantly obvious that she has no way to contact you outside of talking to her son.
Yeah.
And she's going to ask her son, like, why didn't your father respond to me? He's going to be like, oh, he blocked you on everything. She's going to be like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
Tell me this now, but Selena knows him. My mother does. The past 2 weeks, I had some shit happen with my kid's mother, and I'm like, fucking, he'll be 15 in fucking May 3. Oh, boy. I'm counting the days and minutes to his fucking 18th birthday. It's like we have nothing. Like, fuck, man. So, but yeah, shit.
That's the sucky shit about it. Like, when you have a kid with a person that you no longer are able to communicate with, it's like the worst existence in the world.
It's been this thing for Selena and my mother. They will constantly say to me, and like, but they know this by now. Chris, try to I'm like, you guys, especially mom, you've known this girl for 14 years. Selena, you've known her, like, on and off for about 6 months now. And like, I put her on speaker. In fact, you and me were hanging out not too long ago. I put you on speakerphone. Something's kind of popped up. I will put her on speakerphone. There is some people, there's just no reasoning with. It's just like, after I said 14 fucking years, I'm done. I'm burnt out. Mentally, emotionally, physically, I'm done trying to fucking make peace with you. I've tried everything. I've thrown money at you, had conversations. It's just a matter of a ticking fucking time bomb. The second he turns 18, goodbye. Unless he has a fucking funeral, like we will never see each other for the rest of our lives. Like, I want nothing to fucking do with you. Like, and what's scary part is, it doesn't have to be this way neither. But
it definitely doesn't, but some people are just too hard to interact with.
Yeah, so, but I'm not sure how much longer you want to go for. It's been fucking 3.5 hours, dude.
Already?
Telling you, yeah.
We might as well wrap it up.
I got a couple more news articles if you want to, because this one had me laughing thinking about you. I texted this to you, but I just want to go over since you're here. It's like, it was an Iowa man. He calls in a bomb threat because he didn't get sauce for his chicken nuggets.
Listen, dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. People think it's fucked up what he did, and it is. It is fucked up. But I'm telling you, the way you feel when they fuck your order up, like, listen, he's not right for what he did, but I definitely understand his mindset. Like, I understand his mindset, because how many times have you went to a fast food restaurant, ordered something, and then you didn't really check the bag, you drove off, and then you got home and you opened the bag and they fucked your order up. Yeah. Like, that shit makes you want to go back and punch somebody in the face. Yeah. Like, every time. I'm not saying he's right, but I definitely understand his feeling. Yeah. Especially if I've heard this so many times the past, like, fucking few months since New York State. I'm not sure what every place is doing around the country, but New York State is now making McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, etc., Taco Bell, making $15, $16 an hour. So it's like, now you motherfuckers making $16 an hour. All I did was order a double cheeseburger and a large shake. You put a fucking chicken sandwich in my bag. For fuck's sakes, guys. Like, listen, damn. I could say this. I don't care how much money they make. I just need them to fucking stop being stupid. Like, even because like, I feel like at the minimum wage is whatever it is now, and they're making a little bit above that, and they're fucking my order up. You give them more money, they're still going to be fucking the orders up. And I just need them to tighten the ship up. Like, because I'm not going to be against them making more money or whatever, but I get irritated. And this is a thing that I started doing, and I annoyed a couple of people doing this, but I do it anyway. Like, now I will literally throw my car in park, open my bag, and sift through it and make sure I got everything. And then I put it in drive, and I drive off. And I had one girl in the Wendy's drive-through actually catch a little attitude. She's like, "It's all in there. There's no need to check." I wanted to get smart, but I didn't say anything. I drove off. But I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I'm definitely going to check, because if I drive off and then everything isn't right, even if I come back, you guys are going to pretend that I already ate whatever. Like, excuse me, if I say, "Yo, you didn't put my chicken nuggets in the bag," they're going to be like, "Oh, you probably ate the chicken nuggets." Yeah, I don't want to play that game. So I'm going to search my shit before I drive off, because there's been plenty of time. This is the thing I did that annoyed her the most. That not only did I sift through the bag, I also put the straw in the drink and sipped it to make sure it was good. Because there's been a couple of times where I ordered a large Coke and I drove off, and then it's like, the way they make the drinks in the soda fountains is they put a bag of syrup in there and it mixes with carbonated water. Sometimes that bag gets down low and you get a cup of pure, mostly carbonated water, and it doesn't taste like soda at all. Tastes like fucking soda. And that's happened to me a couple of times. So now I will sip the fucking drink before I leave, because I don't want to get home and I just got a cup of carbonated water, because that's not what I want. I wanted a Coke, right? So she was all bent out of shape about it, but I didn't care. I was like, I'm paying for the meal. I worked fucking 5 years at Arby's and 2 years at Burger King, and a couple times of soda. It's like, when the thing is, like, as an employee, you're just fucking putting your in the fucking drive-through or something, you're running and stuff, and you keep fucking popping cup in there. Sometimes the soda gets a little bit, like, the color gets a little bit diluted and stuff, but you can't fucking tell till they sip it, and it's not your, and sometimes the employee, it's not your fucking fault, because I get that. I understand. I'm not blaming her for it. I'm not mad that like, I'm not mad at her if the soda is diluted. I'm just saying there's a couple of times where I got home and it's diluted, and I didn't, like, I want to go back, but it's like, where I live, where there's only like 3 Wendy's locally around. Where they are and where I live aren't close. So it's like, I'm not going to go back to Wendy's. Exactly. So it's like I'm home now with a cup of carbonated water that I'm not going to drink. So I'm going to have to pour, a fresh cup of juice that I'm going to have to make or whatever. It's definitely a thing. No, I agree with you, because the past 4 times we went to McDonald's and Wendy's, Selena was like, "Chris, before we fucking leave this drive-thru, we're checking the entire fucking bag." Absolutely. I can't blame her. And like you said, it's small things, because, like, I'll say something like, I cannot eat fucking pickles to save my life. Anytime I get a burger or fucking sandwich, I say, like, whatever, Whopper, Big Mac, no fucking pickles. And the thing is, how often do you get your bag and stuff? Are you gonna take the fucking Big Mac and unwrap the entire goddamn thing? So you're trusting, and you guys say, "Okay, is that gonna be like, no pickles and stuff, large fry and blah chocolate shake?" No problem. They just read it back to you. So and then still fucking give you pickles. And how many times I'll be fucking, okay, look in the fucking bag. When you look in the bag real quick, you see, like, you see 2 packages, 2 fucking burgers, fries, shake, whatever. Start fucking driving.
unwrap your fucking burger, bite into it, pickle, motherfucker. On the receipt, it says no pickles. You read it back to me, no fucking pickles. It's like, just like, Jesus Christ. So, and that's what you're saying. Like, regardless of the fucking, of whether I first was at, I was 16 years old in Cohoes, New York, and I worked at Burger King, and I was making $5.15 an hour. And like, even me making $5.15 an hour, I just, as a person, as pride as whatever, went out of my way where it's like, if you ordered something, I made it the way you want it. That's the point of fucking being customer service in fast food. Now you motherfuckers are making $15-16 fucking dollars an hour. And like you're saying, Al, it doesn't even fucking matter. You could pay some of these people 50 fucking bucks an hour, and they're still going to fuck up your shit. It's just like, is it that hard for me to just tell you, like, whatever, no pickles or fucking seedless buns or hot fries or whatever? We're paying you for a fucking service, because any job you go to, how many times at your job, if you fuck up a bus or something, or whatever, you do something wrong, are you going to be held accountable for it?
Yes, I will. Absolutely.
Either get fucking fired, suspended.
I'll be in all types of trouble.
Yeah,
but this is my thing with them, right? This is where, but for fast food people, the level of understanding for me is this. When you're doing a job and you're doing the same thing over and over again all day, really, at some point you just go into like autopilot mode and you become real complacent and you're just doing stuff. So somebody will say no onions, no pickles, whatever, and you'll hear it, but it won't register. So this is my thing. I don't get mad at them for me saying, I don't want any onions in my burger, and you still put onions in my burger. I just want you to understand that when I say no onions on my burger and you put onions in my burger, I'm going to come back and have you do a new burger, right? So I just say the problem you run into is they then get mad at you as if you fucked up the burger. Like, no, you fucked up the burger. I didn't. So the same level of restraint I'm showing by saying, I'm not going to be mad at this guy because he's doing his job. He's been at work 6 hours, 7 hours, whatever. And he probably was just in autopilot mode. I'm not mad at you. I just need a new burger. Yeah. That same level of restraint I offered you of me holding back and not going crazy, I need you to do the same thing. Yeah. It's just the fact that some of these guys lose their shit, and I don't get it because you're mad at me for your fuck up. Like if I tell you no onions on the burger, no fucking onions in the burger. Yeah. I hate raw onions. I don't want raw onions. You want me to eat onions? Cook them shits. If you had sauteed onions on this burger, you wouldn't have any problems from me. But they're not. They're raw fucking onions. You chop them up, you put them on a burger. I don't want them. When I tell you no onions, no onions. Yeah. Right? But then they get bent out of shape like, this guy's being a fucking diva.
It's the exact same thing. It's if this guy's working Burger King, he's fucking up your order, and he's like, he gets a fucking attitude. Okay, dude, the next time you order a fucking pizza, and they fuck up your pizza, you better fucking show the same kind of courtesy as you showed fuck Al for fucking up his burger, right? Because I guarantee you won't have that same kind. It's just the fucking, it really is with fast food and retail and just in human beings in general. It's not hard, like you were saying, Al. How hard is it to say, listen, I just worked a 12-hour shift. I am sorry. I'll make your burger. If you apologize and listen, and what is so hard with people nowadays, hey, I'm sorry. I fucked up. It's okay. I'll fix your burger. 9 times out of fucking 10, Big Al's like, okay, honestly, no problem. Dude, give me a new burger. We're all set. We're all set. All good to go. That's it. Something simple. You got fucking guys pulling out fucking guns nowadays and shit. Like
going crazy, shooting the place up over a burger.
I'll pull up these last couple articles, but like that's what I'm saying. Like next time you come down here, I was seeing fucking stuff on Twitter. Like now, people with the whole fucking vaccine, I'm seeing like people are beating up fucking servers now because of this shit. Like, god damn, man. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Like,
people are losing their shit over this thing.
Damn.
It's so I don't know. I feel like it's crazy, but I just feel like the whole pick a side shit is retarded.
Yeah,
this is what guys are doing. Like, and this is it's funny because I remember specifically people saying, if somebody runs a business and they choose, they should have the right to choose who they want to serve and who they don't want to serve. This is the argument that was made when the gay couple wanted a wedding cake from that cake place, and they didn't want to sell them the cake because they don't want to sell cakes to people that goes against whatever religion they have, right? Yeah. And the argument was made. I was one of the people that was saying, no, if you're running a business, your job is to serve the public regardless of whatever they do, because they're not interfering with your belief. Their personal lifestyle doesn't affect whether or not you worship or not. Yeah. Everybody was like, oh no, because these guys are Christian, they should be able to choose who they want to serve. It's their business. They should be able. I said, I don't agree with it, but fine. Okay. So now private businesses are saying, I don't want you in my store if you're not going to wear a mask. The same people that were saying private businesses should have the right to choose are now mad at private businesses for fucking choosing, right? And that shit, it blows my mind. Like, you were the guys that were just saying private businesses should have the right to choose who they let in and who they don't let in. And now they're saying, we're not letting you guys in because you're not wearing masks. And they're fucking out of their fucking mind going crazy. And I'm like, this is the hypocrisy, because the general rule for some people is, I want to impose rules and restriction, but I want it imposed on everybody but me. Yeah. That's the problem. Like, that is the issue. You're either for the rules or you're not, but you can't expect. It's like all these people that were saying, oh, we support the police, but as soon as the police are working against us, then it's a problem. Yeah. No, you're either back the blue or you don't. Yeah. But you can't say back the blue until the blue is coming to arrest you. Yeah. Then you're up in arms because, oh, I supported you and you're doing this to us. You're supposed to do it to everybody else except us. No, that's not the way it works. The way it works is the blue have a job to do. And if you're working against the job that they're doing, you're going to get arrested just like everybody else. It's crazy.
I definitely want to get to next time with the whole fucking business, because now I'm seeing like a lot of businesses clapping back because that's another article from only because like, you know, now a lot of businesses aren't enforcing the fucking vaccine. That's going to be another topic. So I just want to finish up these news articles because I said that's like, these are the last ones on my phone, but I told you I still got like fucking 40 more Twitter articles. We'll be here all fucking night because I just want to ask you this, your personal opinion as being, you know, both of us are blue collar people and shit, but like I now like, you know, obviously fucking during COVID, they passed a lot of these eviction laws, notices, and people are kind of taking advantage of it. And I wanted to get your take on how do you feel about when their whole, they're basically letting fucking people live rent free from being evicted because of COVID still, and only because this is bringing up a situation like I just found this news article. I'll read this to you that this is a fucking landlord who's a homeowner and stuff. Her name is Brandy, and just call her Brandy. She's been waiting on rent for nearly a year. She owns 3 properties in New York, in upstate New York. She's also a single mother and an Air Force veteran, and she's homeless after falling on hard times herself. Apparently what happened to the article is that her and her daughter are being forced to live out of her car because she owns fucking these 3 properties, but she can't move back into her own property because she can't fucking evict the tenants because of the fucking COVID restrictions right now. So she like has nowhere to live because she can't move back into her own homes. So it says, after notifying tenants they had to move out so she could move in, the tenants stopped paying rent and stayed put, she said. She and her daughter had been living out of her car and staying with friends. I've cried many nights thinking, where's my money? Despite that, each tenant owes her so far almost $24,000 in unpaid rent. She says she can't force her tenants out because of state and federal memorandums on evictions. So a lot of federal money meant to alleviate such situation isn't making it to landlords. 90% of all rental funds allocated by Congress has not been distributed according to the Treasury Department. She's like, I don't understand how they can give my private property to somebody to live for free. I bought that property. I fixed up with my blood, sweat, and tears. And then she says, the eviction bans were meant to protect the vulnerable renters during the pandemic, but some property owners say they become collateral damage. A new report shows 10% of landlords around the country collected less than half their rent in 2020. Landlords who owned fewer than 6 units were mostly affected. One thing that's very clear is we have no housing safety net. So we're forcing low-income households and owners to essentially bear the cost of that in this current moment. That's unfair to both parties. So she says one of her tenants said she can't pay rent because of childcare costs for her daughter and her autistic son. I feel bad I've not been able to pay rent, but we've gone from 2 incomes. I had COVID-19 twice. My kids all had it. My husband's had it. We've been affected by the virus. So I don't fucking know how to feel about the situation. Like, I feel...
But this is my thing. If money is being held up for that, like, what do you, I don't even know what to say to that, because what can she do? Essentially, she's waiting for the government to give her the relief aid that they promised. Yeah. And it's just not coming her way. Like, who do you even talk to about that? Like, where do you go?
Exactly. Yeah. But then the problem is, like, so she can't afford to fucking get a new apartment. I figured, like, right now, for argument's sake, if I had this house, right, and, like, just say, like, you know, I move out and I give this to you and your family and shit, and you owe me, like, $1,000 a month in rent. Now I'm taking your $1,000 a month to go fucking get a new apartment or something, but then, like, for the past year, you stopped paying me, and, like, I can't now get a new fucking apartment because I have no money because you owe me $20,000. And so she has 3 houses. Each tenant owes her roughly $25,000, and she can't afford to pay for a new place because her current people aren't paying her. Like this, it's a fucked up situation, man. Like so I want to get your take on that. Like,
she already hit them with the eviction. Like my take on it is that she's screwed.
Yeah.
That's just that. That's just what that is.
And
like,
the thing is, it's like she can't evict these people because of the COVID regulations. Like right now, landlords can't evict anybody. And this is the thing I think it's fucked up is right now, my taxes just came in right now for 2021. I'm going to pay them fucking this next week and stuff. To my knowledge, like I'm a homeowner. I still pay my state or my freaking school taxes, my fucking property taxes. So like a lot of landlords out there, people tend to forget these landlords and stuff. They're still fucking paying things like water taxes, home insurance, property fucking taxes. They're not being exempt from fucking paying taxes and bills, but the renters are being exempt from fucking paying rent. But when you're paying fucking rent, you're paying your landlord. It's like, because if you're renting a house or property, you don't own this building, obviously. Yeah. Someone owns a fucking building. So when you're not fucking paying your landlord, you're fucking them out of their fucking bills. Like this is, but the fact that she said she literally can't afford to go anywhere, it's making her stay with either fucking friends or some nights sleep with her and her kid in her fucking car because she can't afford a place because all of her income was coming in from owning 3 houses. So like all of her income was tied into having 3 different fucking houses, which she's receiving 0 money from. So she has no income.
She's fucked.
Yeah.
There's no way around. She's fucked. Because what is she going to do? Like literally, your tenants aren't paying you and the government relief that's supposed to come your way isn't coming. What are you going to do?
Which is why we said not too long ago when I got pissed off from the whole, like, COVID shit happened. Like, it's just one small article, but like, Kanye West, for example. Kanye West and Kim Kardashian, when they were still together, put in for the fucking COVID relief fund. They cut him a check. Kanye West, who's worth $1.6 billion, for $5 million. Wait, Kanye West got $5 million check. This woman has gotten 0 fucking from the COVID relief fund.
She should have put in for the PPP loan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that works, but yeah, it's just like, goddamn, dude. It's like, this is what
she's fucked. She's fucked and she's fucked. There's nothing. What can she do? Like, she can't evict the tenants.
Yeah,
they're not paying her, and the government money that was supposed to come her way to alleviate this exact situation is not making its way to her.
And how do you feel? Do you think this is right? Because I've been reading about this across the board a lot. Like, so Selena got back to work, but like, there was a lot of people that on unemployment employment. Some people were making $600, $800 fucking dollars a week during the entire fucking pandemic. And that money was supposed to, give people on unemployment and people who couldn't work because of COVID that were non-essential workers, they were paying you $800 a week to pay your fucking rent. But then the past year, you haven't paid any fucking rent. So all that money you've made the past year, what have you done with it? And like, doesn't that kill the fucking purpose? The government's giving you $800, $900 a week to pay your fucking rent. And now they're also making you exempt from fucking paying rent. So where's your money going then? Like, God damn, man.
And that was the fucked up thing about that is when this whole, we're going to give you this amount of money through unemployment and all this other shit, it was a clear stipulation where you should save enough money so that you could pay your bills when shit goes back to normal. But I guess people became complacent because it's been so long since they passed these fucking bills where you could live rent free and all this other stuff that they're doing. And people just got complacent. Like, it's like, fuck it, I'm going to be here for 2-3 years doing this bullshit.
Yeah. And that's what sucks. Is like someone like Selena got her apartment back in April, and every fucking month her landlord was fucking paid. Made sure her landlord was paid, her bills were fucking paid, her money was going where it should. And like that was, she's one person, but how many millions of fucking people were there? You owe your fucking landlord $25,000 in rent? Man, that's fucking dark. Like,
You know what's funny? It's like I guarantee you where she's renting these places, it's like upscale a little bit. I'm willing to put money on it. And these people were paying significant amount of money monthly.
Yeah.
And I am going to go out on a limb here because I don't know anything about it, but I'm going to say that these guys simply decided to take advantage of the situation. I'm willing to bet that it's not that they couldn't pay. They just decided, because of all the shit that's going on and I got this leeway, I'm going to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
So they decided just like, we're not going to pay and we're going to use this COVID shit as an excuse.
Yeah.
And now she's fucked because they have just decided to fuck her.
Yeah. I just, that's what I'm saying, dude. We talk about constantly, fuck, how much like money and resources allocation of stuff. But the fact this woman, and I mean, she's got fucking military background as well, but you and your fuckhead living out of your car. Like, that's just like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, it's more situations where it's like, I look at my home and, you know, I don't have things great, but like, I can get a pizza tonight. I got a fucking warm bed to sleep in. I got a car. Like, it just, I'm not living with my kid out of my fucking backseat of my car, man. Like, Jesus fucking. So, last thing I'll pop up for you, and I wanted to hear you taking this. This happened this morning, and besides Twitter, popped up on my phone, and I wasn't sure how to take this because this is the age now we live in now with like TikTok and saying things. I don't know, but okay, there's a deaf woman. She made a TikTok video. Apparently, she put her hearing aid back in, but she's saying she was refused service at Dunkin' Donuts. Now, she went viral on TikTok after sharing 2 videos where she talked about being denied service in the strain of the pandemic. So, let's see. She said because she left her earpiece at home, she wasn't able to communicate with the staff. The videos went viral and brought new attention to the struggles of people who are deaf or hard of hearing. She uses an implant and reads lips. Told Today Food that she was driving for Uber when she decided to stop into a local Dunkin' Donuts to get a drink between rides. When she entered so she went into the dining room. She had her mask on. When she approached the counter, she could not hear the employee who was standing behind plexiglass. When I got to the front, I pulled my mask down and just let the employee know really quickly, "Hi, I'm deaf. How do we do this?" I pulled my mask back up. I was ready to order. She said in her video, she waved to call over her manager. A few minutes go by, and I try to reach over and be like, "Hey, I have to go. Can I place my order?" She says at this point, the manager comes over and begins speaking to her. She cannot understand him because of the mask, the plexiglass and distance between them, then a noise in the shop like music and coffee machines. So I keep telling them, "I'm deaf, I can't hear you. I'm deaf, I can't hear you." He was still speaking to me. I can tell when people are talking because the mask moves, obviously. I kept saying, "I can't hear you. I need to read your lips." Said the manager kept gesturing at the door and repeating the same phrase over and over, which she assumed to be like, "Have a nice day." She tried to ask a customer in line behind her to translate, but could not hear him through his mask. While there was a piece of paper on the counter that she wanted to use to write her order down, there was no pen in sight. I could just tell he was repeating the same phrase, and for the third time I asked, "You're really not going to take my order?" And he shook his head no. And my heart sank. What did I do wrong? So she left Dunkin' Donuts, went into her car, and said she denied service, and she made a TikTok video crying her eyes out. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on, man. Like, so of course she's already got like 6 million fucking views on TikTok. So I mean, so wanted to hear how do you feel about it? I'm not like 6 million views, like, but did they really? I mean, I'm to the full point, like, unless you had a fucking phone taping this, like, it's like you and me can walk into any fucking Dunkin' Donuts and accuse them of racist shit or something or denying your service. Like, did this really happen, or are you trying to get, like, now because your story you got 6 million fucking views? Did this really happen, or are you trying to get more TikTok fame?
I feel like that's just a clout chase. Like, she's chasing clout. Like, why? Was this drink at Dunkin' Donuts really this important that you needed to? Like, and how were you able to make a TikTok video if you didn't have your earpiece with you?
Yeah, because apparently she put her earpiece in, then she started making a TikTok video where she
could have went to the car and got her earpiece and went back inside and made an order.
Yeah. So
like, if you got to, like, you got to Dunkin' Donuts, you didn't have your earpiece. Instead of going back outside to get your earpiece, you decided to create a commotion in the store for sympathy. And now that you can't interact with the guys and you're telling them, "I can't hear you," and they're the only way they can communicate is by speaking because they don't know sign language, then go get your earpiece.
Yeah.
But instead of going to get your earpiece and coming back in and making the order, you decided to go back into your car, put in your earpiece, and make a TikTok. Yeah, that's clout chasing.
Because she's saying that, she's like, let's see. She said that, like at Dunkin', the precautions stores have taken, like plexiglass shields and distance in between customers, make it difficult for her to hear. While she does have an implant, her partner compared using it to listening to an unmixed music recording. It's difficult to filter out different levels of noise. But she's saying, during this entire pandemic, she's been going through this from multiple stores, grocery stores and stuff, and people can understand her. And like, but if your implant was in you, and I'm almost on the fucking fence on the side with you, Al. It seems like I wanted people to know that this has been happening the entire pandemic. Many times I feel lesser, and it felt important that I speak up so people can understand, but it's very exhausting. Even without the mask, it can be tiring. So, but it seems like she's kind of just like blasting Dunkin' Donuts, and of course Dunkin' Donuts is like denying it and stuff and saying their employees are trained for this kind of stuff. But yeah. And of course, people, as they fucking were and stuff, people are on fucking, I'm like, you should sue, of course, everything, you should sue them. It's like,
I fucking hate it here. This country is starting to piss me off. Like, everybody's just a fucking baby about everything.
I just feel like, it's just like, I don't know, it's just like, I feel like, if I just, if you and me going to fucking Dunkin', I can't get a coffee, do I need to fucking make a TikTok video? Like, and she's just crying her fucking eyes out saying, like,
sympathy, like, you know what it is, dude? It's like, if you go on TikTok, you'll see certain videos where it's just an angle. Like, you'll see guys that'll make videos and it's like, all men are scumbags and women should be treated like angels. And I'm like, yeah, this is the angle. You want a bunch of women views, so this is what you do. And then you get women that do the opposite. All women are bitches and men should be. And he's like, yeah, okay, I see the angle. There's like, some people are going to go on there and they want sympathy, so they're going to whine about simple stuff that people deal with every day. It's like, you just got to find your niche, find your thing that makes people give you 600 million views.
It's fucking crazy, dude. So yeah, so goddamn fucking 3 almost fucking 4 hours, dude. Just you and me.
We mangled it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, fuck it. It's like, shit, I know, fuck, we're both tired. It's been a long day. It's 10 o'clock at night, but I mean, that's just like, I've only fucking scratched the surface of like the past few weeks of like, I hate that sometimes when I was not recording too much, but like some weeks, there's just not much to talk about. And then like some weeks like right now, I've got too much to fucking talk about. And I just said, I'm hoping fucking next time you come over that we get more fucking people. Cause I do want to hear, but like, it was just you and me bullshit and catching up. But I said, you've got a bunch of stories that I'm sure like Selena wants to hear, or Susan or somebody, or but it's like anything. The more I promote this stuff and talk about it on social media, I'll tag people tonight and upload it. Like I said, anybody's allowed to come down here. I'm not discriminating. I don't play favorites. Anybody can come here. I just like, people can direct message me. They can tag me on Facebook. Anybody wants to do a Zoom fucking video. I've even told you if like Selena's going to go home for the next couple of days and she lives an hour away. If I get off work and you and me come here, she wants to do a Zoom meeting. Anybody can do Zoom. Zoom is free. It's on your phones, tablets. Like anybody can come down and record or talk to me anytime they fucking want to. I can't like, if someone's fucking busy, like my sister Jamie, her boyfriend Brian says he'd like to come over next week. I'm like, dude, come on over. Come over with me and Al. I've offered Brian 100 fucking times the past year. Come on over, dude. I'm like, just get a fucking drink, smoke a blunt, whatever. Just anybody can talk about some bullshit, but I can't fucking force anybody to come down and talk. So, like I said, I mean, you're the one person that like, I'm not saying nobody else isn't working. Obviously, Selena is, but for the most part, you work out of anybody I know the most hours. So it's like, and I get that. Like, family comes up, your mother gets sick or something, your sister's, car breaks down, you've got like, 19 more nieces or nephews and shit. Like you've had these gender reveal parties and stuff. Like, life does happen. So I just like, that's been the fucking point of being blue collar as well. It's like everybody's working. I told you this. I don't know a single person right now, whether it's Carlton or Elliot or Junior. I don't know anybody that works Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 weekends off. I just don't know anybody. It's like, I was talking recently to even Selena's mother about that. Like, wasn't too long ago, dude. Remember this? Like, when we were kids and stuff, like Sundays, nobody I knew, unless you worked at a hospital or maybe a gas station, nobody I knew worked on Sundays. Now I don't know anybody who doesn't work on a Sunday. And like, remember not too long ago, like and it's just like growing up as a kid, listen, unless you're a taxi driver, which would happen on Christmas, taxi driver or fucking hospitals or a gas station, no one worked on Christmas, Now everybody I fucking know works on Christmas and Thanksgiving and Black Friday and shit. Like I can't take a fucking holiday off. We can't afford it. And now why is everything open too on holidays? Now it's just shit's changed.
Yeah, you realize that? I thought I was the only one that noticed that. It's like now on holidays where on a day like Christmas where everything used to be closed, like that doesn't happen anymore. Yeah. Like I remember times on like New Year's Day where you couldn't go anywhere. Yeah. Now everything is still open. Like everything, like holidays are just holidays now. Like are for like high school kids, like school children, not even high school, just school in general. People that are in school are the only ones that get to enjoy holidays. Like,
we've already said this upcoming Thanksgiving and Christmas, 99% probably you and me. And like I've told my mother this, like my sister Jamie, Janet, we're all gonna be fucking working. And for someone like me, technically speaking, I may be able to take Thanksgiving off, but my fucking job is offering me double time or double time and a half, and I'm making $60 a fucking hour. I can't say no to this shit.
Exactly.
So, But like, but it's not just our industry. It's people. Yeah, fucking Walmart. Why is like, people who's going to Walmart on Thanksgiving? Somebody is. It's like, open it up, like, for fuck's sake. Like, I'm going to Walmart on Christmas. Like, the Walmart employees are like, I want to go home and celebrate with my fucking kids. Well, I have no kids. I want to go shopping. Like, well, fuck you. Like, shit, man. So, yeah, it fucking was it three fucking months, and then we got 4 hours in. So shit. Hoping fucking next time it's more than like it's not such a big hiatus on your part.
From now on, I'm gonna be regularly appearing on our scheduled days.
That's what I said. Fuck you and Junior, the guys. What technically speaking, I've been so Selena's like, why'd you start the podcast? I'm like, initially it was always fucking Al, because I'm like, before I became a driver, the conversation we have in the garage, down listen to like Joe Rogan or something, or like guys on fuck YouTube, and like the guy Ralph but Kevin Smith and Joe Rogan became my motivation to start this shit, because they were just two idiots with a fucking microphone. But Kevin said this shit in plenty of podcast interviews. He goes, me and Susan, for the most part, met Kevin down in Albany at the Egg, and Kevin just like told the entire audience, he goes, every single one of you, every person in this fucking audience, all 1,000, 2,000 people, every one of you people, you guys are content creators. Every one of you has a voice, you have an opinion. He goes, start a podcast, do it with your fucking friends, do it for fun, just talk for 5 minutes, make it about whatever you want, just do it as a hobby and stuff. If it grows, cool. If it doesn't, it doesn't, but do it for yourself and enjoy it. And every single time you've been here, or I've talked with Selena or talked with Susan, I never felt like this was an obligation. Like, I look forward to you coming fucking down and having some drinks, getting a pizza. Like, it's just like, and anybody in the fucking past, whether it's Elliot or Junior, if they feel like this is an obligation or it's too much out their way, I'm not going to make anybody come or doesn't want to come here. If you want to come down and talk, laugh, talk about stupid shit, break down gender studies or something, or Al's like, talk about women and bad boys and shit, or just whatever, talking about the economy, have fucking fun. But like, this is supposed to be fun. And some people told me recently they feel like coming here is kind of an obligation. All right, no problem, man. I'm not begging nobody to come down here. So I look forward to it, and like, hopefully fucking it'll be like more me and you breaking down more bullshit news articles. I've got a ton fucking more. But it's every time I hear about a guy getting swallowed by a goddamn whale, I'm like, I can't wait to tell Al about this shit. Or aliens probing people and shit. Like I'll pull a news article next time I told you about, like, there's more scientists. They're finding more and more fucking signals across the galaxy, and signals that like aren't random. It seems like they're very deliberate, like almost like messages are being fucking sent. Like, as our technology is increasing, we're seeing more and more into the galaxy, into the universe, and they're finding things that like don't make a lot of, like, come on guys, whatever you want to fucking call it, we are not the only planet that's capable of harvesting life.
You know what sucks about that is that in my life, I would love for us to actually make contact with and meet another life form out in the universe. But I know that it is unlikely for that to happen, because we're only receiving a signal. You know how far signals could travel and how many years? Like that? What if that signal was sent like fucking, who knows, 1,000 years ago, and we're only now receiving it now? Our technology has only now became able to take it. Now their technology probably advanced 1,000 years. Like, who knows what the hell is going on? Nobody knows. Let's mention
it was a fucking warning message. Hey guys, in 50 years your son's gonna explode. Like, fuck what? It's like, son of a bitch. Like, we're warning you. In fucking 1,000 years we're coming. When we get to Earth, we're taking it over. Like, oh fuck.
They're probably sending us a message like, yo, your planet is overheating, man. Time for you guys to turn it down a bit, or you're gonna lose it. And we're like, we can't understand these clicks and beeps, but we're trying.
Yeah. Yeah, climate change is becoming like, well, fuck. I'm not a fucking scientist. I don't claim to be one. I just know in Albany, New York, for fuck's sakes, it is September now. I'm 40 years old. In my lifetime, I should have written down on a piece of paper the past 6 months how many times it's rained in a capital fucking region. Like, I swear, I was about to build a fucking ark this summer. Like, I mean, I've never seen it rain this much in my lifetime. I don't get what the fuck is happening, at least around here. But Jesus, it's like, pick one day. I want one day of sunniness. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, it'll be sunny for like fucking 3 hours. It's raining again. Like, I can't remember fucking 2 days it hasn't rained.
Shit, there was a day last week there where it rained all goddamn day. I remember being at work and like fucking everything I had to do is like go out in the rain. It didn't never let up. It rained for like fucking 4.5 hours straight.
Yeah. And
then it drizzled a little bit. Then it started raining hard again. Yeah. I'm like, the fuck is going on?
I said at one point, I finally had on my birthday. My birthday didn't fucking rain, thank God. and I had to freaking do the backyard with me. It was me, Christian, Selena, my mother, and my sister. Fuck high. And at one point, Susan comes outside. 6 of us working on the backyard. The grass was bigger than you. It's just like because the worst thing you can do is mow wet grass, and I couldn't get a single day of the grass to fucking dry. And it kept growing and growing and growing. I'm like, we spent like 6 people, like fucking like 6 hours in the backyard just getting the backyard down to a lower level. Now the lawn again is up to my fucking knees, and I'm like, give me a day to fucking mow it. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, climate change doesn't exist though.
Oh man, this is the upside for us is that we're gonna be dead before it's fucking really bad. Like by the time like our species on this planet is like, fuck man, we should have done something when we had the time. Like when that happens, we're gonna be dead and gone. Like so, it's like I don't give a fuck. People fuck the planet up. Whatever, do your thing.
Yeah. Well, before I head out, like I said, listen to those guys because it was called the Critical Drinker open bar, and the guys were just saying they mentioned like Elon Musk, and the drinker at one point he goes, you know what man, but Elon Musk, he goes, you can say what you want about the fucking guy about his arrogance. Sometimes he can be kind of goofy, but he goes, or just kind of an asshole. Sometimes he goes, but the thing is, he goes, assholes get shit done. And he's like, right now, Elon Musk, the fact that he just put last week four civilians into fucking space. Like, one paid $1 million, one was fucking dying of cancer, and the other 2. But he goes, the thing is, Elon Musk in the past 6 months has made more progress going to Mars than fucking NASA has. He goes, it's becoming a point where we're taking private companies and private people, and they're getting stuff done. And they're not wrong, because the guy, Gary, he's from California, he goes, they were supposed to be making this fucking metro line, this big ass fucking like, train and stuff that was going to connect San Francisco to fucking other part of California. And he said it was going to cost only $10 billion and take a year. This was last year. Last year, $10 billion will get this metro fucking line running. He goes, this was in 2019. He goes, now it's 2021. Now it's up to $40 billion, and they still haven't fucking finished the goddamn thing. He's like, Jesus Christ. He goes, Elon Musk would have had to fucking train that fucking monorail built in 6 months and said, sorry it took so long. And we see it all fucking time. How many times have I drove by recently? Like, I've asked foremen at my job, like, hey guys, so you're building an extra extension onto the garage and stuff, and all week I drive by and not a single person out there working. Like, how long is this extra extension gonna fucking take? Like, wow, 5-6 months. I'm like, give me, Al, and Phil a couple hammers and some nails and stuff and a gun. I guarantee you and me could get that shit done in like 2 weeks. It's been like 2 months and you're still building that extension. I'm like,
did you see how long it took them to do the work that they're doing at the garage I'm in, and they're still not done? Yeah. Like, it was like almost 2.5 years and they're still not done.
Yeah.
Like, they kicked us out of the garage in 2019. We had to go work out in the part of the garage in the house where they park the buses.
Yep.
We had to go work out there. And then they ripped down the garage where we fixed the buses. They put all the new stuff in. Now they're in the process of tearing down the stock room and tearing down the locker room and tearing down the break room and rebuilding all. I'm like, like it's almost 3 years later and you're not done. Like, we're still going.
Yeah.
It's like, Jesus, these guys are fucking milking it.
Yeah, that's why I said fucking like me and just like it's like fucking building this floor. We're sitting right now. Me and Mary's stepfather took us 4 days, and this was me and him working. Just 2 guys. Took us 4 days. If I would have money in a crew, could have got shit done in 1 day. But like, how'd I get this to a contractor? Well, Chris, it'll fucking be about 3 weeks and stuff, and 15 fucking grand of materials. And we went, what? Like, it's like, yeah. So
you're relying on people to con you out of shit. That's what they do.
Yeah. So
find ways to make more money.
Yeah, fuck, it was fun. I got fucking 3 glasses of friggin' Jack. I gotta get ready to bring Selena home, and she's gonna listen to all this. And like, Selena, listen to me and Big Al for 4 hours and have fun. And like anything, I definitely will set up tomorrow the whole like trying to branch this out to other platforms and stuff. And I've said before, like, some downloads, some weeks we've had 20 fucking downloads. It felt awesome. Some weeks are 5 downloads, but like, I'm not saying we you and me can become fucking quit our jobs and stuff, but I wouldn't mind. It would feel good one day if I could look at the stats and stuff. Hey, Chris, you and Al got 100 downloads. Like, even that would mean a lot to me and stuff. And I understand the biggest problem is consistency, but like, guys, I can't be here every Tuesday and Friday if it's just Chris alone. Al's got obligations and stuff, and just everybody else is doing things. So everybody's got fucked the work hours. I wish I could upload 2 or 3 of these a week and stuff and talk about more things, but even with Joe Rogan, I noticed the biggest thing, like I was saying about being a big podcast celebrity and stuff, is initially he only had 2 or 3 people. A lot of people stopped doing it. He's getting constant guests. Like, I have my friends, and half my fucking friends and family are busy all the goddamn time. Like, I'd love to get somebody down here who wasn't Big Al or Susan or Selena or Ellie, I wish I could get new people like to branch out. Like I'll talk to anybody about some shit about financial stuff, or like educate me and Al more about finances and the economy, and want to talk about, even just we're not going to talk about finances only, talk about fucking men and women or something. Give me some more about mushrooms and stuff. Like I recently took fucking mushrooms, and Selena did, and I didn't feel much, but she did. It's just like, I love talking about funny, comical stuff. Like, come on, the past 4 hours, you've had me laughing a bunch of fucking times. So I do want to do this shit more. I was telling Susan and Selena, I was getting frustrated the other day because I'm like, damn, I was like, cool, Al's fine coming back down, but like everyone's kind of MIA. And I'm like, yo, you and me start doing this shit. It's going on fucking, almost 2 years now. Officially, we were on episode 71. Like, you and me put a lot of time and fun into this shit. I don't want to just close this down because some people are fucking busy from now on. I'm like, come on. I've had some good fucking times down here bullshitting. So, but all right, anything you gotta get your goodbye speech.
My spiel is always gonna be the same.
Yeah.
It's always gonna be take care of your neighborhood and take care of the people around you. Protect yourself, protect your neighbors, protect the neighborhood. Donate to your local community, donate to the people that could help you in your time of need. Donate to the police force, donate to the fire department, donate to the schools, donate to the libraries, donate to the hospitals.
Yeah.
Love yourself, love your family, love your friends, take care of yourself, take care of your neighborhood.
See, Al, it's a problem. It's like you should be giving money to a 17-year-old who's worth $8 million, and her life is so much harder than firefighters.
17-year-old have it so easy now. They just shake their ass on TikTok and make money, and that's life. At
some point next time, when you come down, you need to sit there and sleep and listen. Talk to Uncle Al, okay? Al's gonna give you a voice about TikTok because Chris is getting sick and tired of fucking working 60 hours a week, and you need to make a goddamn TikTok and shake your brown ass.
She's lucky she's dating you and not me. If she was my girl, she'd be on TikTok without even knowing about it.
The funny part. Why? On this, for a go, I was talking to her about making Instagram. She's like, you should do it for me. She's like, you be my fucking pimp. I was, you know what? I'm legit about to start fucking writing down how to become an Instagram. And she's like, Chris,
don't even do that. Just get your phone out. Whenever she dolls herself up and she's cute and pretty, fucking take a fucking 30-second clip and just post it. Literally, that's all. You don't have to. It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to have any context.
You know what?
It's just a 30-second video of your pretty girlfriend being pretty. Post it. I promise you'll get people to view it. People will click in, turn in. I guarantee
tomorrow, you know what I'm doing?
People will do it. It doesn't take them. It's not like you have to prepare. Just every time you guys are going out and she gets dolled up or whatever, 30-second clip, a little video. Put it on TikTok.
I can imagine a fuck month like Chris. Yeah, what's up, honey? Some reason on Facebook, I keep getting all these friend requests, and people are saying wow, they like that new TikTok video I make. I'm not making a TikTok video. Don't worry about it.
I got something to tell you about.
She so this one guy said congratulations, Selena, you've got 50,000, 10,000 followers on Instagram. Wait, I do?
This is what you do. You make sure that it's your Instagram account. Not Instagram, your TikTok account, and just do nothing but post vids of her, right? So your account is gonna get all this traction. So when they start reaching out to do money and stuff, they're talking to you. Now they're like, yo, we need you to get her to endorse.
He said she's not against it, but she's shy. And I'm just like, but she needs more verification because a lot of times you'll get the whole well, you're saying I'm pretty or my pictures look good because you're my boyfriend. I'm like, do you need Al and Jennifer? And but of course, it's just me. She'll post something and everybody else tells you look wonderful and you sound wonderful, but well, I just don't oh, for fuck's sakes, just that confidence thing. I was like, I'm I'm a whore. I was like, Slim, let you and me change bodies for a day. watch what I do with your body.
I'll bring your body back with a disease. I will be gross with it.
She's like, God and Chris, there's so many OnlyFans. I got so many fucking followers now. I'm like, yep, honey. Give me that body.
Did you hear about OnlyFans changing its
my
its
God.
Fucking thing?
We talked about that, Al. And of course, it lasted 2 days. 2 days later, literally 2 days later, they said, oh yeah, now we're back to doing porn. And everyone's like, of course. I feel it was a fucking publicity stunt. It was, because they literally, we pulled up the article, within 48 hours, the fucking creator OnlyFans, he came back and said, okay, now we changed our policies, we're back to doing fucking porn. Get the fuck, you knew that shit was a fucking publicity stunt, dude.
Facts.
But no, the fact that so many girls out there were going fucking bananas about this, what do I do with the rest of my life? And I'm like, go to college, maybe. It's like, oh God, I was making 200 fucking grand a month off OnlyFans, and I'm not sure what to do anymore. And I'm like, okay, So I feel so bad for you. Like, you know, I'm sorry. You only made $200,000 this month off OnlyFans, and now you're not sure what to do with the rest of your life. Like,
you know what's weird? Like, if I had an OnlyFans account and I was making $200,000 a month, I promise you, in 2 months, in a month, every bill I had would be paid off completely. Like, I would not have a mortgage, a car note. All my the only bills I would have would be stupid reoccurring bills like, you know, like your cell phone, your power bill, your car insurance, dumb shit.
Well, you know,
and I would have a $200,000 a month. After month 2, I would have $200,000 sitting around just to fucking pay. Like, I would, after month 2, I would get lazy and quit.
That's what I'm saying.
Like I did 2 months.
The funny part, I pulled up articles. You can actually, there are people on OnlyFans, obviously not as big. There are OnlyFans out there that there are girls that aren't nude. So I'm like, you know, like there are fucking women that just take bikini pictures or just pictures.
There's guys, there are dudes on OnlyFans that don't get nude. There's a guy on OnlyFans that models suits. Yeah. And this motherfucker's got millions and millions of views, and all he does is put this suit on and then and I'm like, that's the kind of shit I'm talking about. Like if I could get away, if I had the physique to just be like, I'm gonna model suits on OnlyFans, I would.
I get that all the time. Selena's like, Chris, why don't you make OnlyFans? I said, Selena, listen. Okay, me, I know I'm not fucking like morbidly obese. Me and Al have a certain body type. We accept what we are. I'm trying to fucking drop weight. I accept that. You've got boobs, okay? It's simple as fucking that, okay? It's like, you've got to smile and shit. All you gotta fucking do, like, God damn it. Like, I said to her, now she's working again. She was, honey, I'm tired. I've been standing all day on my feet and stuff. I worked an 8-hour day. My feet are sore. I'm kind of drained. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? Now you're back to working. After a couple more months of fucking working, and she's standing up on her feet for 40 hours a week. She's gonna be like, you know what, Chris? Maybe it's time to start OnlyFans. See, she had a year off work of enjoying unemployment. Now she's like, damn, I'm kind of tired of going back to work. And I'm like, yeah, that's gonna dry up soon. That edge of working all the time. I'm like, you know, maybe I could make some money on OnlyFans. It's like. So, but yeah, as always, guys, like, you know, all 5 people listen to this, I would just say I'm gonna tag people on Facebook, and I tried speaking more slowly and fun, but as always, I would say this shit's free. I want it to be free. I'm hoping one day. I actually have gotten emails. There are sponsorships out there. The only sponsorship I would want is help me and Al get some better equipment, because this stuff is not cheap, but we could get better microphones. And I do pay a monthly subscription to paying for the podcast. I love to do shit for free and just have fun. So we have to hit a certain amount of listeners and viewerships and stuff to get sponsorships. And it's hard, man. Like, it just really is. Like, I'm sure you probably know Jason Bateman and Will Arnett from Arrested Development. They just signed a fucking Amazon deal. Apparently Jason Bateman's got a podcast. I didn't know this. He just fucking sold his podcast to Amazon for like $40 million. And I'm like, oh Christ, guys. Like, I'm not saying, I've seen people out there say, well, Chris, celebrities like The Rock or something, or Joe Rogan or Jason Bateman, they're not stopping you from promoting your podcast. I'm like, no doubt, but me and Al, or just me and Al, we're not fucking, I'm not Bill Burr. Like, it's still, it's kind of hard when Kevin Hart's got a podcast now, okay? Like, I mean, shit, like, it's kind of hard, you know, what kind of clout can I bring more than fucking Kevin Hart can? Like, goddamn, people, like, so, but, I said, this stuff for now, it's always free. I always want it to be free, and me and Big Al, we're fine paying our fucking bills. I'm not begging for people's money, and I don't want it. I don't need it, and I'm definitely going to be coming back to, like, Al being more consistent with this. I hate going 2.5 weeks without recording, but, like, sometimes fucking life happens, you know? It's like, I want to do this more consistently, but sorry, you know? It's just like, I'm not... Me and Al I gotta be working at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning and shit. I can't be recording podcasts we just did fucking 4 hours. We can't do this shit every damn day. So, but yeah, thank you and good night.